Kamalnath ji. Ma'am. Thank you very much, sir. Now may I request all the dignitaries to kindly please join us on the dais. Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister of State, Secretary Ma'am, Rajesh Kumar Pathak, Secretary Technology Board, Department of Science and Technology, Kamal Nanavati ji, Prabdas sir, well, I welcome on behalf of Department of Chemicals, Petrochemical, SIPET and FICCI to this first Industry Connect 2022. This is the vision of Honorable Minister that industry and academia should work together so that both can benefit. With this vision, we are here for the first Industry Connect 2022. To start the formal proceeding, I now request the Joint Secretary, Sir, to formally welcome Honorable Minister Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya ji with shawl and bouquet. May I also request Dr. Shishir Chedda, DG SIPET, to welcome MOS Shri Bhagwat Khuba ji. May I also request Swarna from SIPET to welcome Secretary Ma'am, Mrs. Aarti Ahuja. May I request JS sir once again to welcome Rajesh Kumar sir, Secretary TDP. May I request Kamal Nanavati ji to kindly please welcome Joint Secretary Shri Kashinath Jha sir. may I also request Mr. Rath to kindly please welcome DG SIPET, Professor Shishir Sinha. Thank you very much. Now, to start the formal proceeding, I invite Shri Kashinath Jha, Joint Secretary, Petrochemical Department of Chemical and Petrochemical Government of India, to give the welcome remarks and introduction. Sir doesn't need any introduction. He is the pillar and he is the one who actually had this initiative. Now I welcome Joint Secretary Shri Kashinath Jha. Welcome.
धन्यवाद मनोज जी। आदरणीय श्री डॉक्टर मनसुख मांडविया सर, ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर एंड केमिकल्स एंड फर्टिलाइजर्स, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर श्री भगवंत खुआ जी, स्टेट मिनिस्टर फॉर केमिकल्स एंड फर्टिलाइजर्स एंड मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ न्यू एंड Renewable Energy, Government of India, Madam Aarti Ahuja, Secretary, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, my friend Sri R.K. Pathak, Secretary, TDB, Department of Science and Technology, DG SIPET, Sri Shishir Sinha, Prabhudas ji, Chairman FICCI Petrochemicals Committee and MD and CEO HPCL Mittal Energy Limited, श्री कमल नानावती जी, प्रेसिडेंट CPMA, यहाँ उपस्थित देवियों और सज्जनों, आप सबों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत और धन्यवाद कि आप इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल हुए। माननीय मंत्री महोदय, हमारा देश भारत संभावनाओं का देश है। स्थिर सरकार और सबल नेतृत्व के बल पर हम एक नए दौर में पहुंच रहे हैं, जहां समग्र विश्व की निगाहें हम पर टिकी हुई हैं। अतीत में ज्ञान विज्ञान का विश्व गुरु भारत पुनः अपनी जिम्मेदारी का निर्वहन करने हेतु सक्रिय हो चुका है। मान्यवर, हमारे देश की आबादी लगभग 135 करोड़ के आसपास है और इसका सबल पक्ष यह है कि भारत में युवा आबादी का प्रतिशत काफी अधिक है और इस मानव संसाधन को प्रशिक्षित कर हम इंडस्ट्री रेडी स्किल्ड वर्कफोर्स के मामले में खासकर केमिकल एंड पेट्रोकेमिकल के क्षेत्र में शीर्ष पर पहुंचने की क्षमता रखते हैं और यहाँ सिपेट की भूमिका महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है। वर्ष 2022-23 में प्रतिवर्ष 1 लाख से भी अधिक रोजगारोन्मुखी शिक्षा प्रदान करने और 1 लाख से भी अधिक टेक्नोलॉजी सपोर्ट सर्विस इंडस्ट्री को प्रदान करने का लक्ष्य है और इस लक्ष्य को हासिल करने के लिए हम कृत संकल्प हैं। नए डीजी श्री शिशिर सिन्हा जी ने पदभार संभाल लिया है, जो IIT रुड़की से हैं और काफ़ी अनुभव रखते हैं। मेरा आशा ही नहीं पूर्ण विश्वास है कि इनके नेतृत्व में सिपेट इस मुकाम को हासिल करेगा और इस संकल्प को हासिल करने हेतु केमिकल एवं पेट्रोकेमिकल इंडस्ट्री की सक्रिय भागीदारी आवश्यक है। ये सिपेट और इंडस्ट्री दोनों एक दूसरे के पूरक हैं। सर, पेट्रोकेमिकल एवं उससे जुड़े तमाम क्षेत्र जैसे एग्रीकल्चर, ऑटोमोबाइल, कंस्ट्रक्शन, पैकेजिंग, टॉय इंडस्ट्री, टेक्सटाइल, इलेक्ट्रिकल्स एंड इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एटसेट्रा, टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत तेजी से चेंज हो रहा है और नई तकनीक को हैंडल करने के लिए किस प्रकार के स्किल की जरूरत होगी, इसे इंडस्ट्री को आगे आके बताना होगा। क्योंकि जिस प्रकार का प्रशिक्षण हम दे रहे हैं, क्या उसमें कुछ नए तत्व को, नए सिलेबस को, नई तकनीक को जोड़ने की जरूरत है? यह इंडस्ट्री के रिक्वायरमेंट के अनुसार ही सिपेट उसको अलाइन करेगा और उसकी पूर्ति करेगा। अतः स्किलिंग, अप स्किलिंग एंड री स्किलिंग के लिए सिपेट और इंडस्ट्री को क्लोज कोऑर्डिनेशन में काम करना होगा, और यही आज के इस इंडस्ट्री कनेक्ट का मुख्य उद्देश्य है। आदरणीय मंत्री महोदय, मैं 2-3 डेटा शेयर करना चाहूँगा इस फोरम के सामने। केमिकल एंड पेट्रोकेमिकल का इंपोर्ट जो है भारत में लगभग 63 बिलियन यूएस डॉलर का है। पर कैपिटा पॉलीमर कंजम्पशन 11.6 केजी के आसपास है, जबकि वर्ल्ड एवरेज 35 के आसपास है। और तीसरी बात, वर्ल्ड वाइड जो क्रूड है, क्रूड को ऑयल बनाने का जो प्रतिशत है अभी लगभग 80% रिफाइन से पेट्रोलियम में और लगभग 20% केमिकल बनता है। अगले 10 वर्षों में ऐसी रिसर्च कहता है कि यह रेशियो रिवर्स होने जा रहा है, क्योंकि एनर्जी के अन्य संसाधन उपलब्ध होने जा रहे हैं। आप इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल की चर्चा करें, अन्य नॉन रिन्यूएबल एनर्जीज हैं, उस पर हम लोग जब शिफ्ट करेंगे तो यह जो संसाधन है, अमूल्य संसाधन, उसको केमिकल पेट्रोकेमिकल में कन्वर्ट किया जा सकेगा। इसका मतलब यह है 63 बिलियन यूएस डॉलर का अगर इंपोर्ट हो रहा है, इसका मतलब भारत में इसका कंजम्पशन है, इसकी ज़रूरत है, और यहाँ जो है असीम संभावनाएं हैं केमिकल पेट्रोकेमिकल के क्षेत्र में। दूसरी बात यह है कि विश्व के सभी महत्वपूर्ण देश हमारे देश के साथ व्यापार करना चाहते हैं। व्यापार समझौतों में हम अपने ट्रेंड मैन पावर के लिए शर्त रख सकते हैं। यह हमारे लिए ग्लोबल लीडर इन ट्रेंड एंड स्किल वर्कफोर्स बनने में सहायक होगा। इसी पृष्ठभूमि के साथ मैं आज के इस इंडस्ट्री कनेक्ट समारोह में आप सबों का पुनः स्वागत करता हूं, और आप सबों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के लिए आप सबों को आमंत्रित भी करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, sir, highlighting the tremendous opportunity in India for the wider world, and the importance of skill and the importance of SIPET in this initiative. Now let me invite Professor Dr. Shishir Sinha, the new Director General SIPET. Let me give you some background about Professor Sinha. He's a professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering, IIT Roorkee. He was also adjacent faculty center for disaster mitigation and management, again from IIT Roorkee. Professor Sinha has more than 22 years of academic and industrial research experience with 85 reputed publications beside more than 100 in conference proceeding. So he has important role to play in this initiative. Now over to you, sir, please.
सुप्रभात एंड नमस्कार। आदरणीय मंत्री जी डॉक्टर मनसुख मांडविया जी, आदरणीय मंत्रीवर श्री भगवंत खुबा जी, सचिव महोदया सुश्री आरती आहूजा जी, और मंचासीन समस्त विशिष्ट अतिथि एवं इस हॉल में उपस्थित अतिथिगण। It's indeed a privilege for me to present an overview about the SIPET, rightly said by our JSPC, Shri Kashinath Jha ji, about the impact of various statistical approaches pertaining to the petrochemical industries as well as the chemical industries. And trust me, for last 4 days, we were discussing about so many factors with our Honorable Secretary Madam, Mrs. Ahuja. And based on this thing, it is indeed my duty to present an overview about SIPET. Now, the first thing is that when we are having very rich history of SIPET for almost 54 years, then how come this idea came into existence with the Industry Connect? Because we are always involved in the activities pertaining to the industry. So way back in the November month, After taking over the charge of Director General SIPET, I met Honorable Minister at Lucknow, and he triggered this idea that you just initiate the activity through which industry people should come forward, and we should take the feedback, real-time feedback from the industry, as well as we must adopt the collaborative approach, so that the basic theme of our Honorable Prime Minister related to the Make in India, related to the Atmanirbhar Bharat, come forward. And trust me, when we discuss about the Atmanirbhar Bharat, we must have Atmavishwas. So by this approach, I am just giving an overview about SIPET, so that our industry people may acquaint about that what SIPET is doing and how the activities of the SIPET can be beneficial for the industry, as well as the rich experience of the industry can be beneficial for the SIPET. So basic idea about this Industry Connect 2022 is to establish the synergy between the SIPET and industry. Now see, the journey started way back in 1968 when Government of India with United Nations Development Program, we developed or we initiated the Central Institute of Plastic Engineering and Tools. Later on, in due course of time, the name of SIPET has been changed to keep the pace with the industry or the requirement of the nation to the Central Institute of Plastic Engineering and Technology. And thereafter, in 2021, it has changed to Central Institute of Petrochemical Engineering and Technology, and that is SIPET nowadays. So the reason was quite obvious, that SIPET is keeping the pace towards the requirement of the industry as well as the nation. And we are having 4 different verticals, and trust me, all those 4 verticals are very relevant to the industry. That is the skill, the technology development or technology support services, the academic program, because we need the rich manpower or human resource to lead the nation. Apart from this, research and development. So keeping an eye with this particular approach, we have got the national presence, and you can see in the map that we have got almost 45 SIPET centers across the country. So we are having the pan-India presence, and this will give you an edge over this, that all of us are from different part of the country. So definitely, trust me, you will find a SIPET near you. Now the basic objective when we talk about the academic reinforced research, and that is the thumb rule of the nation nowadays, to produce the skilled manpower to the top-notch industrialist. And to cater the need of this one, we are having various high learning academic centers like PhD, that is duly catered by our 3 rich R&D centers. Then we are having various undergraduate, postgraduate programs aligned with the industry. Apart from this, we are having various diploma and skill development programs. Now here you can see that we are having various skill development achievements over the period of time, and this is in line with our JSPC, what he said, that we are catering the need of the skill development, and presently, barring the last 2 years, which was badly impacted by the COVID, we are having the continuous growth. Similarly, we are very close association with the industry in respect to the technological support services, and day by day we are enriching this particular aspect, and rightly, trust me, in the coming year we will achieve the target of 1,10,000. Apart from this, we are very rich in the research and development aspect, and this is all the real-time projects which we are having, and our scientists our people or HR people, they are contributing towards the IPR value with respect to the patent filing. They are contributing with respect to the publishing the high quality impact journals. Now, once we have got good thing, then we are just converting our basic motto towards the Atmanirbhar Sipet, in line with the Atmanirbhar Bharat. And as I said in the previous that Atmanirbharta with Atmavishwas. So when we are looking for this Atmanirbharta with Atmavishwas, we must have certain thing in our domain. And that's why we are having 3 different verticals right now with respect to the new dimension. One is that we are looking for aggressively for the research and development networking or collaboration, not only among with 3 different R&D centers which we do have right now, with all kind of CSTS or Institute of Petrochemical Technologies, because we are getting the young blood or young mind in our different centers, and they are the source of inspiration to all of my faculty colleagues. So all kind of the idea may be triggered in the any kind of young mind, they are we are welcoming. Apart from this, you know that India is having a very good research domain with respect to the CSIR lab, DRDO labs, IITs, MNITs. So we are making the collaboration for last you can say 2 months. We have aggressively collaborated with the different INIs, Institution of National Importance. Now, second vertical we have adopted with respect to the industry network, and this is first thing is that when I am talking about the Atma Vishwas, then that means the better optimization of the internal resources. So we are augmenting all the data with respect to this, that what kind of the different facilities we are having in our pan-India CPET centers. Then the second aspect is that once we identified our internal strength, then we approach to the industry, and that's why we are establishing a synergy between the industry and CPET. And that's why we are here, and I am happy that this is the first initiative with respect to the industry in a synchronized manner. Then we will develop a concept of techno park within the CPET, and we are very far ahead at the Chennai campus. And apart from this, we have established another thing like Alumni Connect, because rightly said by our JSPC that we are having almost 75 to 1 lakh alumni. So we are augmenting all the data, and as of now, Honorable Minister Sir, you will be happy to note that as on date, we have collected almost 15,000 alumni, and they are 75 to 80% alumni, they are almost connected to this particular program. So this is a good achievement, and our target is that by the end of this year we can collect the data pertaining to almost 80% of our alumni. Then we will evolve the concept of tinkering with respect to our student, with respect to our colleagues in the various CPET, so that any kind of idea which is being generated, and we are developing at least one small tinkering lab in all the CPET centers. We have already initiated the process. No need to discuss about the Industry Connect, because for this we all are here. Then we are developing the innovation incubation startup in line with the present government policies, because the government of India has initiated so many policies, and if CPET is not capitalizing all those things, then definitely we will be a loser. So that's why every CPET center is having the innovation startup and incubation center right now. Society feedback is again very important. So we are augmenting all kind of societal feedback with respect to our thrust area like plastic, polymer and petrochemical. So we are getting the feedback so that we can change the technology, and especially this particular aspect is essential for the academics. Apart from this, we are engaged in the plastic waste management center, plastic park, toy park, etc. We have started a new thing related to, that was missing and in the CPET previously, but right now we have started, like it is related to the overall personality development program for students. And that is important because everywhere when we studied BTech, then almost you can say 60% of the total domain was attributed to the academics, but nowadays the scenario has changed. So we are doing this, and through outreach we are organizing various workshop, conferences, entrepreneurial assistance, etc. Now in the subsequent slides, I'd like to give a brief outlook about the different type of activities at present in the CPET. Like we are very pioneer in the technological support services, and that is you name any advanced technology or machine we do have. So with respect to the polymer processing, either polymer testing, or different type of biodegradation, because now biocompostable plastic and other things, they are the buzzword nowadays. So trust me, we are aligned in this particular field, and we have developed so many facilities in different campuses. I just discussed that about 45 centers, CPET centers are there, and they are having a very good technical infrastructure. So again, I am repeating that if you are looking for any CPET center, you will find within a proximity of 100 kilometers. Apart from this, based on the industry feedback, we enrich ourselves with the help of various CNC tool rooms, then CAD/CAM or computer-aided engineering aspects. Name any kind of a different software we do have, and license version. Then we are in the process of indigenization with respect to the Atmanirbharta, and we develop several technologies with respect to this one. Apart from this, I told you that innovation, incubation, startup, all these things are coming up with the help of Government of India support. So innovation and technology transfer, they are again prominent nowadays. So we have developed so many things related to the innovation, technology transfer. And plastic, I mean, people used to say that ban plastic, but it's not a solution. So you must think about the plastic recycling. We are having the technology for them. Then see, because India is an emerging country, and people used to say that we are developing country, we used to say that we are developed, and we are having a major focus towards the research. So the different type of related flowers are there in our bouquet. So I'm not going into detail. And right now we are having the two focus. One is the material research, and second one is the product manufacturing research. We will give all the detailed information in the brochure. So these are the various 8-9 different thrust areas in which we are working, and we are very, you can say, the leading organization in this particular approach. Now our concept is that whatever we are developing through our R&D centers, it should go to the market. So for last year we have developed this particular approach that whatever we are developing, it should be marketable. It should not go into that is a problem in different INIs, that they are for the publishing purpose. But we are in the arena of the practical research, so it should go to the market. And for this, you see that government is establishing the toy park. So we are aligned with them, and we are developing the new facilities for the toys design. Then with respect to the different type of startups, and I told you that we have already initiated the process of incubation, innovation, startup cell in all the CPET centers to encourage the support of the best innovation, because we are having a young mind with us, and by this way we can achieve the concept of Atmanirbhar CPET. Just I am giving a brief about different type of the short-term goals and the long-term goals which CPET has designed, and thanks to our new secretary madam, and she just initiated this particular thing, that the short-term goals with respect to the sustainability approach. So we are in the process of enhancement of skill development by introducing new centers across country. And apart from this, one of the major theme of this particular Industry Connect is to develop the tailor-made on-site training program. And we must get information from you people, that how we can enrich our courses, how we can redesign our things so that it can be beneficial for the industry. Then apart from this, we are in the process of open distance learning and short-term courses because COVID has given us an opportunity. Then previously we are engaged with respect to the plastic, but nowadays we are moving towards the petrochemicals. For this, we are designing the skill upgradation and programs and workshops in association with the various leading petrochemical organizations. Apart from this, we are establishing the metal testing laboratory with NABL accreditation, establishment of petrochemical testing laboratory at SIPET, Jaipur and Bangalore. Already CPCL and MRPL, they have already shown the interest for establishment and assistance of this particular testing laboratory. Then I discussed that the major impetus towards in the area of toys and with respect to the Atmanirbharta in toys. So for this, we are establishing the toy testing laboratory as per the BIS norms at SIPET Lucknow, Aurangabad and Chennai. And apart from this, pre-delivery inspection is our core area. So we are also developing the new services related to the PVC and cross-linked polyethylene and PDM. And another thing which we are going for the digitalization of the SIPET activities by the development of the dashboard, so that in case if you require anything, you can assess that which center is equipped and whether this particular facility is right now available or not. I told you that SIPET is having very good, very strong arm with respect to the academics and research and development. So it's a time to get the status of institution of national importance. So we are within 2 years we are planning to achieve this particular target. And we have already introduced the courses in last 3 months that related to the petrochemical engineering, and SIPET IPT Jaipur has already started the BTech program in petrochemical engineering. Apart from this, I told you that innovation incubation startup in all SIPET centers has already been initiated. Because we are having the pan-India presence with 45 different arms, so it's quite evident that we are having very vibrant activities with respect to the either skill development or different type of our core activities. So industry people should know. So from today onward, we are starting our monthly e-newsletter. So please go through our website and subscribe it so that you will be acquainted with the different kind of new activities being carried out in the SIPET. Apart from this, what I discussed, that overall personality development, then student activity club, then open distance learning course through this, and all the student database we are trying to enrich with the DigiLocker concept. We are establishing 5 different centers by next 2 years: Ayodhya, Bhavnagar, Bidar, Tuticorin and Barmer. Apart from this, we are in the process of establishment of different plastic waste management centers at Patna, Varanasi, Bangalore and Ahmedabad, and Institute of Petrochemical Technology at Behita, Patna, Bihar. Just a brief outlook that about the research. We have already initiated, and some of the MOUs have been signed, and these MOUs are live MOUs. So we are started the collaboration with CSIR, IICT, Hyderabad, and CSIR CBRI, which is in progress, and we are collaborating with the different INIs. We have already signed a live MOU with MNIT Jaipur in the month of January this year. And we are, I mean, very shortly we will sign the MOU with IIT Delhi and IIT Roorkee. And R&D process, I have already discussed that CPCL has already talked with the CPCL, has already in the advanced stage, and MRPL is under progress. I told you the alumni is again one of the assets. So we are establishing the comprehensive alumni database, and already one target was to organize the industry connect, and I'm fortunate enough that at a very formative months of this particular year, we have organized this one. Apart from this, we are drone major component are plastic. So we are already trying to develop an R&D facility or an R&D arm at the Chennai campus with the help of Virginia Tech University, and we have already initiated the talk, and I am confident enough that by the next month we will sign an MOU. Apart from this, all these things we have already discussed, but the thing is that if we are not having the long-term goal, then we cannot go for the Atmanirbharta, because the short-term goal will give you the Atmavishwas. So with the help of our ministry, we will start the overseas CPET center, because our alumni presence plus the technical strength. And we will develop the industry-specific program in line with the latest artificial intelligence and machine learning, etc. We will develop, because we are in the process of achieving this INI. So establishment of various infrastructure is again very important, especially for the international linkages. So we will develop our infrastructure in the long term. And the international level skilling, because see, the Arabian countries and etc., they are or the Middle East, they are having very much requirement about the technical services. So we will establish the international level skilling. Apart from this, we are having one, you can say, the wish list for the establishment of virtual CPET university by the enrichment of our courses. Now see, the question is that why we are organizing this Industry Connect. So there are various questions which we have enlisted, and various school of thoughts, and throughout the day we will discuss about this, that what we can do for the industry and how beneficial our services are to the industry. With this help and with these words, we are in line with the way forward towards the Atmanirbhar CPET by harnessing technology, and in line with the various government initiatives. So at last, let's join hand together for the enrichment of the technical services, for the academics, and the Atmanirbharta with Atmavishwas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha, and thank you very much for highlighting the various initiatives being taken by CPET and your vision for obtaining CPET as an institution of national importance. And we, from industry, we will again reiterate that we will provide full support to CPET for your activities, and whenever you want, we will be there. This now I also want to inform the Honorable Minister that 15,000 CPET alumni is joining us online. All the institutes of CPET along with their center head and the students are watching us online, sir. Now I request Mr. Prabdas, Chairman FICCI Petrochemical Committee and MD CEO HPCL Mittal. Mr. Prabdas is again IITian. He has also completed his master degree business administration from Southern Cross University, Australia. Mr. Prabdas is originally from Indian Administrative Services and has over 25 years of vast, diverse and wide-ranging experience in administrative and management. Prior to joining HPCL Mittal as a managing director and CEO, Mr. Prabdas worked as a joint secretary in Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes, good morning. Honorable Minister, Dr. Mansukh Mandviya ji, Union Minister for Chemical and Fertilizer, and also Union Minister Health and Family Welfare. Our guest of honor, Shri Bhagwant Kubwe ji, Honorable Minister of State, Chemical and Fertilizer, Madam Secretary, Aarti Ahuja ji, my friend Kashinath Jha, Rajesh Pathak, Shri Shishir Sinha ji, my friend Kamal Nanavati, dear colleagues. I am very grateful, sir, for your initiative for this Industry Connect. It's a great pleasure to be here with you to share some of our thoughts. Let me first say a few words about the petrochemical, then we'll come to industry academic. Mr. Kashinatha has very, in short words told the importance of this sector. 11.3 kg will go, and world average is 33. We are far behind our world average, and is going to grow. We showed Madam Secretary yesterday that we require one naphtha cracker every year. Each naphtha cracker is costing nearly 28,000 crore. We will be requiring this one naphtha cracker every year for next 10 years to meet our requirement. We are talking a big number. We are talking number of nearly 8 lakh crore in next few years. 8 lakh crore is a sector, and this investment is not a government investment directly, although government will support. This investment will come from private as well as public sector units. I was, he mentioned that, I was in Ministry of Petroleum, and then I can give you an example that, at one time we were short of petrol and diesel in this country. We were importing petrol and diesel. Today we are petroleum hub. We are exporting, and we are the biggest exporter in the world of petroleum products. Things have changed, and I'm sure under the dynamic leadership, sir, under your dynamic leadership, the petrochemical sector will also change. And the way the government has taken initiatives and helping industry, I'm sure that, the days are not far away when instead of importing, we will be talking about exporting petrochemical projects. So this demand supply is the main thing, and it is not that, the whole world is not knowing this. In India, there is going to be a huge gap between demand and supply. Somebody has to meet. Somebody has to bridge this gap. And every country is looking at this, especially China, Saudi, Indonesia, Vietnam. They all are making petrochemicals. UAE, the latest example. They all are setting up petrochemical plant. If we don't set up before, they will set up before, and we will have that disadvantage. So we have to do it quicker and faster, and make sure that, our industry set up the units right here in India. We have already taken, in my company, we have already taken initiative, and we are setting up a petrochemical plant in Bhatinda, which will be commissioned in few months from now. So that's on the petrochemical sector. It's a very exciting sector. I think, this sector under your leadership will grow. Now coming to the second part of the thing on the industry academic interactions, this enhanced initiative today will certainly boost this. Although we are already having a very good relations and having lot of support from CPET, as a company we are already having a MOU with the CPET. This was signed in 2018, and we are getting full support and lot of support. And this is not only valid for HMEL; it is valid for the whole industry. I think the whole industry is very thankful to CPET for all the support which they have given. And I'm sure with this more interactions like this, the support will only enhance. So. And I'm sure that the new director, who is very dynamic, Sinatha, will certainly help us in mutual beneficial relationship. Now, 3-4 sectors which he has already covered, which need now a little more focus. One thing which is now happening is this decarbonization transition, carbon neutral. This is going to, and we have set our target for 2070 that, carbon neutrality. Each company and has to get into that direction. Every company is doing on its own. This technology is not fully developed. Carbon capture, carbon sequestration, carbon to chemicals. This is a sector which requires lot of R&D and support. I'm sure there will be courses, or there will be new thinking in CPET and other organizations to help the industry. Whatever help will be required from the industry, we are fully able to, will be supporting. He has already mentioned, Mr. Sinha, about the digitization and the initiative we took in. This is going to hit us hard if we are not ahead of the curve. We always thought that artificial intelligence is something, for space to see, spacecraft to see. It has all come now in our factories. We are doing it. In our company, we are also concentrating on artificial intelligence, industrial Internet of Things, robotics, advanced analytics, real-time optimization. All this is happening in the company, but it is individuals taking some help from industry, some consultant and helping. A focused attention on this will certainly increase the efficiency and productivity in each of the companies. So this is the area I thought we can further focus on. A lot of emphasis now is being given to ESG. Lot of emphasis. If you go to bank, you go to international forums, everybody will ask for ESG, environment, social, and governance. We are not. Are we fully prepared? Are we really know what does it mean? How does it get into the top benchmark Dow Jones Index where we are? This is the area I think CPET can help us in understanding this concept and taking it forward. Because this is a new concept, and if we take lead now, we will be the world leaders. The last one is that sustainability and recycling. The linear economy goes into the circular economy. This is the area. A lot of work is going on, but we are all going to be in thick of it. So whatever can be provided by CPET and other organizations, we should be able to concentrate on that. Biopolymers, plastic waste, biofuel, sustainability, these are the buzzwords now, and I think we can work together to get the best from the CPET and other organizations. Again, I will mention that industry is fully with you and want to take support and give support. With these words, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my views. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, highlighting the importance of petrochemical sector and huge investment in pipeline, and giving more responsibility to CPET in high-end skilling, ESG, and circular economy. Prabdas sir, when the Honorable Minister has given us the direction that we should do something with the industry, these are the inputs which we are looking for. Thank you very much for highlighting this important input, sir. With this, now I request the next speaker, Shri Rajesh Kumar Pathak, Secretary, Technology Development Board, Department of Science and Technology. Shri Rajesh Kumar Pathak ji is a 1995 batch civil service officer. He holds a bachelor degree in engineering and IITN, once again, a master degree in water resource energy from IIT Delhi. Welcome, sir. Please.
मंच पे उपस्थित डिग्निटरीज, ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर मनसुख मांडविया जी, मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट खोबा जी, सेक्रेटरी महोदय आरती आहूजा जी, डीजी सीपेट सिन्हा जी, हमारे मित्र जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी के एन झा जी, प्रभास दास, कमल नानावती जी, और इंडस्ट्री से आए हुए तमाम स्टालवर्ड डिग्निटरीज एंड मीडिया के बंधु, ये हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा सुअवसर प्रदान किया गया है टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट बोर्ड और डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए। मैं आपका धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। इनफैक्ट आपने इसको नाम दिया फर्स्ट इंडस्ट्री कनेक्ट, और ये आइडिया ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर सर से आया है। मुझे इस बात की ज़रा से भी सरप्राइज नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि जितना कम समय में मैंने इससे पहले माननीय मंत्री जी के साथ काम किया हूँ, मुझे पता है उनका काम करने का तरीका। मैं एक छोटा सा एनेक्डोट देना चाहता हूँ। हम लोग इनलैंड वाटरवेज अथॉरिटी में थे, हम मेंबर फाइनेंस जस्ट ज्वाइन किए थे, और ऑनरेबल मंत्री जी के घर पे एक प्रेजेंटेशन दिया जा रहा था, कैसे हम लोग जलमार्ग विकास जो डेवलप किया गया गंगा को, इसको यूटिलाइज करें। हम लोग काफ़ी ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग कर रहे थे, और लोग उस समय में नया था, मुझे कुछ पता नहीं, हम सुन रहे थे। तो हमने बाहर आके सोचा कि प्रॉब्लम क्या है। फिर मैं एक दिन सर से टाइम लिया, सर मैं आपसे मिलना चाहता हूँ। सर ने बिल्कुल सहस्र हमें टाइम दिया, और मैंने जाके कहा सर प्रॉब्लम हमारे अंदर है। तो बोला कैसे? मैंने कहा सर देखिए, जो इनलैंड वाटरवेज अथॉरिटी है उसमें जितने भी मेंबर्स हैं, ना तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का कोई रिप्रेजेंटेशन है, ना ही इंडस्ट्री का कोई रिप्रेजेंटेशन है। तो जब तक आप जो मेन यूज है उसकी रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं होगी तो हम कभी ऐसे पॉलिसी नहीं बना पाएंगे। और ही वॉज सो हैप्पी सेट कि आपको और भी मेरे पास और भी आइडियाज है कैसे इसको हम कर सकते हैं, जूट का मूवमेंट हो सकता है, बहुत सारे आइडियाज थे। सर ने जो मुझे कहा कि तुम्हारे पास ऐसे कोई भी आइडिया किसी भी समय आकर के मुझसे शेयर करो, किसी से डरने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है, हम लोग इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे। तो मुझे पता है कि इंडस्ट्री के बगैर, इंडस्ट्री के सपोर्ट के बगैर हम कोई भी पॉलिसी बना ले अल्टीमेटली आपकी ज़रूरत पड़ेगी। इसलिए इन्होंने जो फर्स्ट इंडस्ट्री कनेक्ट का काम किया है ये बहुत ही सराहनीय है और मेरे लिए व्यक्तिगत तौर पर, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के तौर पे ये बहुत बड़ा कनेक्ट का अवसर है। ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के तौर पे हम लोग डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट बोर्ड आज आपके साथ जुड़े हैं। ये भी आदरणीय मंत्री जी के कारण हुआ, मैं उस विषय पे अभी आऊँगा। मेरे लिए बहुत सरप्राइज था। पर्सनल लेवल पे भी आज हमें वेलकम करने का अवसर मिला हमारे अपने मित्र बैचमेट काशीनाथ झा जी से। तो मेरे लिए आइसिंग ऑन केक है, हम लोग दोनों एक ही सर्विस के हैं। इंस्टीट्यूशनल लेवल पे डीजी सिपेट जो ऑर्गेनाइजर है वो हमारे रुड़की के, और मैं रुड़की के एलुमनाई हूँ, बीटेक मैंने रुड़की से किया है। उस लेवल पे भी हमारा आज कनेक्ट हो रहा है और ऑनरेबल माननीय मंत्री जी के साथ भी हमारा कनेक्ट दूसरी बार हो रहा है कि मैं अब इनके साथ काम करने का अवसर मिलेगा। हम अभी कुछ दिन पहले आपस में डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि क्या हम ऐसा कुछ कर सकते हैं कि बहुत, जैसे अब काशी जी ने कहा कि 63 बिलियन यूएस डॉलर का हमारा इंपोर्ट है केमिकल्स में और रफली 80% केमिकल्स हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं। एक आइडिया डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी में चला कि क्यों नहीं हम कुछ ऐसे केमिकल आइडेंटिफाई करें, 75 केमिकल, सम सॉर्ट ऑफ दैट, 75 वीक्स में हम इसको आत्मनिर्भर भारत की एक के तरफ ले चलें। उसी वक्त मैं संजोग से सर से टाइम चाह रहा था मिलने का, बहुत दिनों से कोशिश में था। सर की व्यस्तता थी, कोविड थी, मुझे पता था, लेकिन अचानक से मुझे सर से मिलने का मौका मिला। तो हम आए सर से मिलने। मुझे ये पता था ये कैसे जाएगा क्योंकि मैंने इनके साथ काम किया था, तो मुझे इस बात का कोई बिल्कुल भरोसा था। जब मैं इनके कमरे में गया तो 4-5 सेक्रेटरी सारे इनके थे, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी काशी जी भी थे और हम लोगों ने काफ़ी अच्छा डिस्कशन किया और सर अप्रिशिएट किए और इन्होंने बहुत अच्छे सुझाव दिए, डायरेक्शन दिए, हमें जुड़ने का अवसर मिला। ये मेरे लिए सरप्राइज नहीं था, सरप्राइज अब शुरू होता है। वहाँ से निकलते हैं मैं अपने ऑफिस पहुँचता हूँ कि काशी जी का फ़ोन आता है, कल सेक्रेटरी मिलना चाहते हैं 10 बजे, आप अपने सेक्रेटरी को लेके आइए। मैंने कहा ठीक है, सेक्रेटरी के साथ मैं आऊँगा। सेक्रेटरी साहब बिजी थे, किसी कारणवश नहीं आ पाए, तो मैं आया। नेक्स्ट डे जब मैं घर से ऑफिस के तरफ आ रहा था तो मुझे लगा कि नॉर्मली सेक्रेटरी ने मीटिंग कॉल किया होगा, हम लोग जाएंगे, किस डिस्कस करेंगे, आगे का प्लान करेंगे। द मोमेंट मैं इनके कमरे में घुसा मैडम का, आई फाउंड लॉट ऑफ पीपल सिटिंग ओवर देयर और सारे इंडस्ट्रीज के लोग थे। इट वॉज ए प्लीजेंट शॉक टू मी। मुझे लगा कि अब ऐसे मिनिस्ट्री के साथ मुझे काम करने का मौका मिलेगा जहाँ पे सेम वेवलेंथ है कि इंडस्ट्री को आपने एक दिन में, एक मंत्री जी की मीटिंग 3 बजे खत्म होती है, 4 बजे, और दूसरे दिन 10 बजे हम इंडस्ट्री के साथ डिस्कस कर रहे होते पूरे 1 घंटा कि कैसे इस प्रोग्राम को किया जाए। और इंडस्ट्री को वहाँ पे कुछ एप्रीहेंशंस भी था कि भाई हमें वो डंप कर देंगे, कुछ प्राइस, बहुत सारे इश्यूज थे, वो आएंगे इश्यूज, ऐसी कोई इश्यूज नहीं है। टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट बोर्ड एज सच उस समय भी आपको एश्योर किया था कि हम लोग ऐसे इनोवेशंस जो कि पब्लिक के लिए इंडिजीनियस इनोवेशन है, हम उसको सपोर्ट करते हुए हाई रिस्क में भी। अभी मैं उस डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगा क्योंकि मैंने जब काशी जी से रिक्वेस्ट किया कि एज ए सेक्रेटरी तो मुझे आप 5 मिनट बोलने का मौका देंगे, तो मैं तो ओवरव्यू बोल पाऊंगा, लेकिन वहाँ पे ऐसे लोग बैठे होंगे जिनको हमारे बारे में ज़्यादा जानने की आवश्यकता होगी, समझना चाहते हैं। तो मैंने कहा एक सेशन दे दीजिए, हमारे यहाँ कमांडर नवनीत कौशिक है, वो आपको एक प्रेजेंटेशन देगा। सर स्वीकार किया उन्होंने और आज आफ्टरनून में टीडीबी के बारे में आपको डिटेल बताया जाएगा। मैं केवल इतना 2-3 एनेक्डोट में आपको देना चाहूँगा। आज से 25 साल पहले ये टीडीबी की जर्नी शुरू हुई थी और आप लोगों को सभी को सुन करके बड़ी बेहद खुशी होगी कि आज जो हम कोविड वैक्सीनेशन की तरफ आत्मनिर्भर बने हैं, इसका फाउंडेशन स्टोन टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट बोर्ड ने रखा था। 96-97 में यदि हम लोग भारत बायोटेक, सांता बायोटेक की फर्स्ट वैक्सीन हेपेटाइटिस बी फंड नहीं करते तो आज हम उस स्थिति में, उस इकोसिस्टम को जनरेट करने में सफल नहीं होते। हमने फर्स्ट इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल रेवा को फंड किया था फाइनेंशियली, जो आज हम इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी की बात करते हैं। हम ऐसे सेक्टर्स को फंड करते हैं। आपके केमिकल में भी हमारे यहाँ फंडिंग है लेकिन कम है, रिलेटिव मैक्सिमम फंडिंग हेल्थ सेक्टर में। मैं हेल्थ सेक्टर का एक और आपको एग्जांपल, मैं छोटा सा एग्जांपल देना चाहूँगा कि हमारा, जैसे उस दिन मैडम ने जब हम लोग मीटिंग कर रहे थे तो आपकी उस एप्रीहेंशन को उन्होंने सिंपल एक शब्द में, चूँकि वो एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी पहले हेल्थ रही, उन्होंने दूर किया कि साहब हम जब पैंडमिक आया तो उसके एक साल के अंदर हम वेंटिलेटर ना ओनली बना रहे थे, हम एक्सपोर्ट भी कर रहे थे, हम इस लेवल तक अपने आप को आत्मनिर्भर कर चुके थे। तो हमारे यहाँ कैपेबिलिटी है। मैं आपको और एग्जांपल देना चाहूँगा हेल्थ सेक्टर में। अभी हम लोग कुछ दिन 2-3 साल पहले प्रोजेक्ट किया और अभी भी कर रहे हैं, पैनेसिया मेडिकल प्राइवेट लिमिटेड करके है बैंगलोर में। उसको हम लोग एक प्रोजेक्ट को फंड कर रहे हैं जो कि ऑलमोस्ट फाइनल स्टेज पे है। वो बेसिकली सर मेडिकल लिनक बना रहा है जो कैंसर पेशेंट को आपको रेडिएशन देने का काम में आता है, बहुत ही हाईली स्पेशलाइज्ड है। इसकी टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे समीर से मिला है, साइंस सोसाइटी फॉर अप्लाइड माइक्रोवेव इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स इंजीनियरिंग, उससे उसने सोर्स किया। सो हमारा टेक्नोलॉजी है, फंडिंग हम कर रहे हैं, उसकी भी अपनी फंडिंग है। फंडिंग डिटेल गाइडलाइन में जाएंगे और आपको सोच के आश्चर्य होगा कि वर्ल्ड में केवल 2 ऐसी कंपनियां हैं जो इक्विपमेंट बनाती हैं। एक यूएस का है वेरियन और एक स्वीडन का है इलेक्ट्रा। ये उनसे compete करने जा रही हैं। तो ये हमारा स्ट्रेंथ है। आपको इस सुन के आश्चर्य होगा, जब सांता बायोटेक, भारत बायोटेक ने वो प्रोडक्ट बनाया था, $23 का उस समय आता था हेपेटाइटिस बी। जब हमने अपनी प्रोडक्ट बनाई तो $1 के प्रोडक्ट थी। आज हम एक और प्रोजेक्ट की बात करना चाहूँगा जो अभी मैं आपसे ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगा, मुझे पता है समय की कीमती है, बस केवल आपको मैं ओवरव्यू देना चाहता हूँ। एक एपिजन बायोटेक बोल करके कंपनी है मुंबई की, उसको हम लोग एक प्रोडक्ट को हम फंड कर रहे हैं जो यूज कर रहा है आपका, मतलब एक नॉर्मल जनरल टर्म में मैं बात करूँ, आई विल नॉट गो इनटू देयर टेक्नोलॉजी, आरएस के टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड में उसमें नहीं जाता। जनरल है कि जब आप पे हार्ट अटैक होता है आपको ब्लड थिनर की जरूरत पड़ती है, और आज अगेन वो सारे इंपोर्ट होते हैं, उसके कॉस्ट करीब 22,000 से 25,000 आती है एक इंजेक्शन की, और ये कंपनी बना करके मार्केट में 1000 से 1500 में बेचेगा। और ये हमारी खुद की टेक्नोलॉजी सोर्स इन्होंने किया है और ये फाइनल स्टेज पे है। आइडिया ये है कि इस सारे प्रोजेक्ट हम इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि अल्टीमेटली हमारा जो एम है वो भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना है हर एक क्षेत्र में, चाहे वो मेडिकल हो चाहे कोई भी क्षेत्र हो। केमिकल एंड पेट्रोकेमिकल सेक्टर में भी अपार संभावना है, जैसा काशी जी ने कहा, जैसा डीजी साहब ने कहा। मेरा केवल इतना निवेदन है डीजी साहब से भी, डीजी साहब ने एक बात कही कि हम ऐसा रिसर्च कर रहे हैं कि जो मार्केटेबल हो। मेरा अपना एक सोच है कि आप मार्केट से पूछिए उसको कैसे रिसर्च की ज़रूरत है, और आप वो रिसर्च करिए, वो ज़्यादा आपके लिए प्रोडक्टिव होगा और वो प्रोडक्ट मार्केट में तुरंत आएगा। हम लोग रिसर्च में ये करते कि हम रिसर्च करते करते बहुत अच्छा प्रोडक्ट लेकिन मार्केट में एक्सेसिबिलिटी नहीं होती। और आप ये छोड़ दीजिए कि आपके पास हौसला नहीं है। मेरा ये सौभाग्य है कि जो पहला हमने एग्रीमेंट साइन किया वो बॉटलैब डायनामिक्स के साथ आईआईटी दिल्ली का इनक्यूबेटेड, और उसने 29 जनवरी को जो 1000 ड्रोन शो किया, इट हैज क्रिएटेड हिस्ट्री एंड इट वाज टोटली इंडिजिनियस मैन्युफैक्चर्ड बाय दिस कंपनी। उसके जो मोल्ड थे वो सीलमपुर में एक जो प्लास्टिक मोल्ड था एक सरदार जी ने बनाया, चिप्स उसने खुद बनाया। और ये जो प्रोडक्ट मार्केट में आपको वो ड्रोन 80-85 हज़ार का था वो 22-25 हज़ार में उसने बना लिया है और सारा इंडिजिनियस काम किया है। तो ये कैपेबिलिटी है हमारे अंदर। आप लोग को उस दिन जो अप्रीहेंशन मुझे लग रहा था, आप जो डीजी साहब ने कहा आत्मविश्वास, हौसला, तो मेरा इसमें बड़ा सिंपल सा है, मैं बार बार उद्धृत करता हूँ कि मंजिलें उन्हीं को मिलती है जिनके सपनों में जान होती है। मंजिलें उन्हीं को मिलती है जिनके सपनों में जान होती है। पंख से कुछ नहीं होता है दोस्त, हौसलों से उड़ान होती है। और यदि आपके पास हौसला है तो हम उड़ेंगे और साथ मिलके उड़ेंगे। टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट बोर्ड एंड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी आपके साथ है इस पूरे जर्नी में। और जैसा कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का आत्मनिर्भरता के ऊपर इतना ज़्यादा बल है, जो उन्होंने अभी रैमपोर्ट से लास्ट एड्रेस जो किया था, उन्होंने एक बात कही थी कि यही समय है, सही समय है। तो हम बार बार एक शेर है जो हमारे काशी जी हमें प्रोबेशन पीरियड में कहा करते थे, दुष्यंत कवि का, उसको मैंने थोड़ा सा मॉडिफाई किया है और वो बिल्कुल सटीक बैठता है आज के संदर्भ में कि कौन कहता है आसमान पे सुराख हो नहीं सकता, कौन कहता है आसमान पे सुराख हो नहीं सकता, यही समय है, सही समय है। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो कोट है उसको मैं यहाँ पे डाल रहा हूँ क्योंकि आज के तारीख में जो आपके पास इको सिस्टम है, खासकर पेट्रोलियम केमिकल जो सेक्टर है, जो हमारे यहाँ माननीय मंत्री जी का डायनेमिज्म है, सेक्रेटरी मैडम का जो मैंने देखा एक दिन के अंदर में प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज कर, और काशी जी है अभी आपके पास, और बाकी इकोसिस्टम है बाहर से, और हमारे ये मानना है कि हम लोग साथ मिलकर काम करें तो हम अच्छे रिजल्ट दे सकते हैं। इसीलिए वो एक पत्थर, यही समय है, सही समय है, पत्थर एक पत्थर तबीयत से उछालो यारो, let us do that, find out this one पत्थर of 75 chemicals or more than that and create a history कि अगले 75 साल में, 75 वीक्स में हम लोग इसको इंडिजिनस बना लेंगे। जो भी आपको टेक्नोलॉजी सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत है सीपेट देगा, उसके अलावा भी चाहिए तो डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के सारे सेंटर हैं, CSIR के हैं और IITs है, वो हमारे पास इको डोमेन है। जो चाहिए आप हमारे पास आइए, प्रोजेक्ट की फंडिंग भी हम आपको करेंगे जिसके गाइडलाइंस आज आपको आफ्टरनून में बताया जाएगा, और हम लोग सब मिल करके इस चीज़ को अचीव करें और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाएं। थैंक यू आप बुलाने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं आप इसी के साथ आपके इस पूरे कनेक्ट का बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट होगा, मेरी ऐसी आशा है। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for providing your support to the industry, encouraging industry to take initiative for Make in India and for import substitution. Now with this, let me introduce the new next speaker. You have already heard a lot about from the previous speaker that Madam is already taking lot of initiative, meeting the industry, taking their inputs and forming the vision for the chemical and petrochemical sector. With this, now may invite our new secretary, Ms. Aarti Ahuja, Secretary, Department of Chemical, Petrochemical, Government of India. Ma'am is 1990 batch officer from Odisha cadre and was serving in the capacity of Additional Secretary to the Government of India for the Department of Health and Family Welfare under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. She joined Indian Administrative Services in 1990 after completing her Masters in Economics and LLB and has a career span for more than 32 years in the central and state government. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta, for that wonderful introduction. Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia. Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers and New and Renewable Energy, Shri Bhagwant Khuba. Colleagues on the dais and in the audience, all the alumni of CPET, जो सब स्टूडेंट्स और फैकल्टी सिपेट के आज के प्रोग्राम में ऑनलाइन जुड़े हुए हैं, यहाँ उपस्थित मीडिया फैमिली के सभी सदस्य, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for inviting me to this wonderful workshop and the first step in CPET's journey together with the industry. I am taken back today, everybody has been mentioning about health. I think what the COVID pandemic has taught us, forget everything else. If you look at it in a broader picture, what the COVID pandemic has taught us that if India wants, it can do it. There is nothing that is not possible in our country. Like I was mentioning earlier in a meeting, we did not have a single PPE manufacturing unit in our country. Today we are exporting. We did not have production capacity for H95 masks when the pandemic started. Today we are exporting. We did not have a single manufacturer of ventilators. Today we are exporting them. It all happened. We did not have vaccines, and vaccines India is now giving as a goodwill gesture to other countries. What has made this possible? What is it within us that made this possible? It was the all of society approach. This could not have been done single-handedly by anybody. This is where industry, government, academia, experts came together. And how were they able to come together? Because there was an enabling environment. Just take the examples, because today it is about CPET. So I'm going to talk about CPET. Take the example of CPET. What did they do? They developed the molds for face shields. They developed the molds and gave the technology for the automatic sanitizers that now you see everywhere. You put your hand and the sanitizer comes out. They developed that. Then syringe infusion pump. All those things CIPET developed, industry took it up, and today India is an exporter of all these things. This is what comes when we all work together. We break those silos, and whether it is Technology Development Board, whether it is CIPET, whether it is this association or that association or that citizen or this person, when we all come together, then miracles happen, and we have shown it to the world. So with the vision given by Honorable Minister Sir and the kind of systematic approach that I have seen him adopt in the Health Ministry, I think there is a great potential ahead of us. If we just work together, if we identify the core issues and move ahead on that, there is nothing that can stop India. We are talking numbers. Those numbers, if we go in the right directions, those numbers have the potential of increasing exponentially. So in today's meeting, since we are running out of time also, I just want to lay before you exactly 6 points that are doables, that are actions that we can take. Number 1, CIPET is now moving from plastics to the broader area of petrochemicals. CIPET is one of the the best institutions in the country, which is agile, which is innovative. In fact, I spent 3 days in Chennai looking at CIPET activities and just came back 2 days back. They have 3D printers of 5-6 types. They have, they are engaging with industry in a very aggressive manner and doing all kinds of things for them. They are an agile organization. So now that they are moving towards petrochemicals, they have a good base in plastics. We need your inputs in a structured manner. What do you think industry needs by way of new courses? What duration? What kind of courses? What should be the outcome? What kind of people should be coming who are going to be industry ready, and how will they be industry ready? So that is the first thing that we need from you. The second thing is, from the industry and from the alumni who are present here, how can you engage with CIPET in a meaningful manner, not just as a means of supporting CIPET, but I would say from taking from CIPET as well. What is it? Would the industry, I was just sitting and suddenly from the discussion, would the industry like to do some executive education programs in technology, in plastic technology, in petrochemical technology? Would you like to engage with CIPET in that? Then CIPET can design those customized courses even for executive education, not just for the baseline. The third point is, lot of startups need technical support. So they don't want to get into making molds, expensive things right in the beginning. They need some kind of an incubation. They need somebody to do that work for them so that they can test the market. So lot of startups can take the benefit of this part of CIPET, and we would strongly urge you to spread the word around so that startups can engage more and more with CIPET, and CIPET can provide those technology solutions. The fourth point is about operations research, and here we can partner with the Technology Development Board, and there are other organizations, TIFAC and others, with whom we can partner, all of us collectively, so they can actually do a lot of research for us. Things that we feel that, what if I was to do this kind of a thing? You can actually operationalize it in CIPET with the help of TDB and other organizations. So that synergy will push us towards that Atmanirbharta that we are talking about. The fifth point is about innovations. Now is the time that we need to start thinking. The world is changing so fast. Who thought the war will start in Ukraine? Who thought COVID will come? 5 years back, we had never thought like that. Lot of disruptions are happening. How are we prepared to meet those disruptions? How are we prepared not just to meet, but to turn them to our advantage, like we did in COVID? So how are we prepared to do that? So start thinking big, and even something small like nano is thinking big. So we need to start thinking big, we need to start thinking new areas, and that is where SIPET, industry, other people, other organizations, IITs, etc., we can collaborate, and together we can come out with new technologies. So for all kinds of operations research, SIPET is there for you, and for innovations. The sixth point I wanted to make was that a lot of trained and skilled manpower at different levels is being trained by SIPET, and they all carry a very good brand name. They are actually top line products, top line skilled manpower. The alumni who are attending virtually will attest to that. Lot of them are working in the industry as well and doing very well. They are very smart entrepreneurs also. So let us also see whether we can train more people, whether we can have more apprentices, whether we can also have skilled manpower going abroad. If petrochemical units are being set up in other places, can our skilled manpower be something that we can send to those countries abroad? So these were the 6 points I wanted to make, and I would like to end by saying that the growth potential, from what I've learned so far, the growth potential is immense. Now is the time, as my colleague mentioned, that now is the time to पत्थर फेंकने वाला time है, और हौसला करने वाला time है, because sometimes things just come together, and I think with Honorable Minister at the helm, now is the time that all these things, the jigsaw pieces will fall into place, and now is the time to give it the big push. So all of us together can do that. 2 points in the end. How we can do that is we need to have synergy. For example, just to give you a small example, we all believe that if we set up clusters, we get a competitive advantage, we collaborate, it works out better for everybody. So I went to see the plastic park, but I find that many people have not come. We have 10 plastic parks in the country, but those plots are not being, units are not coming there. So why is that? I think that is also something you need to look at. When these facilities are being offered by the government, they should be snapped up. Whatever support you need further, we are there to help you. So that is just an example. Similarly, there would be some units, some industry which is using artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, blockchain, nano, all these new technologies. Let us also share them. Maybe SIPET can become the repository of technology which can be shared across board. Why not? So let us start looking at that kind of synergy with each other. And lastly, I think the pandemic has also taught us that life is uncertain. The globe needs to be, our earth needs to be protected. So sustainability is going to be something we all need to look at now. Many of you are already working on that. So sustainable chemistry, lessening emissions, recycling, which also helps a lot of rag pickers, poor people, right? So I was reading this quote here, what Mahatma Gandhi said, and maybe I can end with that the industry should regard themselves as trustees and servants of the poor. And with that thought, if we aim at increasing employment, aim at increasing incomes across board for everybody, then there is no way that anybody can stop us from becoming a global leader in this sector. Thank you again very much, and all the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. It was pleasure listening to your thoughts, ma'am. And as you rightly mentioned that where there is a will, there is a way, and India has reflected that during pandemic, and how SIPET has to help at the cutting edge level. So more responsibility to SIPET. Thank you, ma'am. With this, now I introduce our next speaker, our guest of honor, Shri Bhagwant Khuba. Sir, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizer, and Minister of State for Ministry of Renewable and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Sir, please.
आज की इस इंडस्ट्री कनेक्ट 2022 के शुभ अवसर इस कार्यक्रम के उद्घाटक मेरे बड़े मंत्री जी आदरणीय मनसुख मांडविया जी, मंच पर उपस्थित सेक्रेटरी मिस आरती आहूजा जी, श्री काशीनाथ झा जी, श्री प्रोफेसर शशिर सिन्हा जी, श्री आर के पाठक जी, श्री प्रभादास जी और श्री मनोज मेहता जी और इस सभागृह में उपस्थित सभी मान्यवर और ऑनलाइन में जुड़े हुए सभी सिपेट के एलुमनाइज और मीडिया मित्रों, इंडस्ट्री कनेक्ट कोविड के दौरान के बाद बहुत ही एक सुझाव भी है और हमारा एकेडमी सिपेट के साथ में देश के उद्योग जगत को सुझाव भी आएंगे और हमारा सिपेट का सामर्थ्य भी उद्योग जगत को पता भी चलेगा और उद्योग जगत इस सिपेट के माध्यम से कितने लाभ लेने के लिए सज्ज भी होगा। ये सारे विषयों पर आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से दर्शाता है और हमने देख रहे हैं पिछला 8 साल से देश को एक खंभीर नेतृत्व मिला। माननीय मोदी जी का प्रेरणा से देश के अंदर हर समस्या को समाधान भी मिलेगा और उद्योग जगत हो या अन्य क्षेत्र में हो, जो भी समस्याओं को जूझ रहा है उस समस्याओं को समाधान दे करके उसको गति दे करके आगे बढ़ाना और देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना, हर क्षेत्र के अंदर आत्मनिर्भर भारत हो, ये केवल प्रधानमंत्री जी का वाक्य नहीं बल्कि इस देश के 135 करोड़ आम जनता को एक भावनात्मक के साथ एक भविष्य का सपना देखने का भी और कार्य प्रवृत्त होने का भी प्रेरणा देने वाली माननीय मोदी जी का ये शब्दों से आज भारत के अंदर हम देख रहे हैं उनका प्रेरणा से और हमारे बड़े मंत्री मनसुख भाई मांडविया जी का नेतृत्व में कोरोना कालखंड के अंदर जो देश के अंदर मास्क का उत्पादन नहीं होता था, आज हम एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। जो पीपी किट नहीं बना पाते थे, हम आज एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। जो देश के अंदर कभी वैक्सीनेशन का उत्पादन नहीं हुआ था, लेकिन आज माननीय मोदी जी और माननीय मनसुख भाई मांडविया जी का नेतृत्व में देश के अंदर 2 वैक्सीनेशन का उत्पादन हो करके आज हमें भारतीयों को गर्व लग रहा है कि करीब 180 करोड़ डोजेस आज हमारे नागरिकों को लग चुकी है और ये असाधारण उपलब्धि है। कहने का तात्पर्य देश के अंदर जो सामर्थ्य था उसको जगाने का काम मोदी जी सरकार ने किया है। इसी के कारण आज कोरोना महामारी का एक संकट काल के बावजूद भी पिछले 4-5 महीने से हम देख रहे हैं कि भारत के अंदर उद्योग जगत बहुत शानदार काम भी कर रहा है और प्रदर्शन भी कर रहा है। तो ये भारत की ताकत है। इसी के लिए हमारा सीपेट उद्योग जगत के लिए केवल एक इंस्टीट्यूशन नहीं, बल्कि आपके साथ में कंधे से कंधे लगा करके आपका जो भी मांग होंगी, आपकी जो भी समस्याओं को समाधान होगा, इस संस्था से माध्यम से आपको मिल पाएगा, ये मैं विश्वास रखता हूं। क्योंकि पहला उद्योग जगत अलग और एकेडमिया संस्था अलग, ऐसे एक बैरियर खड़ा हुआ था। लेकिन माननीय मोदी जी का नेतृत्व सरकार में ये सारे बैरियरों को खत्म करके आपस में मिल करके देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना और देश का उद्योग जगत को गति दे करके विश्व के साथ स्पर्धा में खड़ा होना। और आज भारत पेट्रोकेमिकल्स क्षेत्र के अंदर, जैसे प्रभादास ने कहा है कि करीब 8 लाख करोड़ की इन्वेस्टमेंट की यहां पर अवसर है। तो इसके लिए माननीय मंत्री जी मांडविया जी इंडस्ट्री का जरूरतों के देख करके सरकार में जो निर्णय लेना है, सरकार में जो पॉलिसी उनको इंडस्ट्रीज को सूट करने जैसा बनाने का पॉलिसी लानी है। मैं पिछला 8 महीने से मैं देख रहा हूं मनसुख भाई मांडवी जी के साथ में काम करते हुए, ये एक बालक को जैसा उंगली पकड़ के चलाने की सिखाते हैं, वैसा मुझे 8 महीने से आज एमओएस करके उन मंत्रालयों के अंदर सीखने के भी मुझे अवसर दिया। और काम करते करते सभी के साथ में किस ढंग का व्यवहार होना, उस व्यवहार से सरकार और उद्योग जगत को फायदा हो, देश को भी फायदा हो, ये उनसे मुझे सीखने को मिला है। तो जो भी यहां पर इस सभागृह में बैठे हो या ऑनलाइन में जुड़े हो, उनके अगर संपर्क में यदि आए हो तो जरूर जो मैंने महसूस किया है वो आप ही भी किया होंगे। इसी के लिए आज का इस इंडस्ट्री का कनेक्ट हमारा सीपेट बहुत ही प्रसिद्ध संस्था है और इसमें बहुत क्षमता भी है। तो इसका उपयोगिता उद्योग जगत जरूर ले और हमारा सीपेट संस्थाओं को भी उद्योग जगत का जो समस्या है उसको एनालाइज करके उन समस्याओं का पूरक समाधान भी दे, तभी जाकर के हमारे संस्था और उद्योग जगत भारत के लिए, पर्टिकुलरली दिस पेट्रोकेमिकल जगत के लिए आशादायक वातावरण बने और जो यहाँ पर निवेश करने के लिए भविष्य के जो जरूरतें पूरे करने के लिए उद्योग जगत और हमारे सीपेट समर्थ है, सक्षम है। यही मेरा 2 बातों के साथ मैं समाप्त करता हूं। जय हिंद।
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, highlighting the various initiative and government support schemes through which India is now exporter of PP kits, ventilators, and medicine. CPET is not only an academic institution but an industry support organization. And also, a government will come up with the policy to fructify the huge investment which is in pipeline in the petrochemical sector. Thank you very much. Now, with this, let me introduce the next speaker, who is our chief guest, who is the visionary leader. His inputs, which now we are here today, and where the industry and academia is sitting together. Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya, Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Chemical and Fertilizer, Government of India. Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya, Honorable Minister of Chemical and Fertilizer, he is conferred a PhD degree from Gujarat Institution of Development and Research. He holds a postgraduate degree in political science from Bhavnagar University. Starting his political career in the mid-90s, in a short span has become a respectable political leader of the masses. Honorable Minister, please.
मेरे साथी मंत्री भगवंत खुबा जी, सेक्रेटरी केमिकल्स एंड पेट्रोकेमिकल्स मैडम आरती आहूजा जी, मंच पर उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव, उपस्थित उद्योग जगत के साथी, युवा दोस्तों एवं मित्रों, मुझे लगता है कि कोविड क्राइसिस में आप लोगों को सभी मीटिंग वर्चुअल ही हुआ करती होगी। ये पहली मीटिंग होगी जिसमें प्रत्यक्ष आना होगा, और मैंने ये भी महसूस किया कि जितने लोगों को बुलाया होगा उसके साथ प्लस एक करके भी आए होंगे, क्योंकि मैं सामने से देख रहा था, लोग आ रहे थे, तो बीच में एक पब्लिक हेल्थ नोटिस लगाई है, वहां नहीं बैठना है, तो मैं समझा कि इस हिसाब से ही इनविटेशन दिया होगा। लेकिन धीरे धीरे कोविड डाउन हो रहा है, केसेस डाउन हो रहा है, फिर से जनजीवन और व्यवस्थाएं अपने अपने काम में जुड़ रही है, और यही क्रम हिंदुस्तान का रहा है। जिस तरह से कोविड क्राइसिस का इंडिया ने सफलतापूर्वक सामना किया, दुनिया ये बात नोटिस कर रही है। मुझे पता है, मैं 2 साल से इस घटना का साक्षी रहा। जब फर्स्ट वेव प्रारंभ हुआ था उस वक्त ये बात होती थी, WHO के भी लोगों के मन में चिंता थी कि ये कोविड इंडिया में फैलेगा, ह्यूज पॉपुलेशन, ह्यूज डाइवर्सिटी, इतनी बड़ी कंट्री में कैसे कंट्रोल कर पाएंगे, और हमारी स्थिति के आधार पर वो दुनिया की स्थिति का आकलन करते थे और असेसमेंट लगाते थे। अब 2 साल के बाद ये भारतवासियों ने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ये तो साबित कर दिया कि दुनिया में सबसे बेस्ट कोविड मैनेजमेंट इंडिया ने किया। नहीं केवल मैं कह रहा हूं, दुनिया के सभी लीडिंग न्यूज साइंटिस्ट और सब लोग ये स्वीकार रहे हैं कि इंडिया का कोविड मैनेजमेंट बेस्ट रहा। और दूसरी घटना दुनिया ये भी सराह रही है, ये भी नोटिस कर रही है, ये भी एप्रिशिएट कर रही है कि इंडिया की ताकत कभी कम नहीं थी, नहीं है। सवाल केवल इतना ही था कि हम स्वयं अपने आप को पहचाने। मोदी जी ने यही किया, बहुत कुछ ज्यादा नहीं किया। मोदी जी ने कहा कि मेरे साइंटिस्ट लोग, आप देश के लिए वैक्सीन का रिसर्च करके दो। हमारे साइंटिस्ट पर भरोसा किया, हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज पर भरोसा किया, उसका हौसला बढ़ाया। उसको क्या चाहिए, कौन सा सहयोग की आवश्यकता है, वो सहयोग दिया। और जब दुनिया ने वैक्सीन का रिसर्च किया तो इंडिया ने भी दुनिया के साथ वैक्सीन का रिसर्च कर दिया। आप सोच ही नहीं सकते कि इंडिया में कोविड वैक्सीन का रिसर्च नहीं हुआ होता तो हमारी हालत क्या होती। क्या इतनी विशाल जनसंख्या को हम इंपोर्ट करके वैक्सीन लगा पाते? शायद हमने व्यवस्था भी की, इंपोर्ट भी कर लिया, तो क्या दुनिया इतना डोज मैन्युफैक्चर कर पाती? या भी दुनिया ने कर भी दिया और इंडिया को भेज भी दिया तो 2 लाख करोड़ रुपया का खर्च होता 180 करोड़ डोज लगाने में। दोस्तों, हमने हमारी ताकत पर, हमारी क्षमता पर वैक्सीन रिसर्च, वैक्सीन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, और दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा आज हिंदुस्तान एक एकलौती कंट्री है जिन्होंने 98% फर्स्ट डोज 18 एबोव एडल्ट को एडमिनिस्टर कर दिया हो। ये मैं पूर्व भूमिका इसलिए यहां रख रहा हूं कि ये इंडस्ट्रीज कनेक्ट का कार्यक्रम है, एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच का परिणाम है। मोदी जी ने कभी टोकन में नहीं सोचा है, टोटल में सोचा है। जब टोकन की बात आज तक होती रही, इंडस्ट्रीज अपनी ओर से काम करती रही, सिपेट जैसे इंस्टीट्यूट, इंजीनियरिंग इंस्टीट्यूट और इंस्टीट्यूट अपनी ओर से काम करती रही। आप सब लोग पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं और मैंने देखा है, हम जब स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं या तो कॉलेज में पढ़ते हैं और ये ही सेक्टर के इंडस्ट्रीज में हम जाते हैं, तब ये इंडस्ट्रीज जहां पहुंची होती है वहां तक हमारा नॉलेज अपडेट होता है क्या? हम कुछ पढ़ के आते हैं, इंडस्ट्रीज की डिमांड कुछ हो जाती है, फिर उसके बराबरी करने के लिए हमें फिर माइंड लगाना पड़ता है, फिर हमें स्वयं को ट्रेन होना पड़ता है, उसमें भी समय लगता है। मैं मानता हूं कि सचमुच हमारी शक्ति को पहचान के हमें आगे बढ़ना है तो हमें सब लोगों को साथ में सिनर्जी क्रिएट करनी होगी। यहां गवर्नमेंट भी है, यहां हमारी सिपेट भी है, यहां इंडस्ट्रीज भी है, यहां एलुमनाई भी है और यहां स्टूडेंट भी है, सब लोग जुड़े हुए हैं। इंडस्ट्रीज की क्या मांग है? जब इंडस्ट्रीज का सेशन आएगा तब स्टूडेंट देखेंगे कि मैं पढ़ रहा हूं, इस दिशा में पढ़ रहा हूं क्या। मेरा सिपेट देखेगी कि क्या हम पढ़ा रहे हैं वो इंडस्ट्रीज की डिमांड के मुताबिक पढ़ा रहे हैं क्या। इंडस्ट्रीज कौन सी दिशा में जा रही है, फ्यूचरिस्टिक विजन इंडस्ट्रीज का क्या है, फ्यूचरिस्टिक डिमांड इंडस्ट्रीज की क्या है, भविष्य में इंडस्ट्रीज कौन सी दिशा में आगे बढ़ेगी। ये सबसे पहले इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ इस सिपेट को सोचना होगा, यानी कि गवर्नमेंट को सोचना होगा, इस टाइप के स्किल मैन पावर का निर्माण करना होगा। तब जाके इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट जब अपनी इंडस्ट्रीज शुरू करने के लिए सोचे तो उसके पास इंजीनियर तैयार होना चाहिए, उसके पास टेक्नीशियन तैयार होना चाहिए, उसके पास रिसर्च करने वाले लोग तैयार होने चाहिए। ये एटमॉस्फेयर हम तैयार कर सकते हैं क्या? दोस्तों, आप इस टाइप की इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ जुड़े हुए लोग हैं जिसको एक महत्वपूर्ण इंडस्ट्रीज मानी जाती है। हमने $5 ट्रिलियन की देश की इकोनॉमी करने की बात की है मोदी जी ने। हमें $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी करने में आत्मनिर्भर भारत के तहत हमारी भूमिका बहुत बढ़ जाती है। 80,000 एबव इंडस्ट्रीज का बेसिक मटेरियल आपकी इंडस्ट्रीज आप लोग देते हैं और उसमें हमारा नॉलेज कोर नॉलेज है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। आज से नहीं, सदियों से ये केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स समय समय पर परिभाषा बदलती रहती है। आज समय बदला है तो पेट्रोलियम से, क्रूड से हम क्रैकर बना के उसमें से पेट्रोकेमिकल्स प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं, केमिकल्स बनाते हैं। ये आज की ये रिक्वायरमेंट है। इस टाइप की टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप हुई आज से 2000 साल पहले। आप अजंता इलोरा की मॉस्क्यू में देख के, केव्स में देख के आओ। अजंता इलोरा की केव्स में उस वक्त केमिकल से पेंटिंग किया है। अब जाके देखो ये कौन सा केमिकल्स होगा। आज भी आपको ऐसा लगे, मैं गया था देखने के लिए आज से 10-15 साल पहले, तो मुझे आपको ऐसा महसूस होगा कि ये 4-6 महीने पहले ही पेंटिंग किया हुआ है। तो ये हमारा ही नॉलेज है ना, ये हमारा ही साइंस है ना। यहां साइंस की कभी कमी नहीं थी, केवल आवश्यकता थी सिनर्जी क्रिएट करके। और एक दूसरा भी रीजन है, हमारी सालों की परतंत्रता ने भी हमें हमारा सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस को बहुत धक्का पहुंचाया है। 2000 साल तक हम परतंत्र रहे हैं। कभी हमारे पर हुणों ने शासन किया, कभी शकों ने शासन किया, कभी मुगलों ने शासन किया, 240 साल तक अंग्रेजों ने शासन किया। ये 2000 साल की परतंत्रता के हिसाब से हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल गिरा हुआ था। एक कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल फिर से बिल्ड करने का रास्ता इंडस्ट्रीज कनेक्ट जैसे अनेक रास्ता में से ये एक रास्ता है। आत्मनिर्भर भारत यही रास्ता है। मुझे पता है आज से 4 साल पहले, 3-4 साल पहले हम सोच रहे थे कि क्या करें भाई, मेडिसिन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में, फॉर्मुलेशन में हमारी एपीआई की रिक्वायरमेंट होती है, केएसएम की रिक्वायरमेंट होती है। तो एपीआई, कई ऐसे एपीआई है जो इंडिया में बनता ही नहीं है, हमें किसी के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट है। आत्मनिर्भर भारत की डिफिनेशन क्या है? आत्मनिर्भर भारत केवल इंडिया में सब चीज बन जाए और बाहर से कुछ हमें इंपोर्ट ही नहीं करना, ऐसा नहीं। एक ग्लोबलाइजेशन के जमाना में हमें इंपोर्ट भी करना पड़ेगा, हमें एक्सपोर्ट भी करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन क्रिटिकल रिक्वायरमेंट जो हमारे देश की कोर नीड है वो तो देश में ही बननी चाहिए। डिफेंस देश में ही, डिफेंस के इक्विपमेंट देश में बनना ही बनना चाहिए। आज बनने लगा है, हमारे ही इंजीनियर बना रहे हैं, हमारे ही साइंटिस्ट उसके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं। एपीआई, हमें मेडिसिन नहीं मिले तो हम क्या करें? तो मेडिसिन के लिए एपीआई हमने उस वक्त आइडेंटिफाई किया था। 53 एपीआई ऐसे थे जिसको 95%, 90 से 95% से अबव हम इंपोर्ट पर डिपेंडेंट थे, और हम ये एपीआई ना बनाए और किसी के पर आधार रख के बैठे और वहां से सप्लाई आनी बंद हो जाए तो हमारी क्या हालत होती है। मोदी जी ने कहा कि इंडिया में बनना चाहिए, और उसमें से पीएलआई स्कीम का जन्म हुआ। फर्स्ट पीएलआई फार्मा में आई, और बाद में सोचा कि इतना ही नहीं, हमें बैलेंस करना है। एक्सपोर्ट इंपोर्ट जितना हम $5 बिलियन का, हम $500 बिलियन का हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं, $300 बिलियन का हम एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं, $200 बिलियन का गैप है, उसको हमें फिलफुल करना है। क्या करना चाहिए? तो हमें डोमेस्टिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करके दुनिया के मार्केट में हमारा माल डंप होना चाहिए, और दुनिया के मार्केट में हमें हमारा माल सामान को एक्सपोर्ट करना चाहे तो क्या दिक्कत है? तो उसका भी डिटेल स्टडी करके, लेक्चर से कुछ नहीं चलेगा भाई। और इसलिए मेरा तो आग्रह है कि मेरा वक्तव्य पूरा होने के बाद आपके और चालू होगा, तो जब और सेशन चालू हो, आधा घंटा बोलो, आधा घंटा सामने वाले को बोलने दो। केवल यहां से भाषण होते रहेंगे तो कुछ निकलेंगे नहीं भाई। मैं मेरी सोच के अनुसार बोलता रहूंगा, सामने वाले की क्या डिमांड है और वो क्या चाहते हैं उसको हम प्राधान्य नहीं देंगे तो आउटपुट नहीं निकलेगा। आउटपुट हमें लाना है तो हमें हमारी कोर डिमांड को समझना होगा। हमें एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ाना है, मैं भाषण करता रहूं तो एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ जाएगा क्या? हमें हमारी पॉलिसी में रिफॉर्म करना पड़ेगा, हमें स्टडी करना पड़ेगा डिटेल की क्या हम एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं तो हमारी दिक्कतें क्या है। आज भी हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट, दुनिया की जीडीपी का एवरेज लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 9% है, और इंडिया की जीडीपी का, इंडिया की लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 14% है। यानी कि हमें यहाँ कुछ चीज मैन्युफैक्चर करके दुनिया में एक्सपोर्ट करें तो हम दुनिया में आज से पहले ही 5% महंगे हैं। तो 5% महंगे होने से 5% प्रॉफिट वाला कोई गुड्स हम एक्सपोर्ट कर ही नहीं सकते, क्योंकि हमें सस्टेन नहीं होगा। तो पहले वो कैसे सस्टेन हो, गति शक्ति उसमें से आया है। ये होलिस्टिक अप्रोच और होलिस्टिक वर्क कल्चर का नतीजा है। गति शक्ति क्या है? तो कि गति शक्ति क्या, केवल आज दिन क्या होता था, टूटक सोच। मैंने बोला कि टूटक और टोटल सोच, यही विशेषता आई है मोदी गवर्नमेंट की कि पहले रोड बनता था, केवल रोड बनता रहा, तो हमारा गुड्स पहले ट्रांसपोर्ट होता था रेल में, और रोड बनता रहा तो रेल और रोड दोनों में रोड का शेयर बढ़ गया। पहले रेल का शेयर ज्यादा था, ठीक है, चलो दोनों डेवलप हो, अच्छा है। दोनों डेवलप होने के बाद हमने उसको कनेक्ट कहां कहां करना चाहिए, कौन सी इंडस्ट्रीज क्लस्टर कहां होना चाहिए, रोड, रेल, हाईवे, वाटरवेज, उसको कैसे जोड़े, उसको जोड़ के हम हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट कम कर सकते हैं क्या? फॉर एग्जांपल, आपको साउथ में कोई गुड्स भेजना है दिल्ली से, तो यहां से वो कंडला या तो मुंद्रा पोर्ट बाय रेल चले जाए, वहां से बाय सी चले जाए साउथ में, जहां वो डंप हो, साउथ में जहां पोर्ट हो, वहां बाय सी गया, वहां से वहां लॉजिस्टिक पार्क हो, और लॉजिस्टिक पार्क का उपयोग करके आवश्यकता हो कि रिवरवे से चले जाए, वाटरवे से, इनलैंड वाटरवे से, तो इनलैंड वाटरवेज की सुविधा वहां से उपलब्ध हो। वहां से इंडस्ट्रीज तक पहुंचाने के लिए या तो कंज्यूमर तक पहुंचाने के लिए कौन सा लॉजिस्टिक की रिक्वायरमेंट होगी, ये लॉजिस्टिक की कनेक्टिविटी हो, तब जाके कुल मिला के गति शक्ति बनती है। तो गति शक्ति उसमें से आया हुआ एक प्रोजेक्ट है, एक विचार है, और इस तरह से होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट की ओर हम आगे बढ़ के देश को आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम प्रयास कर रहे हैं। उसमें हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज, यहाँ प्रभदास ने बहुत अच्छा बताया कि हमें 1 क्रैकर की रिक्वायरमेंट है 1 वर्ष में, हमारे आने वाले दिनों को देखते हुए। विजन आपका क्लियर होना चाहिए और लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए होना चाहिए। कभी त्रुटक सोचने से आज की रिक्वायरमेंट आप पूरी करने की कोशिश करेंगे तो कल समस्या होकर दूसरी रिक्वायरमेंट तो रिक्वायरमेंट रहेगी, लेकिन समस्या के रूप में आएगी। इस समस्या का समाधान आज से आपको देखना है तो लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना पड़ेगा। उसके लिए कितना हमें क्रैकर की आवश्यकता आने वाले दिनों में है, उसका प्लानिंग हम होलिस्टिकली कर रहे हैं। क्या ऑप्शन एनर्जी सोर्सेज का आ रहा है, उसके लिए 50 साल तक और 100 साल तक, मिनिमम 50 साल तक एनर्जी का रिसोर्स नए 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 डेवलप हो रहे हैं। कौन सी एनर्जी का शेयर कब कितना आगे बढ़ेगा उसके ऊपर सोच आज से होनी चाहिए। और जब कोई राइजिंग सेक्टर होता है, सनराइजिंग सेक्टर के समय में जब हम इस सेक्टर को पकड़ लेते हैं तो हम उसमें आगे निकल सकते हैं। जैसा ड्रोन, ये ड्रोन का विचार दुनिया के साथ इंडिया ने भी कर लिया, और ड्रोन का आज इंडिया में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, उसके लिए पीएलआई स्कीम निकाल दिया। ये भी करना होगा, क्योंकि ये सब 4 लाख करोड़ की पीएलआई स्कीम क्यों आई। अभी मैं सोच रहा हूं कि केमिकल्स में हम पीएलआई स्कीम कैसे लाए, उसके दिशा में हमने काम करना शुरू कर दिया। क्योंकि जब 1990 में ग्लोबलाइजेशन की बात आई और सारी दुनिया एक बात पर आई कि क्या हम दुनिया के लोगों का जीवन धोरण अप करने के लिए क्या करना चाहिए, तो कहा कि उसको अपनी जीवन जरूरी चीजें सस्ती मिलनी चाहिए, और सस्ती देने के लिए क्या करना चाहिए। तो उस समय से WTO आया, वर्ल्ड ट्रेड आया, ग्लोबल ट्रेड आया। जाओ दुनिया में जहां चाहे वहां सस्ता माल फेंको, बिजनेस करो। कई कंट्री ने, और ये मॉडल कई कंट्री डेवलप कर सकते हैं, हम नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि वी आर डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री। हमें लोगों को खाना भी देना है, हमें पॉवर्टी एलिवेशन भी करना है, हमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट भी करना है, हमें रिसर्च भी करना है, हमें देश के नागरिकों को प्राथमिक जरूरी चीजें भी उपलब्ध कराना है। और कई ऐसी कंट्री थी जिन्होंने अपनी कंट्री की रिसोर्सेज को एक सेक्टर में डाइवर्ट कर दिया और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इतना बढ़ा दिया, सारा दुनिया में डंप करना शुरू कर दिया। उसमें से अन्य देशों की इंडस्ट्रीज पर खतरा खड़ा हो गया, और आज 5-7 साल से हर कंट्री सोचने लगी कि तो हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज मर गई, बाहर से सस्ता माल डंप होने से हमारा मैन्युफैक्चरर्स अभी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग नहीं कर रहा है, वो इंपोर्ट करके यहां चला रहा है। इस स्थिति में आने के बाद फिर से दुनिया सोचने लगी कि नहीं भाई, आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर हमें आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। फिर हम आत्मनिर्भर, नॉट ओनली फॉर इंडिया बट एंटायर वर्ल्ड, सारी दुनिया आज ये रास्ते पे चलने लगी है। उसमें से पीएलआई स्कीम आई है। फिर हमने सोचा कि कौन से एपीआई, या तो हम कोई टेक्नोलॉजी बाहर से, ड्रोन या तो टेक्सटाइल, हमें दुनिया में एक्सपोर्ट करना है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करना है। तो हमारा इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट को, अवर गवर्नमेंट इज प्रो पुअर, प्रो फार्मर्स बट इंडस्ट्रीज फ्रेंडली गवर्नमेंट। हम समझते हैं कि राज्य को आगे बढ़ना है, देश को आगे बढ़ना है, तो इंडस्ट्रीज को मदद करनी चाहिए। और यही एक सशक्त नेतृत्व है जिन्होंने पहली बार रेड फोर्ट से बोला कि वेल्थ क्रिएटर का सम्मान करो। और यही लीडरशिप है जिन्होंने इस बजट में कहा कि शायद कोई हमारे इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट अपना टैक्स रिटर्न या तो टैक्स देना भूल जाए तो हम उसको चोर नहीं मानेंगे, 2 साल के लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी देंगे। हम मानेंगे कि वो भूल गए हैं, हम उसको चोर नहीं कहेंगे। ये हमारा वर्क कल्चर की विशेषता है। वी आर इंडस्ट्रीज फ्रेंडली। हम इंडस्ट्रीज, क्योंकि विदाउट इंडस्ट्रीज देश में 2 ही सेक्टर है, एक एग्रीकल्चर और दूसरा इंडस्ट्रीज। ये इंडस्ट्रीज सबसे ज्यादा रोजगार निर्माण करती है। देश के युवाओं को रोजगार देना है, देश की इकोसिस्टम को रोटेट करना है, देश $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी की ओर आगे ले जाना है, तो संपत्ति का सर्जन होना आवश्यक है। और इसलिए हम भाषण नहीं करते हैं, बजट में 7.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया 7.5 लाख करोड़ रुपीस हमने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है। जब ₹1 इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के पीछे यूज होता है तब एक साल में वो 10 टाइम घूमता है। 10 टाइम हमारी इकोनॉमी को बूस्ट करता है दोस्तों। और इसलिए ये होलिस्टिक अप्रोच के साथ काम करने का नतीजा ये आया, दुनिया की इकोनॉमी माइनस में है। डेवलप्ड कंट्री की इकोनॉमी आज वो निश्चित नहीं है कौन सी दिशा में जाएंगे, कितना % जीडीपी ग्रोथ से आगे बढ़ेगी। और सारे दुनिया की रेटिंग एजेंसी कहती है कि इंडिया का इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ अगले चालू वर्ष में 7 to 8 to 9% रहेगा, क्योंकि दुनिया मैप करती है। और आज तक दुनिया असेसमेंट करती थी, हम सुनते थे, दुनिया का डेटा आता था, हमें डेटा का एग्जाम्पल देश में दिया करते थे। मेरे यहाँ में हर दिन रिव्यू करता था कोविड में, तो हार्वर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी ने रिसर्च किया या तो ये एनालिसिस किया, उसके मुताबिक ये बढ़ेगा, कम होगा, ये होगा, ये होगा, वैक्सीनेटेड को ये इफेक्ट आएगी, अनवैक्सीनेटेड लोगों को कोविड की ये इफेक्ट रही। ये दुनिया का डेटा हमने बहुत पढ़ा दोस्तों। अभी आईसीएमआर डेटा निकालती है ना, दुनिया उसको पढ़ती है। इंडिया के आईसीएमआर ने ये कहा है, मेरी इंडस्ट्रीज, मेरे केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स इंडस्ट्रीज, उसका एसोसिएशन, उसकी जर्नल, जो जर्नल वर्नल छपती हो तो, ना छपती हो तो छपानी चाहिए। और इंडिया की केमिकल्स इंडस्ट्रीज क्या बोल रही है, ये डेटा के आधार पर दुनिया तय करे और कहे वहां बैठे हुए कि इंडिया की इंडस्ट्रीज ने ये बोला है। हमारे इंडियन फिक्की ने ये कहा है, इंडिया का फिक्की के केमिकल्स पेट्रोकेमिकल्स चैप्टर ने ये बात कही है। ये समय आने वाला है दोस्तों, इस दिशा में हमें आगे बढ़ना है। और इसलिए मेरा ये विचार था कि इंडस्ट्रीज, गवर्नमेंट, हमारे स्टूडेंट, हमारे एलुमनाइज, सब लोग साथ में जुड़ के एक ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग करें और उसमें एक्शनेबल पॉइंट लेके मेरे सामने आए। इस अपेक्षा के साथ आप सब लोगों को आज मिलने का निश्चय किया था। आप बड़ी संख्या में उपस्थित रहे हैं। मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है, पूरी अपेक्षा ये है कि आप जो ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग करके मेरे पास एक्शनेबल पॉइंट लेके आएंगे, हम अवश्य उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करके हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And we again rest assured, sir, ये एक पहला step है. After this, we will sit together and we'll come up with the vision and the roadmap for this skill sector along with CIPET, sir. So the Honorable Minister has highlighted the various important points that world has accepted and appreciated the India's COVID management program. With the support of government, industry, research, India has its own successful COVID vaccination program. It all happened due to R&D done together by industry and academia. The entire value chain of chemical and petrochemical should work in sync to identify the future skill requirement. Chemical and petrochemical sector has important role to play in achieving the 5 trillion economy. India's critical man requirement should be India's critical requirement should be manufactured in India, and that is the reason why the government of India has come up with the PLI scheme. Our logistic cost is pretty high, as already mentioned by the Honorable Minister, and that is the reason we have the Gati Shakti scheme. Government is also providing the support to the new and emerging area like drone through PLI. World has started moving from globalization to localization, and that's why Government of India and other important government are also giving focus to our own industry. And the important announcement made by the Finance Minister, the 7.5 crore rupees given by the government on infrastructure. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now, with this, I request Pravdas ji, our chairman, FICCI Petrochemical Committee, to kindly please provide the green certificate to the dignitaries. So, I request first to give to the Honorable Minister. Now, I request Kamal Nanavati ji to kindly please give it to the Honorable MOS. May I request to give to Secretary Sir, Secretary Ma'am. Kamal Nanavati ji, please. May I request Kamal Nanavati ji to also give the green certificate to Joint Secretary. And also to Director General CIPET, Professor Dr. Shishir Sinha. Green certificate is the green initiative of FICCI, wherein we plant trees on behalf of our guest. Instead of giving the bouquet, we plant tree on behalf of our guest. May I also request Kamal Nanati to give to Sri Rajesh Kumar Pathak ji, Secretary, Technology Development Board, Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. Now with this, I invite the person who again doesn't need any introduction in the industry. We call it the Godfather, Kamal Nanavati ji, the President CPMA. He has more than 50 years of experience in the industry. It's always a pleasure to listen to him. Kamal Nanavati ji, please.
I know I'm standing between you and much needed tea and coffee break, sir, so I'll make it very brief. But it was really indeed a very great pleasure to listen to each one of the dignitaries who spoke this morning and shared their views with us in this thing time. I took the liberty of giving concluding remarks by way of giving about 3 slides just to tell you that how badly we need this industry connect. What's our talent shortage? What is the one cracker a year demand that Pravdas ji put forward? India badly needs. What kind of demand is going to be on our youth who come out of the university? What kind of jobs there are going to wait for them? So, if there's permission, I'll show you that first. So, the talk is need to bridge the skill gap, and what we see here is that there is a surging young population in India. We all know about it. Population in the age group of 15 to 34 increased from 353 million to 430 million in 2011, and it's going to just continue to rise. Come 2023, the median age in India will be 28, well below that of 37 in China and the US. By 2036, the working age population will rise in the country. Do we have jobs for them? Industry 4.0 creating a requirement of skilled manpower in plastic processing industry. My talk is only confined to plastic processing industry. There are other industries also require young workers. Changing skill set in plastic processing industries. There is a need for smart machines. Sinha, you mentioned about it. Industry 4.0, microprocessor-based equipments, electrical machines, servo drivers, etc. Then we need sustainable products and innovative designing, standardization, 3D printing, CNC machines. CPET is already taking lead in this. Industry has to come join hands with CPET with so many centers around the country. Technology prospect for future, specialty additives, biopolymers, nanotechnology. We are sitting on a huge agro opportunity. Can we convert agro into really commandable, disposable materials that we do? New growth drivers in subsectors, catalysts, so many aspects are there that is going to require a huge amount of talent that industry is really going to require. And without people, we can't make this thing happen. So what is the additional manpower required from 2019-20 to 10 years time frame? We would find under the category of supervisory, maintenance, skilled operators, semi-skilled operators, we would need over 1 million people this time frame. That is the kind of requirement the industry is really going to call for. Are we ready? And that's really what the whole gap is at. And that is what industry cannot work unless people are there. And CPET and other institutes have to really make these people available to work and make the industry grow. With these thoughts in mind, the plastic industry, and which CPET is very much part of the Plastic India Foundation, joined hands with University of Massachusetts in Boston, the most leading university for plastic technology in the world. The campus, sir, is coming up in Vapi, and we would have the first batch of graduates, entering into in 4 years from now. That is the plan. Sir, what happened very interesting, we built 3 buildings, and then we found that we had to surrender the second center building because the bullet train has to pass through that. So after building the 3 buildings, sir, in the center building, we had to demolish it, and that's why it's delayed a few months. But that way, that problem has been addressed. We will have the program starting with the University of Massachusetts campus, and we welcome the industry to take huge advantage. We partner with CPET to make this a great campus in the country. So with this comment, sir, I would like to thank each one of you for being here today. Honorable Minister for Chemicals and Fertilizer, Honorable Minister for State for Sri Kubaji, our Secretary, who has just taken over, and we just had a very interesting session with her yesterday, and she took a lot of interest in understanding where we stand, what are our needs. Our Shri Pathak Saab, it was a pleasure listening to you, sir, today, and we believe we can do a lot together with Department of Science and Technology. Our Joint Secretary has been extremely supportive to all of us, and I know we have approached him so many number of times, and it'll be that. DG CPET, sir, you've just taken over, I believe, a lot of work ahead of us. My colleague Prabdas ji, and sir, one very interesting comment you made that this will be the first meeting, physical meeting that some of us must be attending, which is very true, sir. Last 2 years, by doing the virtual meeting, मेरे तो चश्मे के number भी बढ़ गए. So that is what has happened, sir. Anyway, sir, thank you all very much for this hearing, and I'd like to definitely request Manoj Mehta, who will be very kind to see that we have some cup of tea, etc. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With this, we conclude the inauguration session. Thank you very much, and we will join back for the technical session after the tea break. So may I request the speakers for the next session, Shri Langovan, Principal Director, SIPET, to kindly please come onto the dais. Dr. P. S. G. Krishnan, Principal Director, SIPET, kindly please come onto the dais. We have presentation, then Mr. J. Bosco, to kindly please come to the dais. Dr. P. S. G. Krishnan, and Carden Navneet Kaushik, Scientist, Department of Science and Technology Development, to kindly please come to the dais. Thank you very much. We have to also welcome all the people who are joining us online, different SIPET, different center at different locations. So next session is technical session 1, where the SIPET and Department of Science and Technology will be giving the presentation. So for the first presentation, I invite Mr. Elangovan, Principal Director, Purchase Civil and Technical Infrastructure, SIPET, on overview on SIPET. So before Mr. Langovan give the presentation, let me give brief about Mr. Langovan. He did his mechanical engineering from Bharatiya University, Trichy, and MTech in stress and vibration analysis from NIT Bhopal, having 33 years of experience in the plastic product, module development, prototype, flow analysis, and industrial consultancy. Presented and published about 25 papers in national and international conference, seminar, and various technical magazines. As a team member, team leader, executed the various technical consultancy industrial projects undertaken by SIPET for the industry in India and overseas. Recipient of National Award for Technology Innovation awarded by Government of India for the category of polymer in public healthcare. So over to you.
Thank you. Good morning all. I welcome one and all for this. Okay. Good morning all. I welcome one and all for this Industry Connect Meet 2022. Most of you are aware of the brand name SIPET, but the definition of the brand name is changed a few years back from Central Institute of Plastics Engineering and Technology to Central Institute of Petrochemicals Engineering and Technology. This is to enhance the opportunity and also to expand our horizon in supporting the petrochemical industries in addition to the plastic industries. The journey of SIPET started in the year 1968 with a one small center at Chennai with the name of Central Institute of Plastics Engineering and Tools. The main focus was to develop a skilled manpower for the tooling. This was a project supported by UNDP, set up by Government of India. Late President R. Venkatramanji has seeded this project. He was instrumental in bringing it to Chennai, and the project was started, and the main objective is to develop the highly skilled manpower only in the tooling area, because the idea is that was the time when the plastic is start entering into various applications of human life across the globe. So India wanted to have one of the niche area where this can also be potential for Indian population and also for the industries to grow. So in this way, this institute was started. So for few years, the institute was having a mandate to do a certificate program and diploma program in the area of tooling and plastics mold making, and only at Chennai. Then later on, it was expanded with 7 more centers at Ahmedabad, Hyderabad, Bhubaneswar, Mysore, Bhopal, Lucknow and Amritsar. So those days there is no AICT or NBA accreditation or no university affiliations we need. We are running a training program which was well recognized, and students are joining and industry is absorbing. It was going on because nobody is looking for any kind of a certificate or degree or recognized by any third party or anything, because industry were in need of the people, because industry was growing like anything, and this was going on. And we also ran the same program at all the 8 centers. But over a period of time, it was thought that we need to expand more to support more for the industries, because more and more growth of the industry is coming, but we need to ensure the quality of the products. So this was the time the new area of testing and quality control is introduced in SIPET, and we expanded our departments into testing department also, and this has created another avenue for SIPET, and also it supported the industries to ensure they are able to supply, they are able to make and supply the quality products. At the same time, the user industries, maybe a government departments in the infrastructure side or any other user industries, they are able to receive the quality product which are certified by a third party. So this is how SIPET has played a very key role in bringing up the quality of the products into the user and the industry point of view. So again, lot of industry interactions happen with the associations and industries. It is a continuous process, and we did with the Plast India Foundation, FICCI, IPI, CAI, IPMA, OPPI. Very few only we had put here. Lot many industries association we had an interaction, and time to time we used to get the feedback from them, and accordingly our curriculum and courses were also getting updated, and new courses were also got introduced. So with these interactions, with the petrochemical as one of the core area, the vision was defined as to become an apex institute of international repute in the field of petrochemicals engineering and technology, and ensure sustainable growth. With this vision, the missions were formulated to offer blend of specialized academic and skill development training programs in the field of petrochemicals engineering and technology in order to provide qualified human resources with entrepreneurship qualities for petrochemicals and allied industries, and also to provide technology support in the form of consultancy services in the field of design, tooling, plastics processing, testing and quality assurance, and inspection services to the petrochemical industries through a quality management system. And dedicated R&D wings on petrochemicals will develop new technology applications and handholding entrepreneurs by technology transfer, intellectual property, and knowledge base. So with this new mandate and mission, further the journey started, and the institute has been further refined as a Government of India institution for high-end academic programs in plastics and also in the petrochemical areas. The activities of the institute were broadly brought under 4 umbrellas. One is skill, second one is the technology, third is academics, and fourth one is research. And all the infrastructure and faculties were aligned to suit to the specific requirement of the industries. And today we have presence across the country with 8 IPTs, 30 CSTS, 3 SARs and 3 sub-centers, and 1 running PWMC, and 4 are in pipeline, and 3 more centers are also in the pipeline, and further few more centers also getting expanded as per the requirement of the industry and need of that particular region. The training provided at the CPET starts from the skill training program. This was our mandate from the day one. So these operator level programs cater to the shop floor level of the people, and also the diploma and post diploma courses which cater to the middle management, that is like executive managers, supervisors, and shift engineers. Earlier days, when our trainees joins in an industry, they join as an operator or a shift supervisor, and they grow as a supervisor or managers over a period of time. But now with a qualification, they are able to take up the industry at the middle management itself directly, and they are able to grow. And further, the graduate and postgraduate courses were introduced where they are able to take up the jobs like as senior executive directors and CEOs. We have the academic programs. It's in the PhD in polymer science and engineering, material science, plastics engineering, mechanical and materials, chemicals and petrochemical engineers. And also the UG and PG programs. It's at BTech and MTech level, and also the integrated MSc programs also available, mostly in plastics and manufacturing and petrochemicals areas, and biopolymer science and nanotechnology courses also available with us. And PG programs, we have CAD/CAM also in that PG programs, and we have PG diploma, post diploma, and diploma programs. One course caters for the mold making, and another one is on the plastic processing, and we have a specialized course for the design, that is plastic diploma in plastic mold design and technology, and we have a diploma in plastic technology course also. In the skilling side, we have again various courses aligned with NSQF. These machine operators of various streams like a pipe industry, for a film industry, blow molding, rotomolding industry, or recycling industry, thermoforming and woven sacks industry. We have different courses for different stream of industries. We also do the on-site training programs for these industries, also in testing and quality control and plastic materials and products. We have the courses on FRP products, plastic molds, advanced plastic molds, also the programming and operation course, which are very much in need in the mold making industries, that is CNC milling and CNC lathe. And in the maintenance side also we have the courses, and allied service we have few courses which are also absorbed by the industries. These trainees are getting absorbed by the industries. We have trained about 4.18 lakh students in the year 14 to 21. So we have 1.1 lakh and 1.2 lakhs for the next 2 years as a target. You've seen this alumni slide already. We have the presence across the globe. These people, whenever we visit the plastic exhibitions or any conference we visit, they used to meet us and they used to interact with us also. And whenever they visit India also, they used to visit the alma mater and have an interaction with the faculty members. The second area is the technology support. We do the technology support to various segments of industries: automobile, aerospace, agriculture, infrastructure, FMCG, specifically pipe industries, and medical applications, of course defense, telecommunication, and toys industries. And we support the industries to fulfill the Make in India dream of our Government of India. And all our centers are QMS certified, that is, and also the labs are NABL accredited and NABC certified also. All our infrastructure is modernized time to time as per the industry need. Again, we need to interact with the industries. Whenever our faculties visits exhibitions or interact with the new technology with the industries, they understand what is available in the newly in the market, what is the new technology, new machineries getting introduced, or what kind of new methods they are following, and accordingly we used to align our procurement plan so that in every area we have the latest technology available, and whenever the industry needs to introduce the technology, our faculty or our employee will be able to guide them and provide all the necessary informations, and also our trainees will be in a position to start working on those technologies from day one. This we could achieve based on the input given by the industries to modernize our various departments like processing and tool room and testing, CAD/CAM. You can name any software we will be having in the core segment area. So all these software we train the people, and lot of engineering service industries, they used to absorb our trainees, and again these people are working on site and off site across the globe. So in a similar line, we have introduced this biodegradation testing facility also, and this is the one of the only lab recognized by CPCB. We have the facility about 8 centers across currently working, and a few more centers are getting added. That's what I was saying, that continuously we are upgrading the infrastructure of CPET as per the industry requirement of the sector. So the number wise, the technology support services, we had crossed 88,000 last year, and the last 7 years we crossed 5 lakh numbers, and next 2 years and 1 lakh and 1,10,000 is the target what we had set ourselves. Again, during the COVID time also, we did a lot of technology support and QC works for the industries. Our inspectors used to go with the PPE kit and they used to carry out this work. The other area is the research, where our 3 dedicated SARP centers are there. One is at Chennai, ARSTPS, and second one is at Bhubaneswar, LARPAM, and third one is the new one, the APDDRL. It is in a separate campus, a huge one. So these 3 centers are nurturing the innovations in this field, and we are already initiated talks, and few base works were already done to expand this in the petrochemicals area also, and we welcome lot of input from all the industries to give the new areas or new problem areas where CPET can jointly work with them to solve or to bring new technologies and new innovations in that area. The infrastructure part in R&D, as our Secretary Madam was also mentioning, we have various 3D modelings. This particular one case just I took where we have a specialized materials in which you can make titanium, cobalt and other material also, the high-end materials, which we can use directly for aerospace applications also, and also these can be used in like a dental also directly these parts can be used. On the material side also we have high-end equipments and TEM, SEM and name any kind of equipment which is used in the R&D segment of the plastics, we have it in-house. This we could bring in based on the enriched interface with the industry association, and we are sure that further days to come also we will get a similar support, and lot of input is needed at this juncture. At every stage CPET transformed from tooling to quality control to the high-end training programs. Now we are into the petrochemicals. This is the time we need lot of more inputs so that we get a defined path and defined targets so that we can move ahead along with the industry, so that industry can also grow and along with that CPET can also grow. So with a new dimension and the sustainability approach, we support all the programs of Government of India like Make in India, Stand Up India, Startup India, Skill India and Swachh Bharat and Digital India through various means which our Director General has already told about the Industry Connect, Alumni Connect, Tinkering Labs, Innovation and Incubation, Startup with the Industries, Building Social Network and International Conferences and Entrepreneurship Assistance. So with that I will conclude my talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ilangovan. And if anyone in the audience would like to interact Mr. Ilangovan regarding the technical infrastructures of CPET, they may interact. Now, next speaker is again my colleague Dr. P.S.G. Krishnan. He is the Principal Director Technical Support Services, and he'll have a word on the Technology Support Services and Research and Development. And Dr. P.S.G. Krishnan did his MTech and PhD from Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Is currently working as Principal Director Technical Support Service and Business Development in CPET Head Office, Chennai. Prior to joining CPET as Chief Manager Technical in 2010, he was working as a Joint General Manager R&D in Futura Polyesters Limited, Chennai from 2005 to 2010. Earlier, he worked as a research scientist in Institute of Material Research and Engineering, Singapore for 6 years. He is also nominated as adjunct professor in Durban University of Technology, South Africa. His area of research is biopolymer, polyamides, POS, nanocomposites and acrylates. He has about 50 research publications, 6 book chapters, 5 Indian patents and 1 US patent to his credit. His biography is listed in Marcus Who's Who in the World and Marcus Who's Who in Science and Technology. Now, please welcome Dr. P.S.G. Krishnan.
Thank you for giving a nice introduction. Very good afternoon to all of you. That I will be today talking about what CPET can do to industries with respect to the technology support services. CPET works under the concept of STAR, where S stands for skilling and T for the technology support services, and A for academics and R for research. I will be concentrating, this talk will be mainly on the technology support services. If anybody comes to CPET with any problem, then CPET can help it, because we are having a design lab where we can do the designing, then we are having tool room, from the design we can do the tooling, then we are having a processing unit wherein the machines are all industrial scale. so that we can do the production also. Then afterwards we are having an NABL accredited lab, testing lab, where the product can be tested. And finally the person can go with the product manufactured, tested, certified product, he can go away. Therefore everything you will get it in a single step. We are having a complete facilities. And then we are also regularly doing the consultancy services, and we also work for the application development, and few labs are involved in the calibrations, and we are also part of the standardizations of the various standards. NABL accreditations, we got it. We are having so far we are having 23 labs having an NABL accreditations, and then for calibrations we are having 2 labs are already having NABL accreditations for calibrations, and the third one we are planning to get it for the Ahmedabad center. And BA's recognizations we are having for 19 labs, and the rest is in the process. And these NABL accreditations is for mainly for the mechanical testing, electrical testings and chemical testing. The Chennai center is having, apart from these 3, biological also. And then we have done, I just showcase few of the developments which we did it. This is for the defense. We developed the impeller for the indigenous engine, which we did for the HAL. And then another one which we developed a magazine. We developed the mold as well as we made the product. And then this is the case magazine for the AMOG weapon. Therefore earlier it used to be in the metal. We replaced with the plastic so that the soldiers can go with the lightweight weapons. And apart from that, we also did for the another magazine assembly we did it. This we did for the rifle factory Ichapur, which is for the Gatak. That is also we made it. These are the things which we developed it. Apart from that, we also did for mines for ordnance factory Dum Dum. I am just giving some few of the cases which we did it for the defense applications. And then space, for the Chandrayaan project, we did some of the components, very precise requirements is needed for these components, and these components were done by our tool room. And then the Terafil filter, this is the one filter which was developed and it is widely used. If you see the eastern part of the country, you will have a lot of iron contaminations. And therefore this is the one filter which removes all these irons. This is not suitable for arsenic and fluoride, but this is capable of removing the iron particles. Earlier days you used to have a white clay filters, but that used to, what will happen that maybe 20 years before you might have seen all the white clay filters, but what happens over a period of time, it gets clogged. Whereas in this case there won't be any clogging. You have to just to scrub it off, then afterwards you can reuse it. Therefore you can use it for a multiple times. We are in fact developed this works on a gravity based process. Therefore there is no requirement for any electricity, just by gravity it works. And many of the industries under their CSR scheme, they approach CIPET, and then we are giving it at a very nominal cost. Mainly many of the Anganwadis, they are doing it. This works very well in the eastern part of the country where there is a lot of iron contaminations in the water. And this is what Secretary Madam also told. The CIPET at the time of pandemic, we were not having any of the PPE kits, PPE items, and CIPET rose to the occasions, and then we developed some of the products, especially the face shield, as well as face shield, some of the things which we did it, as well as the hand sanitizer which we have done it. We did it for the MSMEs. And then another one, in collaboration with the IOCL, we made anti-COVID hand tool. We made the mold as well as the product. This is the one hand tool which works for everything. Whether you want to open the door knobs, door handles, or if you want to use the office drawers, almirahs, it was designed in such a way that if you have these things, it can works very well for all kinds of doors, knobs, handles, even lifts, everything you can do that. And these are the medical devices which we do the testing, the syringes, copper T, the salines, blood bags, and then IV set, condom testing, everything we are doing it.
This is for that we are having the facilities. This we are doing it for the health department. And this is the one facilities which we recently created in the ARSTPS, mainly for the sandwich composite structures. Apart from that, the various medical devices also can be tested. For that also we are having an NABL accreditation. This is the biogradations. This thing, CIPET is the only lab having the facility to do the composting testings, and it is the only approved lab. We are doing it, and then apart from that, the PPE kit test facilities was not there when the pandemic started, and then two of our labs, especially the Lucknow and Bhubaneswar, they got NABL accreditations for doing the PPE kit testings. They are doing that. And nowadays, the lot of people, they want to know about the compostability testings. The 9 labs in CIPET can do that one. They will be able to do a test protocol. There are different stages of that. First, it has to disintegrate during composting. At the end of the 12 weeks, it has to get into a disintegrated. Later on, this disintegrated is put in the industrial composting facilities, and we see the evolutions of the carbon dioxide. And once it reaches 90% or more, within a time frame of 6 months, you can consider that it undergoes the aerobic composting degradations. This is what we will do that. And the another stage is that after doing all the facilities, you cannot come to a conclusion. So why I am saying that? Because after the industrial composting, even if it degrades, finally it should not leach out any toxic elements, so that the plant will not grow. Therefore, we do that whether the plant grows in the compost, and then there should be 90% of the seed germinations should take place. Apart from that, the earthworm also, we will see that whether the earthworm is capable of surviving, is capable of multiplying, is capable of having the enough requirement that 90% of the earthworm also has to survive. All these things will do that. Apart from that, we take that compost and see that is there any heavy elements are leached out. If it passes all these stages, then only we can certify that it is capable of undergoing a composting under the aerobic conditions. The first, it's a very 7 months minimum. Even if I start a test today, it takes 7 months period. Then only we can come to a conclusions. Such a very rigorous test, and we are doing it. And lot of industries nowadays, due to the new plastic waste management amendment rule, they are interested, and we can do that one. We are having the facilities. These were some of the samples we tested at CIPET, and they were found satisfactory, compliance to the compostability standards, whether it is a carry bags, some of the tablewares and baggage based cutleries, and then some of the compostable straws, paper cups coated with aqueous dispersion, these things, sanitary pads. These are the things which we came and then we tested, and then we certified it. And these are the testing facilities which I was telling that. In a pan-India presence, we are having the composting testing facilities. There are 9 labs is there. One CST's lab in Aurangabad is having it. All the 3 R&D centers, they were having it. And then we are having 5 IPT centers. They are also having the composting facilities. So these facilities are available. Therefore, anybody needs the composting testing, they can approach any one of these labs. And another one, people nowadays, they also want to know more about what is oxobiodegradation. This is nothing but an additive which is put into the polyolefins, and then they make into a oxobiodegradable. This we can do the testings, but it contains 3 stages. First, it is exposed it, and then to see that whether the photodegradation takes place, and there is a molecular weight reductions. In the second stage, we see that how the aerobic biodegradation takes place, aerobic or anaerobic, and finally we see the toxicity. Therefore, these 3 stages has to pass through. First of all, it has to undergo photodegradations, and then later on it has to undergo the biodegradations, and the third part, as I told earlier, there should not be leach out of any toxicity. Unless if these 3 stages passes, we cannot certify it as an oxobiodegradable. So far we were involved in the plastic testing. Yeah, recently we have started the metallic pipe testing in the Lucknow center, in which we can do for the ductile iron pipes as well as for the steel tubes and all. We can do that. The enable accreditations is under process, so that even the metallic pipes we can do the testing. And then the toys. Now everybody wants to get into the toys, but unfortunately so far we were not doing any of the toy testing facilities, and we are starting in the case of Lucknow as well as in the Aurangabad, because if you see the toy market, it is much more in the western part of the country as well as in the northern part. Therefore we are it is in the stage. We are already in the process of establishing a plastic toy testing facilities in Lucknow as well as Aurangabad. And calibrations, which I was telling, that currently we are having in 2 centers, one in Lucknow as well as in Bhubaneswar, where we can do the calibrations for dimensions, the force and hardness, the mass, weight scales, pressures, we can do that, thermal calibrations, optical as well as the electrical calibrations, this we can do that. We have done for some of the major customers, whether it is a railway or a defense ordnance or a Aldia Petrochemicals, which we are doing it. The third one we are planning to do it in Ahmedabad. And the CIPET is a type A inspection body. We started in the year inspection in the year 2018, and initially we were doing for the plastic products, and then later on in the year 2016 we went for the metallic products. Now we can do for the document verifications, because some of the PSUs, when you apply for any tender process, they need some document verifications. That also CIPET can do that certifications, verifications, they can do that. And another one, the PVC and cross-linked polyethylene power cables inspection, we are going to start. Already our inspectors, they have undergone a very rigorous training these things, and shortly we are opening up the inspection of the PVC as well as the cross-linked polyethylene cables. And so far we are having 140 inspectors, therefore we are having enough number of inspectors throughout the country, and 31 centers they are involved in, and all the center heads, they are the nodal officers. These are the number of inspectors available for the plastic pipes and products, 140, and for metallic pipes for 25, and document verifications right now it's not much, it's only 2, and then we are having 53 NABCP scope. Therefore we have a pan-India presence of the inspectors. Therefore we can do the inspections. A lot of the state governments, they approach us for doing the both the pre-delivery as post-delivery inspections, that we do that. These are the list. I don't want to read word by word. These are the PVC pipes which we can do that. This is the part of the, it is already included in our accreditations under 14B. PVC fittings, PVC hose, plastic films, bamboo mats, and then woven sacks, and then these are the metals. These are the list I am giving it, which we can do the inspection under these standards. And if you see the product, these things, 48% of the HDPE pipes we do the inspections, and 25% for the PVC, and 12 for metallics, and the rest are all very, very minor one. This is the breakup. These are third party inspections. Whether it is a pandemic or not, our inspectors, they go and do the inspections, so that the timely inspection is being done, so that the product moves from the industries. This is just a photograph which I am saying that how they were doing it for the PVC and then HDPE. Dimensional measurements, they were taking it from the site for the rotational molded water tanks, MDP pipes, and the electrical pipe conduits. And then these are the, which I was telling, the pre-delivery inspections. Post-delivery inspection also we do that. When we go to the site where the project is being implemented, and we draw the samples along with the presence of the government officials, and then those samples will be tested in our labs. This is the photographs which we did for the micro irrigation system components for the horticulture department, and then this is for the oven sacks which we did for the Madhya Pradesh. So for these type of post delivery inspection also we do that. And some of the new initiatives I would like to do that. For the Election Commission of India, the CIPET in fact designed the VVT carry case, and then we made the mold, and then we make the we are the one which involved it, and then we also part of the standard which we created for those type of carry cases. And then nowadays we are involving in the inspections. Nowadays these are all produced by the industries that we are doing it, and then we are also doing the testing and evaluations of the PAN and other cards, and then we do the protective shield which is used by the police and paramilitary forces, and then we do the technical capacity verifications for the ordnance factory also, which we do that. These are some of the initiatives for these things. Thank you very much for your patience hearing, and if you have any queries or anything I would like to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnan, and it was a very informative presentation regarding the various facilities and services being offered by the CPET, and this is a major, contributes a major chunk of CPET revenue. Now I invite next speaker, again my colleague at CPET headquarters, Mr. J. Bosco. Mr. Bosco is working as a joint director at CPET head office, Chennai, and he is responsible for academics and skill development department and for providing the employment to the student. He is having more than 20 years of experience in teaching as well as technical services, and he was awarded as with Dronacharya Award by GAIL India Limited for skill activities. Welcome, Mr. Bosco.
Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Bosco will speak on academics and skilling.
Thank you, sir. Respected Director General, my dear colleagues on the dais, and the industry representatives and different plastics manufacturers, petrochemical manufacturer associations. Very good afternoon to everybody. Thank you very much. You have specially come here across the country to attend this session. We are very much thankful to you. CPET Star Institute, skilling, technology support services, academic activities and research activities under one umbrella. These are all our credentials. With the support of our administrative ministry, the infrastructures like buildings, equipments, machineries have been time to time upgraded. All our diploma level degree engineering programs are approved by All India Council for Technical Education. In the beginning it was not mandate. Over a period of time, evaluation of education, it is a mandate that academic programs, engineering activities should be approved by All India Council for Technical Education. Accordingly, CPET has enhanced its activities, and accordingly we got the approvals from the government agencies. The main academic activities we are categorized into three sectors. First two category is skilling activities, that is NSQF aligned and National Skill Qualification Committee approved programs from the level 1 to level 4 programs. Under category 2, diploma level programs where diploma, post-diploma and postgraduate diploma programs. Then category 3, undergraduate, postgraduate and PhD programs. This 50+ experience is possible because of the support of our Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers as well as with the support of the industries. Why I said specifically industries? These curriculums, CPET curriculums, either it is skilling or diploma or degree engineering, wherever our syllabuses are reviewed every year, that is done with the support of the prominent industries and associations. For example, skilling activities with the support of IPMA, Hitan Bedaji, former president, we worked together to get all our qualifications. So far, SIPET is having 37 qualifications. All these qualifications are national skill qualification frameworks, and it is approved because it is purely with the support of department as well as from the support of the industries, active participation. Our presence, our faculties are across the country, 45 locations. We have more than thousands of faculties, experienced faculties as per the ACT mandate qualifications and experience. Excellent placement records. In the past few presentations, you must have seen the technology support services, which is the biggest advantage for SIPET students, where the SIPET laboratories are NABL accredited laboratories, where our SIPET students are putting their hands and working on the machineries. Parallelly, the machineries, the infrastructure you have seen in the past, like molding machine, blow molding machine, these machines we are providing support to the industries through the technology support services. Our students are visually watching how the machines are functioning in the beginning stage, in the first year of education. Then the second year, they are being allowed to operate those heavy capacity machineries. This is the advantage that at the end of third year or fourth year program, industry comes, conducts the campus interview and recruits them. Upon recruitment, the next day they are a cooked food for the industry. No further training is required at the shop floor. These SIPET shop floor trained students are immediately operating the machineries at the industry shop floor. This is what the placement rate is more than 80%, and their remunerations are at par with the industries. As we said, in the diploma level programs, we are diploma in plastics technology, conducting diploma in plastics mold technology, then post-diploma in plastics mold design with CAD/CAM assistance, postgraduate diploma in plastics processing and testing, that is PGD PPT, undergraduate, that is B.Tech plastics manufacturing engineering, which are ME M.Tech and MSc polymer science, integrated MSc programs, MS by research and PhD program. These programs are offered at our IPT centers, Institute of Petrochemical Technologies. And the universities are the awarding bodies as per the mandate. These degrees are awarded by the state educational universities. These are all our IPT campuses where our UG, PG, PhD programs are conducting, and UGC approved programs. These are all our intakes. Every year more than 6,000 students are trained. Across the states, in the as of now 30 locations we are offering the diploma level programs, and 8 locations we are offering UG, PG programs, and 3 centers, R&D centers, we are offering PhD programs. And 5 SIPET centers have got the NBA, National Board of Accreditation, recently, and other centers are under pipeline now. We advertise being government agency, a meritorious scheme will be, procedure is following up. These admission process are advertised in the legal notice given in the regional level newspapers. And for the forthcoming academic year 22-23, tomorrow on national level we are publishing an advertisement for wide publicity, social media. All our advertisements are publishing. Some of you promotional activities with the support of local state governments. For recently, with the support of our JSR, we have approached all Kendriya Vidyalaya Sankatan schools. More than 1,000 schools we are connecting for this academic year, and conducting webinars for wide publicity of our UG, PG diploma level programs. This entrance test will be an all India basis, online based, computer based examinations for our diploma level programs. This is the infrastructures where our student faculty interactions. This is our shop floor. You must have seen few more photographs in the technology support services. This is what the main advantage, where the students have got the practical exposures. An industrial setup or industry, because we have conducted a feedback why the students are discontinuing after joining the job. So we have during the course of study, we emphasized the student and followed a shift basis system, so that the student cannot face any difficulties when the industries are running shift based system. Golden Jubilee celebrations and interactive sessions. We conduct across the country, all CPET centers having a placement officer. They are contacting the prominent regular recruiters at the respective states. Pre-placement activities, personality development activities have been taken up. Some of you placement activities, we are conducting campus interviews, inviting prominent industries or regular industries, conducting mock group discussions, seminars, workshops, and industry related topics, industry interface, interactions. Some of your placement activities, on campus and off campus activities are taken up. This is what this is again a support from the industry, that on an average 85 and above % of trainees were placed. This is the glimpse of a package level, where diploma level students are getting 3.2 lakhs per annum, up to 12 lakhs per annum undergraduate, postgraduate students. Some of few prominent recruiters, they are again regular recruiters. We have a concept that college to corporate, that upon successful completion of the diploma level, degree level program, after awarding us certificates, these are all photographs where the CPET students are working at the industries. We regularly conduct this follow-up college to corporate concepts. Next, skill development. The Prime Minister साहब 15 जुलाई 2015 में स्किल इंडिया मिशन को लॉन्च किया है. उसमें से हम लोग जुड़ा हुआ है. ऑल दी एग्जिस्टिंग, हम पहले से ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम कंडक्ट करते थे, उसको एज पर द मैंडेट ऑफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप हम उसको NSQF नेशनल स्किल क्वालिफिकेशन फ्रेमवर्क मैंडेट था. Accordingly, we have skill development, we have 4 levels, level 1, level 2, level 3 and level 4. These curriculums are up to date and industry driven curriculums, like machine operators, assistant machine operators, assistants and helpers. That machine operator, plastics processing, injection molding is having a huge demand. Here we can say the 100% placements, because at the end of completion of the training, our entire students have been absorbed. Again, these programs are targeted for the underprivileged and unemployed youths. As it is underprivileged, then it is supported by the different government departments as well as few private agencies. These are all the 37 courses, NSQF aligned CPETS courses. From head office side, we are supporting interlinking the institute as well as the industries. Few mobilization activities of skilling students. We are reaching the unreached or underreached people, underprivileged, unemployed youths with a system, and a selection committee we constitute to select the meritorious as well as needy candidates. Again, selection committee which includes the industry representatives, they will also observe, yes, after completion this trainee will be continue the job at the relevant industries. Some of you training kits, safety kits we are providing to our students. So our classes, practical demonstrations at the shop floors, industrial visit. This is again we take our students, skill training students to the industries and show them this is the factory where you are going to work. Otherwise, sometimes they will discontinue their job. In order to avoid the discontinuity during the course of study, we take the trainees to the nearest where they are going to work at the industry. We showcase them. They will also feel this is the environment where they are going to continue their employments, by which we got the less number of discontinuity from the jobs. And now, due to COVID, we have conducted a virtual meeting, virtual conferences for the placement procedures. And again, it is reviewed by the different government, private departments, interactions with the trainees. And it is a continuous assessment process. At the end of the training program, an assessor will assess the candidates and award the certificates. Validatory function, it's a course completion programs. We invite the nearest industries and industries department officials will hand it over the course completion certificates. Some of few photographs where our skill trainees are working at the industries. CPET got the award for the best skill training provider from the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment for serving for the unemployed, underprivileged, deprived populations. So CPET students participating in the national level training activities and got the medals. Recently, our Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated our CPET center and tweet the need of skilling in plastics and petrochemical sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Basko.
Sir.
And in case audience wish to pose any question regarding this skilling and academics pertaining to the CPET. So, thank you, Mr. Basko.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is again Dr. P.S.G. Krishnan. He will speak about the support in the field of R&D, and there is no need to repeat his introduction again. So, Mr. Krishnan.
I will be talking about what CPET can do to industries in terms of R&D. That part I will be doing that, and as well as what CPET can do as well as help for the startups. It is your lunch time. I hope I will not bore you. I will make it somewhat interesting and short. We have 3 schools for the R&D work, one in Chennai and one in Bhubaneswar and Bengaluru. The Chennai and Bhubaneswar, they are the from the existing CPET centers, whereas the Bengaluru one is the totally and exclusively R&D as well as the new center which was created. And then you can visit any one of these R&D centers whenever you have the time. We are always there to help you out. And then we work both on the materials as well as on the products. The materials we work, whether it is a nano composites or it's a biopolymers or conducting polymers or e-waste recycling or some of the coatings, as well as on the product design. As Secretary Madam was informing that we are having a very good 3D printing facilities, and with that we can do the product designing as well as we do reverse engineering, and then the product validation also we do that. And these are the various areas we work for all kinds of applications, whether it is for the agriculture or for a packaging or for healthcare or for the automobiles. Just some of the things which we are currently working on, I will just tell you that this is the one which we are developing a materials for the railway sleepers. Here what we do that, here we are doing a rigid extrusion process for getting an high dimensional facilities, that is the requirement, and then we use some of the reinforced material. This work is we do for the railway sleepers, mainly with the engineering plastic with the reinforcement. Another one which we are doing for the Manali petrochemicals, wherein we are developing a PVC compound for a medical tubing. Therefore, there is no presence of any of the toxic materials will be there in the formulations, and you will get a very transparent one which we do that, and it's for the indigenous development. And this is the one is a fire retardant polymers for the building and constructions, which we are working for the Bengaluru firm. This one, and another one is a nanoclay reinforced polyolefin films, which we are doing for the Tata Chemicals. This is also one. These are the works is going on, and these are some of the one which we developed it, as well as we have filed the patents. This is for the hospital waste management. Usually when they do the any sharp things they want to dispose it, usually it will get contaminated and we have a problem in disposing them. Therefore, this is the container which we have developed it, wherein you can safely dispose it, you can safely decontaminate before disposing it off, and then it is also having a sensor based. This we have developed it is and we have also filed a patent. It was funded by the waste management technology as well as by the DST. And this we have done it in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Science. We made biomaterials for orthopedic as well as for the dental applications. This also we filed the patent. And another one is the development of bioasperic lenses for the indirect ophthalmology. That we have done, and another one for the Kochi. These things we have developed an indigenous development of directional sonopy. This is the one which they drop it from the sky, so that it can precisely, if you want to place your some of the electronic devices in the oceans, that you can do that. For that we have developed it with the Kochi Naval Lab under Make in India. And another one we have done some of the things for the IG car Kalpakam. Here this is the bed which contains no metals, and it is a non-magnetic, it is a patient beds for the encephalography that we have done it. And another one is the sensory array helmet, also we did it by means of a 3D printing, wherein you can put the sensory helmets. This is the one to see the brain, how it works throughout the day during sleeping time and what problems may come. Those things we are doing that. Apart from that, also we developed an indigenous bubble detector for finding out the neutron dose received by any of the employee. This is the one which we did solar panels. Usually you see the solar panels will be put on the lands, but this is the one will be a floating one. Therefore, you can put on any of the water bodies like lakes and ponds. So these panels will be floating. The advantage of this that the water evaporation is minimized, and your land requirement also, you are making use of the water bodies space instead of occupying the land, because today in real estate the land cost is very high. Instead of putting it on them, you are putting it on the reservoir, water reservoir. It is not suitable for the floating water. It's for the stagnant water. You put those things, and apart from that, the water evaporation is minimizing it. Apart from that, you get more solar energy is also much more yield you are getting it. This we have done it with the NTPC. We have filed a patent, and then the product has been already validated, and we are going in a larger scale. That is one thing. The second stage of these things, now what we are planning or working on that, putting the solar panels in the high altitudes like the Ladakh regions. For that we are working on that. We have already got funding. Therefore, after seeing the success, we got it. Therefore, these solar panels will be put in high altitude regions like Ladakh, so that where there is an extreme temperatures, both the sub-zero is also there, and then it's a very temperature, both extremes will be exposed it. For that currently the work is going on. Whereas this one floating solar panel has been already done, and it has been validated, and it has been established in Kerala, Kodiyankulam it has been established, and we have also done it in the Gujarat also we have done it, which gives about 800 megawatts power. We have already done in these two places. Now they are planning to do it in more spaces, more places. And this is the one which we did for the MSMEs foam, because nowadays what happens that you cannot use HFCs, hydrofluorocarbons. Therefore, you have to look for a non-HFC items. Therefore, this was developed by us. Therefore, a new formulation was developed wherein there is no need to go for an hydrofluorocarbons. This is what we have done it, which we are giving it to MSMEs, and more than 100 MSMEs they got benefited. This was funded by UNDP. This works very well for various applications, whether it is for a thermoform or a refrigerations or for the automotives. This is the foam which you are making it without the using of hydrofluorocarbons. Earlier they used to do that. That gives the ozone depletions. Therefore, nowadays you have to move away from those chemicals. And another one, this we have done it for the NTPC Kanya, which we have done it. It's the ion separation gravels, wherein you are able to remove some of the toxic ions from the effluent, which we have developed it. And another one, e-waste. If you see the electronic waste, people used to burn the plastic and take the precious metals. That's what you see in the countryside. What they do, that they burn the electronic waste, so that the plastic burns away, and then they take the precious metals and they make money out of that. That creates a pollution to the air. Therefore, instead of doing that, what we have come out with the technology, that you remove those plastics and you put some certain additives and make some value added components. Therefore, that prevents the air pollution. At the same time, you are making use of the plastic which is present in the electronic components and make some value added components, which we have already done it. Any industries, if they are interested for any technologies, this thing transfer, we are always ready to do that. And then this patent has been already filed, and then we also got the grant for this thing. And these are some of the things which is under progress. One is the light emitting polymer for pathogen reductions, that we are doing it, and another one for the optoelectronic devices. And the third one is the root trainers. Instead of the non-biodegradable material, you go for a root trainer, which is a biodegradable, compostable one. Therefore, that prevents the presence of the plastics in that one. Therefore, this type of root trainers we are working on it, which will be made as a biocompostable one. It's something like a mulch film, but here it will be a root trainer. And some of the international tie-ups we have done it. This is the Indian-Mexico one. This is the UV resistant coating we have developed and designed it. And another one which we did a collaborations with the Boeing, and we made the end-capped polyimides, which we have developed it, which gives a very high thermal stability. Polyimides are known for very high thermal stability, which we have developed it. Sorry. And the other one, I think it is not in the display mode. Yeah. Another one is the one which we have done it for the Germany, wherein we do for the high energy supercapacitor, that we are doing it. The other one is for the Norwegian Institute, Inopal. We are working on that, mainly on the microplastics, how to analyze it, as well as the characterizations, that we are working on that. That work is also going on. And as the Secretary Madam was telling it, SIPET helps the startups, apart from allowing our facilities, whether it's processing facilities and all for using of the startups, as well as for the entrepreneurs. Now we have come out with the Innovex Labs. We have established in 2 places, one in Chennai and another one in the Bhubaneswar, where we provide the office space to the startups. Like similar to IIT, we provide the office space to the startups in our lab, Innovex Labs. Therein they pay very nominal charge, and then they make use of our characterization facilities. We are having a very good state-of-art equipments in our R&D labs. Therefore, they get office space also. At the same time, they have a very access to our characterization facilities, and they can interact with our scientists also, which we are doing it. For Bhubaneswar, it was funded by our department, for our administrative ministry, that is known as Center for Technology and Entrepreneurship Facilitations. They mainly work on healthcare and agriculture. They work on making a compostable female hygiene pads. That is one of the things they are working on that. And then the Chennai is working for the lightweighting technology for the automotive and the aerospace things. Therefore, these 2 Innovex Labs already we have established, and any entrepreneurs or any startups, if they want to make use of our facilities, they are most welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Krishnan.
Yeah. No, the patent is granted in our name. Therefore, if anybody wants it, we will be able to transfer that technology to it because we have put and then we have the granted patent with us. It is in our name. So that if you want the technology, we can tell that, okay, this is the technology and what is the commercial for that, that can be negotiated and we can finalize it and then we will give those details to you. That e-waste, the patent is already granted. That details I have already given it. So for instead of burning the plastic, you make use of some value added products. That is the one thing which do that, because commonly people, they burn it. The common man burn the plastic and they take the precious metals. The rest and all he is not interested. But that gives a bad name to the plastics. Therefore, that you are avoiding it, and then you make use of those plastics and make some value added products. Some of the products which I have shown it, that we have already made with that, because that contains most of the engineering plastics will be there. In the electronic components, especially the ABS, polycarbonates and all will be there. And it is not wise to burn it because they are all very expensive materials. You put some certain ingredients and make it some more value added products also you can make it. Therefore, you are making use of those engineering plastics instead of burning it, you are making use of that.
Dr. Krishnan, I have a question.
Yeah, please.
Any initiative in the space of wood, plastic, composites? Because that's something which is coming up in a big way, globally, even in India. So any initiative, research-based initiative? Another one is, as you have mentioned, plastics for the floating solar panels. Any initiative for the blades of wind turbines being plastic?
The wind turbine blades, they are usually make a fiber reinforced thermosets. That is what they are currently they are using it. We have not thought about, you are thinking that instead of going for a thermoset, you want that something on a thermoplastics. Yeah, that's what currently they are using it. Especially the thermosets, epoxy thermosets with the glass fiber reinforced, which for the turbine blades they are doing it. So far we are not working on that. We are planning to work on recycling such type of wind turbine blades, because the wind turbine blades now will come to the as a scrap, because now the lifetime will end, because earlier days the lifetime was there. Now maybe after 5 years or so you will get a lot of wind turbine blades will come to your scrap, will come as a waste. Therefore now it is wise time to look for how that can be recycled. That is one thing we can planning to that. And another question about the wood plastic composites. So far we are not working on that, but if anybody is interested, we are ready to do that based on our expertise in terms of the technical infrastructures as well as our scientist background. We are always ready to do that. If you are interested, please let me know. I will tie up with the concerned scientist so that that work can be taken up.
Good afternoon, sir.
No, the startups are funded by the governments. Nowadays, the state governments also, they are giving it, apart from the central government. Otherwise, sometimes the bank also, based on your project, they are ready to give us as a loan. Some students, they got a loan. Some startups, they got a loan. Maybe a nominal amount, mainly to see the concept, and after proof of the concept, the bank may be ready to give more money. Yeah, therefore that is also there.
So one last question, please. Then we can discuss in the business networking lunch.
Can I have a last question?
Yeah, sure.
How do you communicate that these technologies are available to the industry?
Now we are upgrading it in our website, so that informations we are
I am answering it. Nowadays, I mean, first thing is that augmenting all what are the facilities and other technologies available across India, and then with the help of various workshop, industry connect programs, e-modes, etc., we will translate this thing to the industry and will pass on the things. So we are moving in this direction. So that's why, I mean, I request you that to keep an eye over the website. So
Sir, can I have one question of patents again? One question of patents.
Yes, please.
Thank
One
you, sir.
last question because we are running short of time.
I have so many questions, I'll come personally, but for on patents, sir, as you said, you have already given patent technology for e-waste. So is it exclusive?
No, the technology is available. We have not sold it. We have the granted patent with us. We have made the products, and if you are interested, we can transfer to anyone.
Okay, is it on exclusive basis or not?
No, that can be discussed. If you want exclusively, that can be given it.
Thank you.
Anyhow, that has to be discussed.
For other questions, I'll come personally to you. Thank
yeah, you. It cannot be discussed in an open forum.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Krishnan. And our next speaker is Commander Navneet Kaushik, Scientist, Department of Science and Technology, Technology Development Board. Now, Commander Kaushik did his Masters in Material Science and Engineering from IIT Kharagpur and is retired naval officer with more than 24 years of work experience with varied skills in quality, project acquisition and technology management. Awarded Chief of Naval Staff Commendation for dedication to duty and Commander-in-Chief Commendation for innovative repairs, commendation by the Commander-in-Chief Southern Naval Command. So please welcome Commander Kaushik.
Thank you, sir. I'm actually acutely aware of the time when I see the watch right ahead. And I was still happy to see that there's still a lot of questions. So let me start with one of the sayings which we have in the forces, that for the want of a nail, the shoe was lost. The want of a shoe, the horse was lost. For the want of the horse, the rider was lost. For the want of the rider, the message was lost. And for the want of the message, the battle was lost. And for want of the battle, the kingdom was lost. With this, if I ask you, what is common between the first vaccine, which was developed in India, the first electric car, which was made in India, the first indigenous car, which was made in India, the first liver transplant hospital, which was made in India, the first RT-PCR kit, which was made in India, the first drone show, which was done in India, of 1,000 drones. We were the NAIL, the Technology Development Board. So with this, I'll start about my organization, what we do and how do we support the industry. And one more thing which I just thought I should mention, because I mentioned the first vaccine, the 6 out of 7 vaccine manufacturers today of COVID vaccine have been supported by TDB at certain point of time, and definitely not now, when they were younger, when they were just starting up. So I'll cover the presentation in this following subheads. Brief background, we have been in existence from 1996. Our funds were supposed to come from R&D cess, and we have been supported by the government. We are a unique government body which supports the private industry by providing financial support. And our financial support is not limited to startups, MSMEs, SMEs, actually any private limited company we can support, and we have supported. We have supported industry from ranging from a amount of 7.5 lakhs to approximately 250 crores. So our aim is to promote and development of commercialization of indigenized technologies. Basically, what I'm trying to say is we are not into R&D support. So basically, R&D is being done by the academia. CPET has given you beautiful examples where they have developed technologies and which require to be commercialized. But that is the gap area where we come in. How do you take something which has been developed into a lab, have developed a pilot scale, now you want to get into a market, you want to sell it, you need capital. Where do you get the capital from? That is where we come in. Like when I give you the example of first vaccine, Santa Biotech, the promoter of the company, Mr. K.I. Varaprasad Reddy, he went to the bank and he said, see, this is what I want to do, and I want to develop the first vaccine. So first of all, he was not from the biotech background, so he had the challenge convincing that he can do it. It's a new technology, so the first thing the bank asked is, okay, where you will get the market from? There's no vaccine demand. So he said, the demand will only come when there's a supply. There's no vaccine which is being manufactured, so why would Indians put vaccine at that higher cost? Like what Secretary Sir said, $23. And $23 to $1 is what happened. At that point of time, what the bank was offering was a 19% interest. So I'll come to what we give. Now we are established for promoting new ideas from small enterprises even at a risk of failure, motivate industry and R&D institutes for product innovation, identify and act in the areas requiring strategic interventions. Basically, we are sector agnostic. We are here to take risk. If there's a company who has the technology which is indigenous and which is innovative, we are here for you. So I'll come to the funding process because that is where the crux lies, and that is why if the industry is sitting here, you would be interested. So TDP provides funding support at 5% simple interest. So when I say 5% simple interest, actually it is lower than inflation. And our payment terms are, let's say if you want to say, you have developed a technology and now you want to go to the market, but it will take you 2 years to establish your plant. For 2 years, you don't have to return the money to us. 1 year is a moratorium period, and then 4.5 years, 6 monthly installments is the money which has to come to us. So the debt is given for a period of at least 6 to 7 years, and that at 5% simple interest. One of the most important part of our organization is the evaluation process. One, our call is open throughout the year. Any company can apply online any time of the year. We do have sector-specific calls and we keep giving on and off. Right now, the sector call for semiconductor is open, but that does not mean the plastics or petrochemicals cannot apply now. We still are open to everyone. Now, when I say speciality, what we have is we are sector agnostic. So if I have a technology which is of aerospace, I have domain experts who evaluate the technology. So during the evaluation, the questions which are asked by these technical experts, you would not find them on your panel even if you pay them, because we come from the government of India side. If we have, if we go from DST side, we go to IITs, we go to IISCs, we go to government institutions, we go to ministries, they are more than happy to support us. That's the USP which I say, that if you have a product and if you want to take it to the market, we would be one of the best people to come to, because we have the domain experts, we get the domain experts specific to your product. So if there's a vaccine, it will be someone who's worked on that domain. Not that I'm getting, even in a malaria vaccine, I'm getting someone else. No, it will be someone who's worked on that. Now we have project evaluation which happens on site, where the team which is consisting of financial and technical experts, they go on site and evaluate your project. You may have nothing at that point of time, but we still need to see what is your team. It's a total evaluation of a project is what we do. And I don't know whether I'm happy or sad to say that once we approve a loan, a lot of companies have been funded by venture funds. We had a company, we issued a letter of intent for around 4.4 crores, and he waited for 6 months, and 6 months later he was funded by a VC for around 100 crores. So what I'm trying to say is our technical evaluation has merit. We have funded companies which are startups, we have funded business houses like Tatas and Birlas. And our only requirement is it has to have technology and it has to be commercially viable. So we do not fund for the working capital, but we do provide margin money for the working capital. Basically, we fund the capital cost of your equipment. You have the machinery, you have the building, you have the land. So those kind of costs is what we cover, up to 50% of the project cost. Because without skin in the game, it doesn't work. So we have to have the industry's contribution there. So this is like over the years, we have a presence across India. We have funded more than 350 projects. Approximately 200 crores we have invested in the market with a total project cost going around 8,000 crores. We are sector agnostic, so this is just what are the sectors we have funded. Actually, we have funded agriculture, aerospace, you name, chemical, biopharma. Actually, biopharma is the one where we have the maximum impact, where we have funded companies like Santa Biotech, Bharat Biotech, I already told you, Biocon, Ranbaxy, Cadila, Yashraj, Panacea. You name a company in pharma sector, more or less we would have funded them. Like I said, out of 7 vaccines, 6 were funded. 7th vaccine, that is Serum Institute of India, their founder was on our board. Some of the companies I'm just naming for the chemical sector because I am coming for the chemical, but I'll also look at So these are some of the companies which we have funded, and these are across sector. So with this, I'm finished. I'm open to questions. I'm available during lunch as well. So choice is yours.
Thank you, Commander Kaushik. Audience, anyone from audience?
Sir, I have one question.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
TIFAC is a part of TDB. Operationally, structurally, how they are synchronized in terms of their objective?
I'll just correct it because TIFAC may take offense. They are not part of TDB, they are part of DST. We are the same, we are very closely associated. So they have their technology forecasting. So they decide, they actually study and come up with the strategic sectors which are required to be funded. And we are into the commercialization space. So if DST decides or the government decides this is what we have to, we can give a call for proposal in that sector. Like today, Secretary Sir was speaking that we are looking at chemical sector, chemical and petrochemical, where 75 or beyond chemicals have to be identified for indigenization. So that is where we would come in for support. If you have innovative technologies, if you have foreign substitutes, that's where we are. We are available. We are a government body which acts more like a corporate. We respond to you at every point of time. You write a mail, you will get a reply. Phone numbers are available. You call up, we respond.
I have one question.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm asking on behalf of the MSME industry. Like normally, whatever the collateral they have to give it to the bank. So if they come for a loan from you, do you also ask for a collateral or it's not required?
Sir, it all depends on the technology. For us, the most important part is technology. When you say collateral is with the bank, we can go on pari passu basis. Sometimes what happens, the technology is that good and the company does not have anything to offer, we can make exceptions. It all depends on what is the technology all about. And like I said, it is about the domain experts. If the domain experts feel this is what we have to do, so be it.
Very nice, thank you. Sir, I have one question.
Yeah, please.
The entity that you support, is it has to be a company, limited company or private company only?
Yes.
Or can it be a society?
No, we don't. It's only for private limited companies.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any good? Okay, thank you, Commander Kaushik. And by this way, we are coming to the end of our first technical session, and it was very informative, especially with respect to the technology as well as the funding. Thank you very much to all the speakers as well as the audience, and let us join for lunch or business networking lunch. Thank you.
So we will join back for the next session after lunch after half an hour. So it is 2:10. We will join back around 2:35 and 2:40. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to all of you after a lovely lunch and a sumptuous lunch. But we do need to start the proceedings. So may I request the panelists to kindly take the chair on the dais. Mr. Sautrik Ganguly from CPMA, Mr. Kishore P. Sampath, President IPMA, may kindly take his chair. I'm Kumaresh Mishra, I'm already seated. Mr. Arvind Goenka, Chairman, Plex Council. Mr. Tushar Parekh, Vice Chairman, Plastics Machinery Manufacturers Association of India. Dr. Nagesh Kolhe and Mr. Rajesh Pava. And of course, my alter ego, Mr. Dinesh Chopra. So actually, I'll get him to make the presentation on behalf of ICC and what we have been doing. One, of course, interesting thing is that we have all these various different associations, but we all have a common objective. So we all want to promote chemical industry. We all want to promote academia industry interaction. We all want to push chemical industry to move forward, and of course promote the Atmanirbhar Bharat, the great call that we have received. And I was happy in the morning that while other sectors have received PLI, chemical industry has not received it, but the minister at least said that he's still exploring the possibility of having PLI for the chemical industry. One apology I will make right up front. The apology is that I might have to leave in between. So please excuse me for that, because I have a scheduled call conference with UNEP. They are doing it from Nairobi, so I do want to be there in time and gather my thoughts before that. So you have a very distinguished panel that we have over here, and it's a very interesting kind of structure that we have. We started with the government in the morning, that is giving us the policy lead. So we had the minister, we had the secretary, we had the joint secretary. So they gave the vision of the government for the industry. Then we had CPET, they brought in the academia part. So we have the government, we have the academia, but here are all the real actors. Whatever the policy, whatever the academic research and movement, ultimately they need to be implemented. And here are all the implementers, not only directly but collectively through their association members. So this is a very, very important session for taking this movement forward. And I can only say that from time to time, all of us have been trying to do it. My own perception is that we have individually tried to reach out. We have tried to reach out to academicians. We have maybe tried to reach out to Technology Development Board. Maybe we have thought of TIFAC. But one good thing is they are all resurrecting, which is fantastic. TIFAC, in terms of having a kind of a foresight analysis, I still remember President Abul Kalam, and even as a scientific advisor, he was very much in all these, in TIFAC, foresight analysis, which are the technologies that we are looking forward to, what we can develop. So the fact that we are initiated this, I think it's indeed a great effort on the part of the Department of Chemicals and the government. and I must thank all of you for being here. So to introduce myself, I have a little association with Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. I was a joint secretary over there many, many years ago, and almost more than a decade ago. But I had one or two legacies which are still kind of bites that it hasn't been fulfilled, is PCPIR. PCPIR was something that we worked on it with the Prime Minister's office. Everyone has been so gung-ho about it. And when somebody says, if I ask you, what do you think your biggest failure? I said, my biggest failure is I piloted a policy which I wasn't here to implement it because I moved somewhere else. But once again, I think there is a great enthusiasm, so we move forward to it. Now, in our panel, we have, first I'll briefly introduce to you all the panelists. So we have Mr. Sautri Ganguly representing CPMA. He's economist by training, associate with the petrochemical industry for the last 21 years, currently responsible for policy and regulatory affairs in IL. He's one of the most active persons I find in terms of interacting with the government and pushing forward all that we need from the government, either in terms of taxes, subsidies, changes in customs duties and everything. So he will be our first presenter. Then we have with us Mr. Kishore P. Sampath, President, All India Plastic Manufacturers Association, APMA. Mr. Kishore Sampath is currently the President of APMA. He's a successful businessman and owns a reputed 50-year-old company manufacturing and exporting all types of compostable polybags and recycling in name and style polythene industries. He's an extremely talented, hardworking, energetic office bearer of APMA with focus on providing best possible services to its members and industry at large. He has served as office bearer in APMA in several positions before becoming president and is managing committee member since over 15 years. One of the major contributions to plastic industry is being founder and creator of APMA Job Fair, a platform created for employers to get professionally qualified candidates and a most unique, popular event in the Indian industry. Then we have Mr. Arvind Goenka, Chairman, Plex Council. Mr. Arvind Goenka is the Chairman of the Plastics Exports Promotional Council, an organization supported by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry to boost plastics exports from the country. He is also the Managing Director of RMG Polyvinyl Limited, India, which is India's top exporter of vinyl floorings and a leading producer of floorings, PVC leather and PVC geomembranes. The company's products are sold under the brand Wonderflow and is producing 45,000 MT annually for both domestic and export markets. Then we have Mr. Tushar Parikh, Vice Chairman, Plastic Manufacturers Association of India. Mr. Parikh is the Vice President of PMMAI. He's also an active and associated with Plast India Foundation, GSPMA, IPI. He delivers technical lectures in plastic engineering college institutes like LD Engineering College, Government Polytechnic College, Nirma University. He's a panel member of Students Startup and Innovation Program at CPET IIM Ahmedabad. He also has a company and he is a director on Neoplast Engineering Private Limited. The corporate office is based in Ahmedabad. Ahmedabad is a place I spent 2 years. I studied in Ahmedabad. So those are the times when Havmore and Vadilal were single outlets in Ahmedabad. There was just only one outlet. You cross the bridge was Vadilal, and you go further down in the market was Havmore. Then we have Mr. Dr. Nagesh B. Kole. Dr. Nagesh Kole did his PhD in 2015 from CSR National Chemical Laboratory, Pune. He has postdoctoral research associate in Department of Chemistry of University of Washington, Seattle, USA for 4 years. Since then, he is working in R&D of Cosmo Films Limited, Aurangabad. Dr. Nagesh is polymer and material scientist who has published 14 research papers in international journals including ACS, RSC, and Nature, and filed one Indian patent. Dr. Nagesh is member of the Organization of Plastic Processors of India, OPPI. Then we have Mr. Rajesh Pawar. He's the Executive Committee member, Materials Recycling Association of India. He's a founder of and CEO, 21st Century Polymers. He has global experience of 30 years in plastic recycling and technologies, exhibited in plastic exhibitions in USA, China, Germany, Dubai, and India. He is a member Plastic Recycling Committee and Environment Committee of All India Plastic Manufacturers Association. Recycle and compound almost all kinds of polymers, including commodity plastics, engineering plastics, and high-temperature plastics. He started waste management in 2019, operating 3 material recovery facilities in Goa and 1 with Mathura Vrindavan Municipal Corporation. He has recycling units in Delhi, Goa, Mathura, and Rajasthan. He strongly believes that MRF plus recycling is best sustainable solution for plastic litter. Last but not the least, I have on the panel Mr. Dinesh Chopra. We work from the Indian Chemical Council side with Mr. Dinesh Chopra ji in promoting once again the academia industry partnership. Mr. Dinesh Chopra has worked in Honeywell, but I think ultimately I'll have to leave it to introduce yourself when you present, because you sent me the thing which is on a kind of a serrated paper, so I can't read it. He was with Honeywell corporations and he has worked with many companies both in India and abroad, and he's a very strong votary of promoting the academia industry partnership. So he would essentially present what ICC has been doing in the academia industry partnership. So we have a very distinguished panel. So I will start off by requesting Mr. Sautrik Ganguly from CPMA to kindly make his presentation. Mr. Ganguly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir, and good afternoon. Actually, this presentation was supposed to be made by my senior colleague, Mr. Kamal Nanavati, but who, due to unavoidable circumstances, couldn't make it in this afternoon. I'm just stepping in for him. Now that the caveat is out, let me just get straight into the presentation. Being the first presenter after lunch has its own share of challenges. Notwithstanding that, let me just get straight into it. Will the presentation be also visible on this laptop? No, okay, that's fine. I come from the upstream sector, essentially part of the raw material producers catering to the downstream industry. So what I'll try to do is briefly give you an upstream perspective of what we feel is going to happen over the next few years. And in that context, I will try to underscore the importance of bridging the skill gap and try and bring out how important it is if we have to realize our aspirations both as individual companies and as an industry and also as a nation, if we have to serve this country the way we feel this industry is capable of serving this country. Before I get into the projections and our prognosis about what kind of skilled manpower gaps we are talking about, let me just put the entire thing in context by giving you what we think is going to happen and why we think it is going to happen. India, of course, I mean, I'll just walk you through these slides. This is kind of gives the economic context of the industry as we see it shaping up over the next few years. India, of course, remains a growth hotspot, notwithstanding the pandemic. After 1 year of a blip, it is once again back. This year we expect 9.2% GDP growth as per the economic survey, and that means good news for the chemical and petrochemical industry. Similarly, there are several mega trends which are socio-structural and economic phenomena which are kind of fueling demand for petrochemical products, be it expanding middle class, urbanization, food and water security, smart cities, the transition from internal combustion engines to electric vehicles or healthcare. All of them kind of get reflected in certain increase in certain application areas, which in turn translates to higher demand and higher consumption of petrochemicals. The individual identified mega trends have been shown here, and accordingly the last column shows which are the products that we feel would actually benefit from higher consumption in those particular areas. So as mega trends continue in India, petrochemical consumption is likely to grow exponentially. India's per capita consumption, this has been talked about quite extensively in the morning session, at 11.6 kgs is about a third of the global average, and way below what it is in countries like Korea or even China for that matter. So as India catches up, because as India catches up, this gap is going to slowly narrow, and with increase in per capita consumption, I mean, we are in a unique state. I mean, 1 kg increase in per capita consumption of India actually translates to 1.3 million ton increase in actual consumption of polymers. One factory. So, so that once again underscores that the low per capita consumption actually is indicative of several decades of high growth that we foresee in the future. This is the current petrochemical basket, including intermediates, about 34 million metric tons, of which polymers are about 16 million metric ton and intermediates are about 11 million metric ton. The bottom line in this slide basically is polymer and petrochemical consumption in this country has been growing at 1.2 times that of GDP growth. But not factoring in that, even we take a conservative 6% growth rate, which is a very conservative growth rate by historical standards looking at this industry, it actually translates to about 2 million metric ton of new capacity requirement every year. And that means it would sound like an echo of the morning session. That means one global sized cracker every year of 1.2 million ton with associated co-products and other products that comes along with cracking of naphtha. So this is what we need to have in order to keep pace with the growing demand, and this is not a single time requirement. It's kind of a recurring requirement year after year, at least for the foreseeable future of next 5, 7, 10 years. Now, Indian industry, especially the upstream industry, is pretty cognizant of that, and I'm sure so is the downstream industry. So there has already been new projects which are currently under commissioning or in various stages of planning. We, based on our information, have listed 24 projects here with the combined investments of over 9 lakh crores, roughly $120 billion. And we feel 9 of them are already under commissioning, and given the huge demand base and given the pace at which India's demand is growing, these other projects will also fructify, especially considering that now India's per capita income is about $2,000, And historically, we have seen that that kind of brings in an inflection point where petrochemical consumption sharply goes into another upward trajectory compared to what it has been growing earlier. It has been true in cases of countries like Thailand, in countries like Malaysia, Taiwan, so on and so forth. And if the same historical experience is repeated in this country, we definitely foresee and anticipate a huge increase in petrochemical consumption going forward. And this is what we keep on talking about. As of now, our polymer consumption is roughly between 16 and 17 million metric tons. We foresee that it also has a historical context. We come from the year 1960 where it was only 40,000 tons. Today we are at around 16 million metric ton by 2030. There are projections by independent analysts and independent information providers like ICIS and all, who say that demand in India is likely to go up to 30 million ton. And subsequently by 2040, there are some projections which say it would go up to 45, certain other optimistic projections paint it at 60 million metric tons. That means we are looking at a capacity gap of 45 million metric tons over the next 2 decades, which would be breached. And of course, it would have commensurate downstream capacity additions as well, because polymer produced here essentially would have some amount of value addition, create some employment in this country, and the way we see it, that India is looking towards becoming a major hub for exports of processed plastic products. So if that be the case, we are likely to see a major ramp up in terms of processing capacity as well. Now, this increase in capacity, this kind of brings us to this critical point that this is only possible provided we have the skilled manpower to support that. Without the availability of adequate manpower, neither upstream nor downstream capacities can either come up or be able to function properly the way it is envisaged to do. So hence the need. I mean, we already have seen this slide before that we have a population advantage, and working age population will also rise. But simply increase in the volume of working age population alone is not enough. What we need is basically an availability of talent pool of skilled manpower. This is how our skill requirement has been changing. Changing skill set in plastic processing. It has with smart machines, Industry 4.0, microprocessor based equipments, electrical machines. Similarly, sustainable products and innovative designing, because today sustainability is one of the buzzwords, and most consultants feel that going forward sustainability is going to be a determinant of competitiveness, because countries, societies and general consumers are aware of the need to have their products, their processes and their delivery systems to be sustainable in nature, because we have only one earth and there is no plan B for that. And hence that would definitely play a major part. Technology prospects for the future in terms of various areas like nanotechnology, new growth drivers like agriculture, allied industries in terms of plastic culture, more intensive plastics used in agriculture, healthcare, innovative packaging. Healthcare, we have seen a huge example, and that has been talked about quite extensively in the earlier sessions, that during the COVID pandemic, plastics played such a huge role, be it in terms of diagnostics with the diagnostic tools and all, or be it in terms of prevention by administering the vaccine through plastic syringes. The presence of plastics has been all pervasive. So it is in this backdrop that we foresee the kind of technical manpower requirement in this industry is going to shape up. CPET is a wonderful organization doing outstanding work in several areas of petrochemicals. But the problem is, despite so many centers, there is only one CPET. If what we are looking at actually materializes, that if we are really looking at 45 million metric ton increase in capacity and commensurate increase in downstream processing capacity over the next 2 decades, we would need more institutions like CPET. We would need more talent pool, because without that, that forms the basic structural support pillar of this industry. If you don't have manpower, if you don't have skilled manpower, the industry won't run. It's as simple as that. So the superstructure that we are dreaming of would need a solid foundation, a solid support pillar in terms of a steady supply of talented manpower. These are some of the projections. If you see, compared to 2017-18 and 27-28, most of the parameters have actually doubled, be it processing capacity or be it virgin raw material that is being processed. In 27-28, most of the figures, the right hand column is actually double of what is being shown in the column to the left. So this huge change, doubling over a period of 6, 7, 8 years, that in itself would require a huge manpower pool at supervisory, maintenance, operator skilled, semi-skilled levels and other. And this is just an example, because we had these numbers only till 2027-28. We can further extrapolate and perhaps take it to 2030 and 2040. But I'm sure the trend directionally is going to remain the same. The bottom line would still remain that we would need an exponential increase in the supply of skilled manpower for this industry if this industry has to realize its full potential going forward. This is once again kind of incremental manpower requirement from 2020 to 2029. As you can see, combining various categories, we are looking at an incremental manpower of almost 1 million, more than 1 million actually. And this kind of gap, CPET and institutions like CPET will have to bridge it. But as I mentioned a little while back, that there is only one CPET, and despite its significant outreach, despite its multiple centers, it's doing outstanding work, but we would still need more institutions like CPET to complement what CPET is doing and add and bolster the supply of skilled manpower in this industry. So that brings me to the conclusion that India, this figure is about for 2019, India has about 15 lakh engineering graduates every year. And by 2030, there would be about 14 crore of college going students. And there would be a requirement of more universities. However, the thing to be noted here is that we are not only looking at just college going students, we are looking for specific skill sets. So we would need institutions which would be able to impart those specific skill sets and make this new population which is entering the working age amenable to the demands of this industry. As I mentioned, we see that 45 million metric ton of new polymer capacity and subsequently processing capacity would be added in the next 2 decades. There's a huge gap that would be created in terms of the manpower availability to service the incremental capacity that is being created, and bridging that skill gap is critical. Here, the idea is that the topic of today's workshop is Industry Academia Connect. So industry on its part has been outlining the kind of skill that it expects the potential workers who will be joining this industry to have. And academia on its part have been following that and devising curriculum to impart those specific skill sets. perhaps this is the time to intensify that dialogue, intensify the interface between academia and industry, so that we can bring in a regime where kind of the incremental demand for talented manpower would be somewhat matched by the supply of it with the help of quality institutions. CPET is one of them, and I hope we from the upstream industry hope many more like that to come over the next 2 decades. Maybe I personally might not be there, some of us might not be there to witness it, but whoever it is, it would still be for the betterment of the industry, and it would still be a huge, huge leap towards meeting the aspirations of this economy, be it in terms of improving the quality of life of the general public, or be it in terms of realizing the full potential of the petrochemical industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sautrik ji, for putting forward the huge potential that is there, and of course the challenges in terms of people who are also working in the plant level. One of the things I noticed, like I saw in the Netherlands Chemical Industry Association, they have a training institution called WAPRO, and they do it on commercial lines. Similarly, from ICC, I did a program with the Belgian Chemical Industry Association. They also have a captive kind of a training institution. Of course, here I find that EPMA is also is looking at it. But the challenge is that we need to guide, of course, CPET, and therefore this is a fantastic kind of initiative from CPET and government to bring forward the industry. That maybe a dialogue can be established that how do we take it forward? Maybe we can have a small group which covers the various associations, and that interacts through government and CPET, and at least helps and guides in terms of meeting the manpower needs of the future. The other challenge, that's a very personal note. In India, they say that whichever engineering stream you do, whether you do chemical engineering or mechanical engineering, ultimately all of you do software engineering. And therefore, ultimately, you end up in terms of shortage. You don't find good chemical engineers. The plants, the companies need them and things like that. So that is a challenge, but that is something that one has to do an internal kind of introspection to arrive at that. So now we have, so thank you once again, Sautrik ji. Now we have Mr. Kishore Sampath, President EPMA, to make the presentation. Mr. Sampath, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Kumresh Mishra ji, Mr. Ganguly ji, my dear friend Mr. Arvind Goenka ji, Tushar Parikh ji, Dr. Nagesh Kole ji, Mr. Ravi Pava ji, dignitaries on the dais, and my dear delegates. I feel very fortunate to come here. I thank our Shishir Sinha ji, our team CPET and DCPC for having this wonderful interaction for academia, because industry is all about materials, machinery, manpower and money, and manpower is the most important thing. Other things can be made with money. So it would be very nice and important meeting today. Coming to EPMA, I am Kishore Sampath, President, All India Plastic Manufacturers Association. About our association is a 75-year-old association. We have our head office in Mumbai, Andheri. We have got 2 independent buildings. We have our office in Gurgaon, an independent building of 20,000 square feet. We have our own office in Ahmedabad, Calcutta, Chennai, Delhi. So that is we have got physical presence across India. We have direct membership of 22,000 direct members. We are in touch with 80 plus affiliate and regional associations. We are networking with them and in continuous touch with them and discussing on industry issues. Government advocacy and policy initiatives. We have got our very strong Director General sitting in Delhi and in touch with the government ministry and giving representations on the industry issues and our feelings of the industry. We have our new initiative MTech, skill development, e-learning and technology center. My dear friends, we have dedicated an entire building of more than 15,000 square feet for this MTech project, and whatever we have got from our plastic exhibitions, we are giving it back to the industry through MTech. MTech is all about speed to market and upskilling and helping the industry to fine tune and meet the modern needs. We will be having many courses and many verticals. Our website, all the details are on our website also, mtech.edu. Seminars, workshops, road shows, it is a regular feature. We have almost more than 4 webinars in a month. The best companies in the globe are the speakers there. We have a very important environment vertical where environment issues and plastic image building is done there. Our Mr. Hiten Beraji is the chairman of there and is the champion in this work. Since more than a decade, we have done a lot of work for environment and in this direction. EPMA Job Fair. My dear friends, since almost a decade, All India Plastic Manufacturers Association is organizing EPMA Job Fairs, and I think it is the only association which is doing there where live interviews are conducted. And it happens across India in all the 4 zones, in all the 4 offices once a year. And in fact, we are thankful to all the regional CPET centers because their placement officers and their directors, they are always there in inauguration and help us in regular direct placement. Domestic, international delegations are also a part of very active in our association. We also have industry research papers and study on what is the future and comparison with the other developed markets, international markets. We are very closely working with industrial associations of other countries, leading associations. Consultants clinics and for new and existing entrepreneurs. My dear friends, we have got many senior entrepreneurs who have retired, their children are there, successful industrialists coming from foreign countries. They are on this consultants clinic. They help new entrepreneurs and issues and help them how to move forward. Exhibitions, Plastivision India is our exhibition. It is amongst the top 5 plastic exhibitions in the world today. It happens every 3 years in Mumbai. The next edition is in December 23. I request you all to please track the event. It is very fruitful. One second. Publications, we also have our in-house magazine, monthly magazine Plastic News, which goes to more than 5,000 physical copies and 20,000 e-copies, and which is very popular. The latest news and updated and best companies and innovations are put in the news article here. Government of India has authorized EPMA for issuance of certificate of origin. This is a service which we are giving to our exporters. Members or non-members can contact EPMA to get the certificate of origin for their exports. We are organizing B2B meetings, virtual and physical also. In fact, we also have one with EMA, that is the Electrical Manufacturers' biggest association, for B2B meetings and vendor development programs. I have already mentioned that we have got offices across India. My dear friends, Mr. Ganguly and other speakers since morning have covered the polymer status review, so I would not like to take more time of the audience. But as today's meeting is focused on skill development and manpower, our industry employment is more than 5 million as on today. The growth of the polymer industry GDP, Mr. Ganguly, my friend, has covered already. Okay, now this is what we are today. Going forward, our Mr. Piyush Goyal ji has given us the target that in 5 years we can go to 10 lakh crores, that is 5 lakh crores for exports and 5 lakh crores for the domestic market, and it is very much achievable. So let's see what we have to do to move in this direction. Another important aspect is, as per the study that we had done internally, there is a 45,000 crore rupees of finished products which are coming into India. Finished products made of plastics of 45,000 crores, which can easily be made in India and we have got that capacity. And if we are able to successfully stop this 45 crore imports and have it in India, it would create a business of 45,000 crores, additional employment of 3,50,000 by the processing industry, 4.5 million tons of additional plastic raw material would be consumed, and additional requirement of 16,000 plastic processing machines which would be required to meet that demand. So it is a very, very big opportunity, and we, in all our representations, we are putting to the government that this can be achieved, and our Indian plastic industry is strong enough to cater to and to the market which would emerge. What we need to do? The plastic processing industry needs to have multi-pronged approach, technology at par with global standards in terms of quality and productivity, leveraging digitalization and artificial intelligence, creativity and innovation towards the sustainability is the mantra, and availability of the cost of raw materials at reasonable prices. Now coming to the theme of our today's meeting, the industry and CPET connect. My dear friends, CPET is, you can say, the backbone of the plastic industry, serving the plastic industry for almost 5 decades, and we all know in our factories the plants are run by CPETians. CPET has been instrumental in catalyzing the growth for the plastic processing industry, and wherever the CPET centers, the industry clusters develop around it. For example, CPET Ahmedabad, CPET Chennai, it becomes the center point, and the industry starts developing and taking the advantage of that facility. Time has come for reviewing the very objectives to align with the new models of the plastic economy. This includes design, production, recycling, sustainability and circularity. The biggest point that we have observed is the technology flows from CPET institution to MSME processing segment has tapered off in the recent past and needs to be strengthened now with the new energy. In today's presentation, we saw that fantastic things and developments of new products and technologies are happening at CPET. There has to be some medium, some channel by which industry is aware of what is happening, technology transfer, know-how transfer happens, and that would happen, that is better for the nation, the processing industry and CPET at all the stakeholders. So we need to strengthen and look into that area. Strengthen the industry connect of CPET. My dear friends, CPET is a very, very powerful brand. Everybody knows about CPET, but CPET brand has to communicate the services and the offerings to the plastic industry and have direct interaction. CPET should participate in leading plastic exhibitions such as Plastivision to strengthen the industry connect. Even in the last edition of Plastivision, CPET had very strongly participated with a big stall, and it was in real touch with the industry at large, and they got a good advantage. Industry should know what are the strengths and how the interaction would give open new opportunities, and people would get awareness about what CPET is doing. Efficiency in testing and delivery of results at reasonable rates and to MSMEs. My dear friends, when I look at the smiling face of our Shishir Mishra ji, हमको तो सैंपल भेजने का पहले लगता है कि पॉजिटिव रिपोर्ट आ गया. That is the feel good factor which has to be done in CPET. So,
Sab Mishra ne Shishir
Sinha, sorry sir, Shishir Sinha ji, sorry sir. So that is the effects, the positive effect that carries forward. Now, I will tell you my personal company's example. I had done this compostable testing 17088. I had first checked up with all the centers, CPET Ahmedabad, CPET Chennai, CPET Bhubaneswar, के कौन से center में slot available जल्दी है. So maybe on a website or some app could be there where we could put that I want to do this testing. So I know that on this location the slot is available at earliest, and within this much of time I will get the result. So if that kind of digital platform could be there, it would be very, very useful. Because with 45 centers, to find out किधर मेरा काम जल्दी होएगा, so that if on a digital platform it could be done, it would be make life easy for everybody. Secondly, advisory and consultancy to MSME. What we specifically wish to put forward an idea is that please have a product development facilitation center. For example, if I come a sample to this facilitation center, कि भैया I want this product, that facilitation officer, engineer, he can tell us कि पापा this is from PP, this is from ABS, इसका आपको ये डिजाइन लगेगा, ये इंजेक्शन मोल्डिंग से होगा, ये ब्लो मोल्डिंग से होगा, ये होगा. So at one facilitation center, I get a solution to what is the scope and how this can be made. That one-stop solution, there should be one dedicated center. That would make life easy for everybody. And we have got this, it can be at a subsidized cost also. I am sure for innovative products and this export potential and import replacement, government can also subsidize. We don't mind paying, but make it very easy. Have one kind of a facilitation center, a single point contact. Secondly, sir, of course, CIPET is a champion in all the traditional testing and everything, but the world is changing, the requirements are changing. Yesterday, I was talking to my friend in UK, I think. He said that in UK, there is some new rule for FIBC bags. They have to give a certificate that 25% content of reprocessed material is there. Now, those kind are the new requirements which will be coming, and as time moves forward, these new kind of requirements will be emerging. So as sir said, we can have one committee which can, there is a very big scope. Now their national objectives like recycling, Jal se Nal, PVC testing and all for lead and stabilizer. So whichever are the government objectives, there should be one dedicated officer or cell. He can address the issues. CIPET can have arrangement with associations like EPMA. We would love to work with CIPET and bridge the gap between the industry members and the CIPET on these new requirements. As I told you, कल ही यूरोप का मेरा friend ने बताया. So this kind of the requirements will be keep on changing as the world is changing with the environment and new norms coming. So there is a very big opportunity in these new testing areas and new certifications. CIPET should provide solutions, work on solutions along with the industry associations on these national issues and the new requirements that are emerging. Industry institution linkages should be strengthened and CIPET should take up industry projects. Focus on creating world-class center of excellence with sustained commitment. CIPET should give more thrust and develop into centers with world-class facilities. Developing close international relationship with worldwide plastic fraternity is the need of the hour to encourage technology transfer. And the last point, sir, I wish to draw to your attention. We feel that at EPMA, that now our EPMA, Indian plastic industry should go have a manufacturing scale in terms of volume and in terms of technology. CIPET, along with EPMA, we should identify and have a project of at least 200 companies. We should help the MSMEs to give them technologies and take them to the scale of mass production as well as quality. We can have in phases of 50 companies or something like that. So we look upon CIPET for such kind of partnership that would help the growth of the plastic industry. Thank you very much from EPMA. Thank you very much. And my dear friends, I have to catch a flight. So with the permission of the chairman and Shishir Sinha ji, can I take a leave, sir? Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sampath, for a very comprehensive presentation in terms of EPMA. And of course, I know you're very dynamic Director General. We was with him when we were working. When I was working in UNIDO in Austria, Vienna, he was a counterpart doing a project over here. So thank you, Balani ji. So thank you. Along with you, I will also take leave. As I said that I have a call scheduled with UNEP on sustainability and circularity of plastics. So I'll go to that, and I would request Mr. Dinesh Chopra ji to make the presentation on behalf of ICC and my behalf. And now I have a request to Mr. Shishir Sinha. Can you please take the chair?
Sir, my due apologies because I have to rush to Shastri Bhavan for
oh my God.
for 15
so
minutes.
I will go to my right to Mr. Kulbe to kindly, after this, request Mr. Goenka this. Okay. This is the program. My apologies, but I just got caught and the time hasn't.
So now may I request Mr. Kumresh Mishra, Director. Okay, sorry. Yeah, Arvind Koneka, Chairman. Yeah, so this one is done. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Yes, I think this presentation is finished now. This is the Arvind Koneka. Yes. I will give you one. No, I am not aware of this. Can you do this? Yes. Okay. Dinesh Chopra is not mentioned here. So now may I request Mr. Dinesh Chopra to present the.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. I think it's a last session here, so I think it's. What I want to okay, is the slide changer? So what I want to say here is basically on to the. I'll not take much of a time, but just tell you what exactly what we are trying to communicate here. From my perspective, is I worked in the industry for 37 years, and since Mr. Mishra already requested me to introduce myself, which gives me the credibility to work on this industry academia project. I worked for companies in my 37 years of career after graduating from UDCT, now ICT, in '84, and I worked for companies like Huxt, ICI, Jubilant now, then BAM, BASF, Engelhard, and then I was on the board of Honeywell, and I have ran these industry academia projects right in US, in Europe, in China, in India, and in different positions, whether running the businesses or on the board. So whether it is part of selection of institute or is documentation process or IP issues and remuneration issues, I understand everything. So what I was trying to do here is when I joined ICC and Mr. Prabh Singh gave me this project, it basically how can we convert that experience into to do something tangible here. Please do not get offended, but if I say that for the last 3 years, I have been attending hundreds of seminars, right from government till industry to academia to other functions for paint, plastic, and pharma, agro, all these kind of industries where I have already been working. Everybody wants to change. That's a good news for India now, but the point is they don't know how. There are institutes in India and anywhere leaders like when on the board or even country leaders in MNCs, whether you name anyone, I can tell you with the vertical responsibility situation, nobody has authority today to spend money on R&D. It is unless the R&D head of that company in the headquarter tells them to do it. Or the Indian companies are changing now. A few of them have changed, or they already have their own R&D system. So they don't go to institutes. And even if the multinationals come and even Indian companies go to institutes, they go mainly to ICT, to IIT, and they don't know anything about it. Further to that, even companies like when I was on the board of Honeywell,
I don't think many people know in India, we had 15,000 people, 45,000 chemicals we used to handle. I used to handle part of my only portfolio. And we have a R&D center in Bangalore which has got 6,000 R&D people. Now, and we had 3D printers 10 years back. Point I am saying is, and when I came to this project, I said, let me understand what's happening here. And I went to different institutes, different other than IIT and of course UDCT, and I went to Punjab University, I went to MIT, I went to DTU, and they said, what is industry? They don't know. The point is, industry doesn't know. Academia, they are churning out papers and papers. And another issue which is very, very serious, and I don't know how many people really understand that all the papers which Indians are presented or into the different journals, they have been picked up by people sitting in China and creating IPs out of that. So point I am trying to say is, and even companies are scared of patenting, because once you patent it, everything is in the public domain and your secrecy is gone. So it's a dynamic, it's a very, very dynamic situation. How we should have the industry academia association, how much we should have it, and it has to be very, very specific, so that we really do basic R&D with the institutes and also protected by all the IP and other things, so that we really have a long term. Even today, I feel that we have a lot coming into India. 10 years going to be great for India. And I worked for 50 countries, and I know that this is the time which is coming up, and I keep interacting with those people there. Things are not as good as other people. So this is the time, and we should interact. And I'm sure, Mr. Sinha, you're doing a right thing, creating that. Only thing is, we have to bring, please, if you have to go, don't worry. What I'm only trying to say is, let's create a platform to bridge between academia and industry. And in a meaningful way, where we can do some real certain projects, and not the only, I'm saying everybody is interested in that, but let's do it. So looking at it, and it's why I'm saying is important. Most of the large multinationals are saying, we are saying $5 billion on R&D, $3 billion on R&D, but that R&D is today for the last 15 years is applied, not basic. And that is the basic downfall of companies like Hux and ICI happened, because they stopped spending in basic research. So unless we have both, and for basic research you need chemists, you don't need chemical engineers. So it's like chemical engineers can improve process, efficiency, or other things, and have a more better plants. But unless until you have a good base also for basic research, I think we need both. So I think idea is that what I'm trying to show here is that from India, as it's been said during the day today, all the technology went to waste. Till the 1990s, they enjoyed all the money on the technology, and many of the people who did this technology development are Indians there, who migrated in 80s and 90s and working in different companies and developed the basic products. But of course, it went for the companies to take advantage of that. Then after that, it went to the lower cost thing, and then it shifted to China. So what I'm saying is, things are changing, things have changed. Can we think differently? Can we think, a real work, maybe in a small steps to make it happen? The second thing which I'm saying, what we are trying to do in ICC, when I took over around for 2 years, what we are doing, and we can't boil the ocean. We can't change professors even in Delhi or Bihar, or in a small colleges or universities, but we can start with some elite group, start in a small steps and build it up. So what we did, we created a elite academia group in the northern region, ICC. We have 15 professors who have been selected for different disciplines, right from Punjab University to MIT to DTU to Manipal University to Delhi, IIT Delhi. Point I'm telling you is, when I visited their labs, many of the professors have come from abroad back to them. They have the capabilities, they have the labs, they have the but they don't know how to connect. So idea is, can we start somewhere? So this is what we created a platform. We also looked at companies, and and also we have to be very, very conscious that India is basically MSME country. It is not the large one. Large ones can take care of themselves anyway. So that's what we did. We already had discussions one-to-one with these different companies and academia, and also CSI labs to understand what's going on. Unfortunately, the COVID slowed us down because we could not travel and could not talk to one-to-one. But we still kept on having some webinars and all going forward. So that's what we kept on doing, and also. So what we need to do, we need to create a structured body and fund from industry academia boarding projects. Very few of them, and then we have to create some bridge with some associations that's been talked about. Also, we should create some center of excellence. China does it very well. They create a center of excellence and then give for that industry and that segment in a very, very specific way all the whatever is required from that. Of course, we arrange webinars for pre-graduation level and schools. Why I'm saying that? Because it is important that we now get our people interested in chemistry and chemical engineering. Chemical engineering is the last subject which any IIT guy will take it. Everybody goes to IT, and even after graduating they go to IT. So why can't? Now we don't have, means I am also part of the technical and energy expert committee of ICC, and we keep talking. We for a growth which we talked about in the morning also, we do not have right kind of skill set and people. We need to create that. So right from the beginning we should have the mindset of the people which should be there. And also look at the CSR, now fund is available, so maybe we can use that. And also the most important thing is that go away from IITs and ICTs and go to other universities, CAPET, maybe one, wherever you have got a skill set. And also set up a system and support where reward the research projects. Why not, if somebody makes a 100 crore company out of a project, why should the researcher do not get a crore or two? Why should not a professor gets a crore or two? No, like I was talking to Professor M.M. Sharma, ICT only one professor gets 1 crore just because of this, but others don't. Point is, unless we, why it happens in USA, because the professors in University of Wisconsin and other places, they get huge amount of money on this out of these projects. Why can't we create here? Unless that is there, now what is happening? You do BSc, you go to MSc because you don't get a job. After MSc, you go to PhD because you don't have 35,000 rupees job anywhere else. And then no interest, you're not slogging and you're not, that is not of your interest. So create something like that. I'm not saying which is the best option, but let's start looking at it. That's what I'm saying, is like we are trying to change the mindset. So looking at, on industrial project from applied to support, undertake transformational research, basic research projects in different universities. And also, if a student is given R&D project, why can't we given that project in alliance with the industry? If he is getting 35,000 rupees, why can't industry give 20,000 rupees on top of it and then does the project for him? You get a project out of it, you research out of it, IP out of it, and then when he comes out, you get a manpower, and this is the most cheapest cost way of funding your research project. Nothing comes out fully. Of course, once it comes out, R&D project, there's a design, there's a problem, all the other issues have to be sorted out, but this is the starting up, we have to do something like that. Then of course, ICC, we are trying to do it, we are already doing it, educational and skill development programs and webinars. And also area of, center of excellence should be created around the now need of the country. Recycling, power batteries of solar generation, pharmaceuticals, agrochemicals, water. These are the areas where we should be looking at it. Also we looked at it, what is the issue of IP? Every institute has got its own way of IP. Why can't we do something, which is where we can share the IP, a percentage, or I think government institutes cannot give the fully IP or something like that. So maybe work it out somewhere where we can do a much better job and use that knowledge which is in the institutes, in the CSIR labs, in CPET, and bring into the industry, both in the large and MSMEs,
so that we can grow to our target of $5 trillion, which we are looking at. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
Now I request Mr. Arvind Goenka to present the.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to the greetings to the association heads on the stage and to industry and academia off stage. I am Arvind Goenka. I am Chairman Plastics Export Promotion Council. This body, Plex Council, is a Government of India Ministry of Commerce supported body which is engaged in promoting plastics exports, and this body is doing whatever is required to boost the plastics exports. So right from collecting feedback from the industry, from exporters, and informing that to the government, and similarly, advising the government or informing them what policy changes are required so that exports can increase. Apart from that, connecting buyers and sellers, and holding webinars and seminars as regards promoting plastics exports from India. So these are the activities. And well, recently, to improve the skill set, Plex Council has also started the certificate courses where we are giving training to the people who want to understand about export documentation, how to export, and such things. About myself, already Mishra ji had introduced me. I am Managing Director of RMG Polyvinyl India Limited, which is a manufacturer of PVC floor coverings and PVC artificial leather cloth. We are the top exporters of PVC floorings from India, and we are selling the products in the name of Wonderfloor. So friends, today's presentation which I am going to present, it's a brief presentation, and it's basically to inform about the exports and imports of plastics in a situation in the country. And you will see in the presentation that our exports are of a lower value and imports of plastics are of a higher value, and the reasons for that, and how the industry and academia can cooperate, and how the situation can be bettered. So we'll go to the next page. So well, this is an introduction. Sautrik ji and my friend Kishore Sampath ji have already given details about it, but we all know that plastics and chemicals are used by everybody, and even if you look into this room, except the wood or the metal or fabric, everything else is made from chemicals or plastics. So I'm not going into these details, and we all know about it. Next page. Sorry. Excuse me. So well, this is also about the quick overview which we have all heard the previous speakers, and right now the size of the plastic industry is around 3 lakh crore, and as the previous speaker informed that Piyush Goyal ji has set a target to increase the size to 10 lakh crores. So that's not so easy to do it, and we will need the raw materials, the polymers, and also the skill set to achieve that. So despite so many manufacturers of polymers in the country, still India is import dependent on polymers, and as has been informed in the by the previous speakers, we need to add polymer capacity at an urgent pace. And well, of course, we have plastic processing, more than 50,000 plastic processors, and we are employing more than 5 million workmen in this industry, and India exports to more than 200 countries worldwide the plastic goods. Now friends, this is a graph which is showing the exports of plastics, and you will see that predominantly the exports of plastics was around $9-10 billion annually, but this year we will be achieving $13 billion, a jump of nearly 30%. And one of the main reasons for that has been the after effects of COVID, that the developed countries, especially Europe and US, are looking at India as a very reliable source for supply of plastic goods, or for any other for export matter. So that is boosting the exports, and we all need to ensure that this growth trajectory remains. At Plex Council, we have set a target to achieve an exports of $25 billion by the year 2025, that is March 2025. So we have planned a 30% growth each year so that we can achieve that target by 2025. Well, this shows the various the top destinations of plastics exports from India, and on top of the list is USA, which is always a very big buyer. They are having, 15% of our plastics exports go to USA. China is number 2, which is at 12.8%. But if we talk about China, then mostly the raw materials are going there. I would not say that many of the value-added plastics are being exported. And then UAE is at number 3 at $418 million and at 4.2%. But with the recent signing of the India-UAE Free Trade Agreement, the SEPA agreement, which has been signed just 3 or 4 days ago, this is going to boost the exports to UAE in a very big way, because our Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal ji, under the guidance of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, have negotiated a very good deal for plastics, where polymers will be imported at a concessional duty from UAE into India. And UAE has offered, what we have heard, that UAE has offered a near zero import duty on import of value-added plastics from India. So that's going to boost exports to UAE in a big way, and we feel that UAE would, occupy the first or second position in the very next 2-3 years. Then other top countries importing plastics are also mentioned here. Go to the next one. Well, this is, this graph is comparing the share of plastics exports of various countries. You can see right at the right-hand corner of the graph, we can see India there, which is in the white color graph. It's a little small graph. We are only having a 1.1% export share in the world plastics exports. And if you compare to this, China, which is right on the left, on the first one, is 21%. So China is exporting 20%, 20 times more than what India is doing. And our exports are comparable to smaller countries like Vietnam and Malaysia. So my presentation will kind of focus that why our exports are low, and why the why our exports are low, basically. Yeah. So this graph shows India's exports and India's imports of plastics. Now it has been divided into 2 parts. One is the red portion shows the raw materials, and the light blue portion shows the value-added plastics. That means the processed plastics. So if you look at the graph on the left, which is the exports of plastics, so we will see that polymer exports are not much. The main reason is that we don't have spare capacity of polymers. India itself is a big consumer, so our polymer exports are low. But our main focus is to export the value-added plastics, and you can see, as we had seen in the previous slides also, that the exports of value-added plastics are increasing. On the right hand side, if we see that the imports of the raw materials, the red portion of the graph, is much higher. So as I mentioned, that we are import dependent for polymers, and we need to import plastics for meeting the country's demand. So import of plastics are increasing. We also see that import of value-added plastics are also there, and it is also significantly of reasonable value. The main reason is that sometimes some qualities of goods we are not producing in India because we don't have the technology or we don't have the skill set. Some products are cheaper in price because maybe our raw material prices are higher, and some products their landed cost is lower because of the free trade agreements which India has signed in the past, especially with the ASEAN countries, where India has offered a preferential import duty on imports of value-added plastics. So due to that, the imports of value-added plastics are also coming into the country. Then, yeah. So let's look at the reasons for our low exports. So there are several reasons. So cost of capital for doing business. Of course, India's capital cost is high. Electricity charges, they are also quite high. Availability of land and permissions. The land cost is very high, we are all aware. Polymer availability and its price. So polymer prices are expensive in India as compared to China, and other Northeast Asian countries. Labor productivity and labor laws. So, well, in India we know that labor cost is cheap, but the productivity of labor is much lower as compared to other countries. And apart from that, the labor is unskilled, and because they are uneducated and they are unskilled, so their skilling is very much necessary. I mean, the only advantage India has is cheap labor, but that is unskilled. Then freight costs are very high. Today morning also the minister informed that India's freight costs are much higher as compared to the world average. Free trade agreements, as I informed you, that in the past, which the free trade agreements which the government negotiated, they offered a preferential import duty for plastics into India, but they could not for any reason negotiate a preferential import duty for our exports of plastics. So that was one reason: technical know-how, research and development, taxation. On the right side, they have just compared a few of the products, the export value from China and the exports value from India. So if we see toys, like we discussed today morning also, China is exporting $33 billion of toys to the world, whereas India is exporting only 129 million. Tablewares and kitchenware is again 6.5 billion is China's exports, and 134 million is India's exports. Floor coverings, which is the line of business from IM, 5.6 billion is China's exports, and India is just 28 million. So we can see that China's exports are much higher, and I mean, there is a long way for India to achieve these higher exports. So they have prepared a chart showing the reasons for import of value added plastics. So on the right side, they have shown some articles where imports are of a higher value in India, like other articles of plastics which is not elsewhere specified, which is around 800 million. Self-adhesive plastics is 322 million. Plates and sheets of plastics 321 million. So if we see these products, these are not like a highly technical product that India cannot produce, but India is importing these products for some reason or the other, as I informed earlier. Either it was a free trade agreement which is offering a preferential rate of duty, or the raw material cost in India is higher, or we don't have the large capacity production in the country due to higher polymer cost or due to skill set, due to which these products are cheaper in cost and they are being imported into the country. So now the scope for synergy between the industry and academia. So in these two slides, I will be covering how the industry and academia can cooperate. So since the Indian plastics processing industry largely comprises of the micro, small and medium enterprises, they are unable to undertake any research and development activities as is required for innovation. The academia can partake this activity and hence bridge the gap. So of course the academia is already doing this, but there is not an industry connect right now. The industry is not aware that the academia can help the industry, and especially the micro and the small industry. They are not spending money into any research or development or into any innovation, because they don't have that kind of financial strength. So organizations like CPET and other academia can help the MSME industry to improve their to help them in the R&D activities, so that they can produce products with which imports of value-added plastics can reduce into the country. Likewise, only a few members of the plastic industry engage into product design and development, which again can be done by the support of academia. Definitely, this is also a very important thing, that even large companies, they are not spending a lot of money, as our previous speaker also informed, into product design and development, into R&D activities. And industry and the academia should cooperate here, and they should work together, so that new designs and new technologies are available to the industry at a low cost, and they can develop these products. From Plex Council, we cooperated with CPET, and we have contributed from our side by sending them one rapid prototyping system, which was a 3D printer with software, to help the industry. And the academia can help improve our existing manufacturing process and suggest technological upgradation, thereby resulting in higher efficiency and productivity. So this is the thing where the academia can, cooperate with the industry and reduce its manufacturing cost, which can make the products competitive both for the domestic market and for the export market. And then skilling of workforce is another area where the industry and academia could collaborate. We could work together, the industry and academia, and of course to achieve these large numbers, the workforce needs to be skilled. So on the other hand, industry and associations should also come forward and support academia by way of informing the academia products that have export potential and why companies are not competitive presently. So this information, the academia will not have it by their own. It's the responsibility of the industry and industry associations like us, that we are in touch with academia and we inform them regularly that what support we need from them so that we can increase our exports or we can reduce the imports of value-added plastics. Sponsorship, sponsoring research and development, definitely academia would need funds and industry should come forward, as informed by our previous speaker, that industry should come forward, should participate in, should share the costs, so that even the academia is is interested to spend time and money and develop the products for this. Then industry should offer their facilities for conducting live trials after product is developed at the lab scale, because we have seen in our experience that the organizations like CIPET, they do have industrial machines also to carry out the prototyping and live trials, but all the institutions don't have. So industry should offer their facilities to to augment the efforts of the academia. Then employing the labor promptly that have undergone the skilling programs which will encourage unskilled workmen to enroll in such programs. This was already covered by the previous speaker. Councils and associations like Plex Council can disseminate such information as well as export-import data within industry and create awareness of capabilities of academia, which will ultimately benefit industry, reduce imports of finished plastics and boost exports. So this is the responsibility of both industry associations and industry to disseminate information within the industry peer, so that we can be in touch with the academia and reap benefits out of that. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Now I request Mr. Tushar Parikh to present.
Good afternoon. We are very near to the good evening, in fact. And I know as Sia sir has to rush in emergency, so I am skipping 3-4 slides, which is our vision and mission, and lot many figures are there. Many of the colleagues has already shown the figures, so I am not going right now in those figures. But as these are for the first time industry is invited by academia, तो हमारा मोदी साहब हर रोज बोलते हैं सबका साथ सबका विकास. So these really we are making true that industry is coming with the academia, and as Goel sir told that if the association is going together, both will earn something for the country together. Sir, I am first CPETian. Basically, I am from the industry later on, because CPET has made me and brought me to this level. In 1979-80, I cleared from Chennai, and then I am very much connected with CPET Ahmedabad. I have certain problems which I would like to share with you. It's a very close forum, so let me tell you what problem I am facing from industry and going to CPET. So first of all, for CPET, I am basically representing the Plastic Machinery Manufacturing Association. We have almost 350 machine manufacturers. When the first wave of Corona was going on, the whole country was locked down. Few of our friends locked themselves in the factory, and they are the people who develop this mask machinery, then PPE kit manufacturing on a high scale. So whatever the product India was seeking at that time, our colleague had developed those machines. So whatever the polymer is going to be processed in India in future 10 years,
we are the first responsible people, because we have to make the machine accordingly, high productive, high technology. Then only the processor can get a good market or good production. As far as my CPET experience is concerned, CPET has earned internationally excellent name. Not to praise you, but it's my own experience, because we are exporting our machinery to Gulf countries and African countries. The first request, they place the order of the machine, and the second line comes, good chap from CPET, select and make sure that he get a good training on my machine. So I am exporting the CPET students, I mean graduates, and the machines. But that is a condition. If he will buy my machine if I am supplying him the manpower, and that too from CPET. So various training we have to give to those people, and then they are going along with the machine. So as far as CPET is concerned, I am using the manpower. I am in CPET. We are running one program at Ahmedabad, student startup and innovation. उसमें सर बेसिकली द रिक्वायरमेंट इज अ गुड मेंटोर. एक्चुअली प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि एक स्टूडेंट के दिमाग में काफ़ी आइडियाज़ रहता है, एंड दोज ऑल आइडियाज़ आर गेटिंग मेस्ड अप. तो अगर सही मेंटोर नहीं होता है, व्हाट टू डू व्हाट नॉट टू डू, ये करूँ वो करूँ, और फिर 2-3 इंडस्ट्री वाले को मिलता है, वो उसको डराता है कि देख ये तेरा गोल्डन एग है, अगर वो कोई इंडस्ट्री में गया तो मुर्गी ले लेगा तेरी. सो बाय दैट वे दैट प्रोडक्ट इज नॉट गेटिंग रियली डेवलप. इन अहमदाबाद आई विल टेल यू वन माय ओन इंसिडेंट. स्टूडेंट हैज डेवलप पेवर ब्लॉक इन फ्रॉम सॉडस्ट. वो कंप्रेशन मोल्डिंग मशीन भी सीपेट अहमदाबाद में लिया, मोल्ड भी बनाया, एंड इट वाज सक्सेसफुली डन. उसके बाद हाउ टू सेल दैट, हाउ टू एनकेज दैट टेक्नोलॉजी, तो मेंटोर नहीं था. तो डर का मारा वो इंडस्ट्री में जाता था, और फिर वो इंडस्ट्री वाला पूछेगा कितना करोड़ चाहिए या कितना लाख चाहिए, तो वो जो स्टूडेंट है वो स्टूडेंट को पता नहीं लगता था. सो देन आई कॉल्ड अप टू सीपेट अगेन, यार ये इसके साथ नेगोशिएशन में आप आओ इंडस्ट्री में. सो एक्चुअली इफ वी रियली वांट टू बूस्ट अप दिस स्टार्टअप प्रोग्राम और इनोवेशन प्रोग्राम, वी नीड वन कॉमर्शियल मेंटोर, so that a student will get the assistance to interact with the industry. आज गोयल साहब को अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी चाहिए, और टेक्नोलॉजी वो बच्चे के पास है, डेवलप कर दिया 80%, 20% he can do, but then how to negotiate with गोयल सर, that he doesn't know. तो वहाँ पर वो मार खा जाते. Then he will hide whatever he has got, he hide. He will not sell to anybody, and finally that product is dead. तो खास अपना सीपेट में जरूर है वो कॉमर्शियल मेंटोर का है. ये स्टार्टअप प्रोग्राम के साथ सर थोड़ा सा उसमें आप देखना. दूसरा क्यूरिकुलम की बात है, बिकॉज आई एम ऑल्सो इन्वॉल्व फ्रॉम द इंडस्ट्री एज वेल एज एकेडमिया. इंजेक्शन मोल्डिंग जो है, ऑफ कोर्स 40% ऑफ द पॉलीमर टुडे इज प्रोसेस बाय इंजेक्शन मोल्डिंग मशीन, नो डाउट. बट उसमें अदर देन इंजेक्शन मोल्डिंग, जैसे एक्सट्रूजन है, ब्लो है, रोटो है, उनके ऊपर फोकस नहीं किया गया है. एंड दोज इंडस्ट्री, मेरे पास आज मल्टी लेयर 9 लेयर फिल्म प्लांट चलाने के लिए वी डोंट हैव द पीपल. जबकि इंजेक्शन मोल्डिंग चलाना है तो सीपेट में मैं जाता हूँ, मुझे स्टूडेंट मिल जाते हैं, एंड आई रन माई फैक्ट्री. सो द 60% सेक्टर, उसका जो क्यूरिकुलम में थोड़ा सा फोकस करिए तो इट्स अ एडवांटेज टू द इंडस्ट्री. मैं थोड़ा ये मिशन विशन में नहीं जा रहा हूँ, बिकॉज आई वॉन्ट टू गिव द मैसेज टू द एकेडमी. दिस इज व्हाट इंडस्ट्री इज लुकिंग फॉर. उसके बाद ऑक्सिलरी इक्विपमेंट्स है. एनी ऑक्सिलरी इक्विपमेंट हैज द सेम इक्विवेलेंट इंपॉर्टेंस इन द एज अ प्रोसेसर. अगर मेरे पास सही ऑक्सिलरी नहीं है, माने डीह्यूमिडिफायर नहीं है, तो एंड प्रोडक्ट में ठीक से नहीं आता है. उन सब का नॉलेज अपने स्टूडेंट को है ही नहीं. दे डोंट नो ये सब क्या है. तो वो ऑक्सिलरी इक्विपमेंट का बहुत बड़ा मार्केट है. मैडम ऑक्सिलरी का अपना 300-400 करोड़ का है 400 crore rupees market only in India, perhaps more than that. तो उसके ऊपर भी आप ऑक्सिलरी इक्विपमेंट को थोड़ा सा कवरेज दो, वेटेज दो.
This is a special request. We have around 50 members, those who are making auxiliary equipments in India. And imports is also very high. So whenever the high technology machines people are producing in extrusion and all, they are saying ki special request when this circular has gone to the members that we are having. So they have said ki specially ask CPET to develop that in the course curriculum.
दूसरा प्रॉब्लम ऐसा है कि जो आपको जो क्यूरिकुलम है उसके अंदर आप मशीनरी वाले को इन्वॉल्व करो. अभी तक क्या है कि आपका क्यूरिकुलम जब डिजाइन होता है तो यू आर इनवाइटिंग फ्रॉम द एसोसिएशन प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज वाले, लेकिन अगर मशीनरी वाले हैं तो इट विल बी वेरी मच यूजफुल, क्योंकि अभी हर रोज इतनी टेक्नोलॉजी बढ़ गई है. और आप जो इंजेक्शन मोल्डिंग अभी सिखा रहे हो उसमें तो इंजेक्शन मोल्डिंग का 3rd या 4th जनरेशन अभी आ गया है, दैट वी हैव नॉट कवर्ड. तो वो लड़का फिर हमको ट्रेनिंग देना पड़ता है हमारे यहाँ 3 महीने के लिए बिफोर वी एक्सपोर्ट द मशीन. सो दिस रिक्वेस्ट कि उसको इंडस्ट्री के अंदर थोड़ा कांटेक्ट में लाओ, या इंडस्ट्री वाले को मशीनरी वाले को जब आप क्यूरिकुलम डिजाइन करते हो तो थोड़ा सा इन्वॉल्व करो. एंड वी आर रेडी टू टेक द पार्टिसिपेशन इन दैट, बिकॉज अवर्स इज अ पान इंडिया एंड वेरी बिग कंपनीज आर देयर विथ अस एज अ मैन्युफैक्चरर ऑफ मशीनरी. दूसरा थोड़ा इंडस्ट्री विजिट सर, स्टूडेंट्स को इंडस्ट्री विजिट कराओ. एंड कोई भी मशीनरी वाली है तो आई विल बी रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर पान इंडिया, आई कैन अरेंज एनीवेयर, क्योंकि मशीनरी हर जगह पे है और उसको नॉलेज मशीनरी से लेके प्रोसेस और प्रोडक्ट. तो जो सिपेट से निकलेगा ना, दैट चैप विल हैव मोर मार्केट वैल्यू. फाइनली तो उसके सैलरी के ऊपर है. जैसे सुबह दिखाया था कि यहाँ इसका पैकेट 2.5 लाख से लेकर 10 लाख तक मिलता है. 2.5 लाख बहुत लो है सर. अगर वो लड़का सही नॉलेज और थोड़ा सा ज्ञान लेके जाएगा ना तो डेफिनेटली ही विल स्टार्ट फ्रॉम 5 लाख ऑनवर्ड, बिकॉज ही इज अ स्पेशलाइज इन प्लास्टिक. और कोई भी प्लास्टिक प्रोसेसर आजकल वो इंजीनियर के पास ही काम करवाता है, क्योंकि टाइम नहीं है, उनके बच्चों को भी टाइम नहीं है. माई सन इज ऑल्सो कीपिंग सीनियर इंजीनियर्स अंडर हिम, उसके पास टाइम नहीं है. सो इट्स लाइक दैट, एवरीबडी वांट्स टू क्रंच द नंबर्स नाउ वेरी फास्ट. सेकंड थिंग, अगर हमारा जो प्लास्टिक मशीनरी एसोसिएशन है उसको और सिपेट के साथ में अगर हम लोग काम करेंगे, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस माने कंपलसरी, मेरे यहाँ अगर 15 दिन स्टूडेंट को भेजना ही है एंड आई विल इश्यू सर्टिफिकेट दैट ही हैज गॉन थ्रू दिस ट्रेनिंग, तो वो जरूरी है. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट एज फार एज आवर गुजरात इज कंसर्न, गुजरात स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में ये इंटर्नशिप कंपलसरी है. He has to obtain the certificate from that company कि इससे ये 3 वीक या 4 वीक काम किया है, तभी वो आगे डिग्री का लास्ट ईयर का एग्जाम दे सकता है. सो अगर सीपेट में इंडस्ट्री के साथ अगर एसोसिएट करो तो वी आर विलिंग, बेसिकली वी आर विलिंग. अभी तक क्या था कि इंडस्ट्री और एकेडमिया जॉइंट था ही नहीं. दिस इज द फर्स्ट अपॉर्चुनिटी, सो व्हाई नॉट टू गिव दैट अपॉर्चुनिटी टू द स्टूडेंट्स, एंड दैट विल गिव द एडवांटेज. स्टूडेंट विल बी हैप्पी to work on the floor rather than CPET's workshop. दूसरा एक थोड़ा सा रिक्वेस्ट था कि इंडस्ट्री के मशीनरी वाले भी जो हम हैं उनको भी एक गेस्ट लेक्चर में आप इनवाइट किया करो, सो दैट वी विल गिव देम द नॉलेज कि अभी इंजेक्शन मोल्डिंग है ये लेवल के ऊपर है, एक्सट्रूजन में 9 लेयर का मल्टी लेयर आता है, क्यों आता है. ये प्रोसेसिंग वाले वो बना पाते हैं, लेकिन वो क्यों, वो मशीनरी को नॉलेज है. तो अगर वो मशीनरी वाले हमको इन्वॉल्व करेंगे, वी हैव अ वेरी सीनियर पीपल विथ अस हु आर विलिंग टू गिव द सर्विस टू सीपेट. और एक छोटा सा सर सेल्फिश बात करता हूँ, सीपेट में भी एक्सपेंशन में काफ़ी मशीन्स की रिक्वायरमेंट है. उसका जो टेंडर जो लोग भी बाहर निकालते हैं ना, दे ऑल आर टेकिंग द रेफरेंस फ्रॉम मोस्ट यूरोपियन और मोस्ट डेवलप अमेरिकन मशीन्स. अब वो हम इंडिया में कहाँ दे पाएंगे. तो नन ऑफ द इंडियन मशीनरी मैन्युफैक्चरर इज एबल टू पार्टिसिपेट बिकॉज योर स्पेक्स इज सच. तो उसके अंदर थोड़ा हमें इन्वॉल्व करो. सो आत्मनिर्भर बनना है तो इंडिया की मशीनरी इट इज़ इक्विवेलेंट एंड वी कैन गिव यू द बेस्ट मशीन. मैं काफ़ी मशीन वैसे सिपेट पे सप्लाई कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन फिर भी यूरोपियन अभी काफ़ी निकले हैं टेंडर्स, लेकिन सब यूरोपियन अमेरिकन स्टैंडर्ड है. So instead of presenting my vision, mission and the figures, I am just doing complaints and my suggestions to, because I got an opportunity to directly dialogue with you. So I am ending up my presentation over here. I am not going ahead because lot many slides are there. Those are with the 25 years vision, mission. I mean we are here only with the academia today, how to connect. बाकी तो बहुत अच्छा अच्छा रोजी पिक्चर मैंने दिखाया है सर. सो लुकिंग टू द टाइम शॉर्टेज आई विल शॉट डाउन माय ओवर हियर. थैंक यू.
समय के अनुसार बिल्कुल सही थी वो. मैं आपकी जो भी बातें हैं उससे 100% सहमत हूँ कि हमें इस तरीके का जरूरत है, अन्यथा
not visible here. It's not visible here.
मैं अभी बाद में जब वोट ऑफ थैंक्स दूंगा तो इस चीज को कुछ और बातें भी कहूंगा.
So good evening. First of all, thanks FICCI, Government of India and CPET to give me an opportunity to talk from industry side. And actually this presentation supposed to make by our group CEO Mr. Pankaj Poddar, who is the CEO of Cosmofilm, but he can't make it, so he asked me yesterday suddenly you have to go and present it. And I think I am the youngest in terms of industry experience, so all my eminent colleagues, what I come with the mind to ask the question to CPET and Government of India as a fresh candidate, because I have only 2 years of industry experience. I spent 15 years in academia as PhD and postdoc. So this is my first industry, and what I am going to share here is very general things. Same again, not figures, numbers, because I am not aware of that. So I have to gain that experience. Yet I am not aware of that. But I can show you what plastic industry is currently facing the problem, and what I can understand, because again I am the synthetic polymer chemist and this is plastic vision. So, but I have to align with my industry goals. So first of all, thanks, and everybody here, senior people, everybody, they talk very nicely and they given very good suggestion, and they are already very visionary. And what I wanted to ask through this slide, I think everybody have addressed very nicely everything. So especially our DG of CPET, then Honorable Minister, Union Minister, and then Secretary of Government of India. So I noted down that they have asked two very nice points, that how to align the goals of industry and academia, and that's where everything is important. I think that gap is very, very important. And the second thing, our minister told that you should be very clear, and you should have long-term vision. So what is mean by that clear and long-term vision? In industry point of view, I think it must be a sustainability, okay, and the sustainability should come through the fundamental research. Like a very nice talk by Dinesh ji also. I think this is just, these slides are coincidentally just mimicking of his talk. So everything what I wanted to tell you that he had already addressed, and that is very important, that this sustainability and everything should come from the basic scientific research and the sharing of IPs, open-minded collaboration between the industries and then academia. And I also like whatever the work Mr. Krishnan has shared is doing in the CPET. It's very impressive, because I was a PhD scholar. I know that the work done in the R&D, and especially I also work in the solar cell field. So I observe that in India is lagged behind in solar cell, just because of we have very good scientists to synthesize the solar cell material, active material, but we don't have very good chemical engineers who can process the solar cell with very high efficiency. I can, instead of showing these all figures, again I will share my experience that I see that first paper of all polymer solar cell with the very high efficiency in India is still lagged behind, and all high efficiency papers are coming from the USA. Myself, I published very first paper in the with 11.5 efficiency with all polymer solar cell, not India but from US. But the same person I published from there, because I have a very good strong collaborator of chemical engineers who can give the best place to my material. So that is again collaboration. That was in industry, that was in academics, but we are talking here about the industry and academia. So just to show you that, I don't have a printout, but what are the difference between industry and academia? So you know that I joined academy to industry. So industry has to work with the profit, and then they have to align, and they are like everything is very time bound. So they have very focused activities, they are product oriented, they are customer centric. So because of that reason, they have some limitations where they cannot focus on the fundamental research, because I focus academics also. What is in academics, it's kind of more freedom is there. Suppose you are doing PhD, you can take 5 years, 4 years, address the fundamental problem with free-mindedly. You don't have to worry about other things. And then you are creative there in academics, and working environment is also making you like to think the fundamentally. But then how to bridge this gap is that when both academy and industry people, if they develop relation and trust in each other, and they work on the common problem, if industry have lot of unsolved problem, business problem like recyclability, sustainability, biodegradability, if they share with the industry people, academic people, and they develop trust and work on the common problem, then they can create the value work, and which is also which is also helpful for the society. And you know, when we work in the academics, it is very difficult to solve the real world problems, because, and when you work in the company, it is very difficult to work in the fundamentals. But when you do combinedly with knowledge and money, you can create the value added product, and which is important to society, which can solve the real world problem. So what company is going to gain here is the profit and growth, and researcher, they always get publication and rewards, what Dinesh ji got, and they are hunger for that, because believe me that. So if you wanted to develop your career at the time of PhD, you are hungry for the publication, because that is going to, that brings me here to give you talk. So that is also very important. Then but the publication has to publish by industry and academia together, or patent, and then take the IP rights also. So particularly what I feel that polymer is very good to transfer in the real life immediately as compared to other other material. Some of the polymer material field don't have very stringent requirement other than the food packaging and all. So this material can be recycled and use it. So that is also, that's why there are a lot of opportunities in the polymers. So this is a few example I wanted to share with you, that successful partnership between companies with academia. In Europe and in United States, many industries reaches directly to the academic professor and ask and share them the problem, and they solve together. But that is lagged behind somewhere in India because of maybe not much technical education, or not much high quality educations, or not good mentorship also, open-minded mentorship. So that is required here. And when academia and company collaborate, there is a huge stimulus and catalyst for the economic growth. So for example, Audi, just I took it in Google honestly. So Audi collaborated with the Technical University of Munich to come up with the most innovations. And the Imperial College of London and Nestle Research figure out ways that could improve the nutrition. So all these collaborations come from the academy and industry. Then Boeing, Caltech and Boeing have strategic agreement where the Caltech faculty played a key role in certification of their Boeing new 787 Dreamliner aeroplane. So, I personally work in the University of Seattle, where which is the hub of Microsoft and Amazon. So I know that how much Microsoft is funding to the University of Washington and other universities, and that's how they are developing the relation between industry and changing the education phase of the 21st century. Then Procter & Gamble, University of Cincinnati simulation centers. Then this is about the successful story, and then what is the general expectation, what I feel as a young industry partner, what is general expectation of industry from academia. The first, industry needs from academia institution to generate a bright, talented, motivated students who can be a direct cooked food for the industry, because in industry there is a very much less time to develop the candidate, and then they will work on the real world problem. That's what I am facing now. So then other is academic courses should be designed with the state of the art science and technology demand. Then establish the industry academia collaboration through PhD and master programs. So this is very important point actually. So what I feel, if you want to do real collaboration between industry and academia, so not to just fund, industry is going to fund is not sufficient. So something we can do that is PhD and master programs, so that industry people and academic people can share the PhD student or master student, so that there is a no confidentiality in between remaining. So you can do the open-minded research and publish paper together and file the patents and gain the financial benefits also. So intern programs from graduates, so we can always, our industry is always hiring the interns for 6 months, 1 year, and they can get permanent job in our industry if they satisfied our industry requirement. Then access to the library, online journals, usually industry don't have, so academic institute have that. And then conferences, regular conferences and seminar is very important. Then apply the government funding to support the R&D work in sustainability field. So generally industry, some of the small industries cannot spend a lot of money on the fundamental and sustainable research, which is time-taking research. That's why if we do collaboration between industry and academia and find combined funding to the government industries, that will be the solution for the effective collaboration. Then 5 joint patents. Then these are some of the state-of-the-art problems which needs to be addressed by plastic industry in collaboration with academic. So which is the industry initiative is recycling and sustainability. So recyclability is the 2 types, chemical and mechanical recyclability, and sustainability you can find this type of subject under the sustainability, like using the chemical recyclable resin, which is thrown waste material can be reused, that is called as in chemical recycling. And then use of bio-based resin instead of petrochemical based resin. So 20%, 30% right now what they are using in the Europe. So use of then biodegradable polymer resins and carbon neutrality and etc. So what academic institute like CPET should design courses which focus on the above approaches in the more development in plastic will increase the more waste generation. And if your mindset is there from the graduate level program, which is included in the course itself, like this topic of recyclability and biodegradability, then it is very fast, in very fast pace you can achieve this when you join the industry, instead of starting the research from there onwards. Then the current challenge in implementation of circular economy. So what is the circular economy? Is the reuse of the waste, reuse of, in short it is called as an reuse of the waste to make another product and reuse it again. So what are the challenges there? So not proper waste collection system in India. So even though you wanted to collect the waste, then I don't think there is a proper waste collection system is available, so that you cannot get that raw material to recycle, or segregation from mixed plastic waste. So plastic, if they have different type of plastic like BOPP and PET and other type, then it is difficult to recycle, and that can be a live problem to solve. how to address that. Then mechanical recycling is not suitable for laminated structure. For example, if you see this chips pocket or those kind of packaging used, because we work on this Cosmofilm. So those are the different layers of the polymers, different natures of the polymer. That's why it is very difficult to recycle them. So some of the solution is that on the waste collection government scheme to promote the waste collection system, then enable recycling of multi-layer laminate comprising of film of different families by removing of ink and metals and adhesive attached to the film. Then to solve the multi-layer polymer system, recyclable system, you can use single layer, like single layer BOPP, single layer PET, those kind of system is important to use. Then CPET to give the certification of recycled plastic to use in the food packaging. So those kind of certifications I was not aware, but really I see that CPET is giving already a lot of certification related to the biodegradability, recyclability and all. Then this is the another problem: recyclability, sustainability, and bio-based and biodegradable and compostable plastic. So biodegradable polymers, are like two types. Like biodegradable can be get from the fossil fuel feedstock or can be get from the bio-based system. But which are the non-biodegradable polymer? Those can straightforward can be recycled, and top corner you can just recycle them. There is no other way. But biodegradable polymer, you have different, like Krishnan sir explained that there are different type of biodegradable definitions, compostability and all, that can be characterized over the time bound period, like 90 days and etc. So for those we need the certification. These are the certification, and I think CPET should set up the national testing laboratory for this kind of certification and industrial cluster. Then this is the last topic I would like to discuss, which is India is really lagged behind. Not only the recyclability or biodegradability is problem, this is the much more bigger problem, which is the clean energy problem. Like clean and how we can use the clean and renewable energy through the sustainability topic. So first of all, this is very hot topic. This is electric vehicle, which is going to be a true in some of the years ahead. So what are the most important heart of electric vehicle is the battery. So that battery components containing lot of plastic component, like a separator is there, polymer separator is there, then lot of other parts are there. So that we have to work on in India and reduce the dependency on the other countries. Then inorganic solar cell panel also have a lot of component, like solar cell backsheet is there, then encapsulation layer is there, which can be recycled. And then this is the other type of solar cell which has less efficiency right now, but have more benefit, like flexibility. Polymer solar cell, which is more flexible, and inorganic is not. So CPET can really work, already have experience in the plastic processing industry. So I think CPET can also include in a course and work on the how we can process roll to roll these solar cells. I think some of the IITs are already doing, IIT Kanpur and all. So this also can be a solvable problem for CPET in a near future. So CPET should design courses for energy sector also, which is very important, and also establish testing facility. Then I will be finished with this slide where I can see that there is a favorable situation of industrial growth and academic collaboration in India, where India, the Atmanirbhar Abhiyan, looking to reduce its dependency on other countries and encourage the local production. Then increase on the import duty to encourage Indian manufacturer to reduce the cost of the product by increasing the bulk production. And government is already working on the policies to see the smallest of businesses in the country are covered under all possible benefits. Then synergy between industry and academia is already enhanced after this pandemic situation, and we should be increased more. So CPET to conduct the courses, by utilizing these policies, CPET to conduct the courses where they can motivate the young entrepreneur to start their own plastic processing industries and give them some kind of ready-made projects and those kind of things. So I think thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Thank you so much for staying so long.
स्विच करना PPT स्विच करो.
Hi, I am Rajesh Pava. I am here on behalf of Material Recycling Association of India. We are voice of the Indian plastic recycling industry. Slides are not moving. Yeah. So MRI is Apex National Association of India for Recyclers, representing 1200 member associations, including most regional, trade, product, ferrous, non-ferrous, plastic, paper, tire, e-waste, etc. My turn came late, and you can say last. Reason is we have to first procure virgin material, then we need machine, then we need processing, then we have to use it, then comes waste which we have to recycle. So this is the last part but not the least. We have to think first what to do with the waste, then we should produce. That is our opinion. Our recycling, our collective strength of association is 20,000 small, medium and large enterprises, directly and indirectly employing 25 lakh people. Our association is working with almost all stakeholders, various ministries of Government of India to discuss policy related issues. MRAI also works closely with international associations like ISRI, BIR, BMR, CMRA and various other associations. I guess this is the wrong slide, but I will try to cover in one slide. So expectations from CIVIT. Yes, everybody already know, and all our guest speakers already said that you are doing an amazing job, CIPITs. I mean, with processing, machines, technology, developments, patents, NABL, labs, each and everything is there. But they'll mange more. We need to work more on recycling. I guess CPET should come forward to help recyclers, recycling industry, waste management. What we need from you is CPET, TARI and IITians to develop special tailor-made course for the trained manpower at low cost. Another thing is develop courses on segregation and recycling. And other thing is certification courses for these waste aggregators, segregators. If they get certification, today Indian strength is the segregators who can identify plastic waste just by touching it or seeing it. If they get proper certification, they can get jobs abroad very easily. And for the upcoming recycling industry in India also. So we need support from all other associations and CPITs to work closely on policy for EPR fund utilization. As we all know that a new policy on plastic waste management just came up. So EPR funds should be utilized properly to strengthen collection, recycling, and here you can help. This fund should be utilized to convert unorganized sector into organized. That is the one thing. And to strengthen recycling technologies, machines, collection, as a gentleman already said, that we need to get proper collection mechanism. So we strongly believe at Material Recycling Association of India that material recovery facilities with recycling units is the best option for the waste litter. Our Honorable Prime Minister already showed his commitment for the environment, and what we assume is, see, decentralized stations means, I'll share my experience when we work in Goa or in Assam. So most of the low value plastic is already going into landfill. No one is picking up or segregating it because there is no recycling units in these states. So when the value of the plastic is say 9 to 10 rupees per kg, and transportation cost to another state is say 5 rupees per kg, middleman needs 1 or 2, so the aggregator or picker will get only 3 rupees per kg, and that cost he cannot pick up the waste. We need to have a recycling unit, decentralized recycling units and collection mechanism then and there in every state. There we need support from all associations to bring up the policy, discuss with government to have recycling units. Another thing recycling units need, a single window in clearance. As we all know, most of the recycling companies belong to MSME. So if there is no single window clearance, they cannot wait for long to get consent to establish or consent to operate, land allotment, fire safety NOC, labor laws, connection with municipal bodies for waste. So here comes the role of all associations who can club together, of course with CIPIT, and discuss with government to have these single window clearance. Financial support, so many friends already discussed, recycling sector needs them the most. Because so many plastics, as I discussed, give you example of low value plastics or multi-layer packaging as discussed earlier. These are, if you recycle it and collect it, the value of recycled material is not that much, the value you are putting in. So we need support, recycler needs support to recycle these material, multi-layer packaging waste. Quality standards, BIS, yes. As per new rules, we will have to, all producers will have to use, especially packaging sector, at least 25% to start with, and it will goes up to 70% in few years. So we need good quality plastic recycled material. For that, we need policy, we need BIS standards. Here comes the role of CIPIT. They can surely help to streamline recyclers, get them a good, train them, give them good advice, support, technical support, so that they can produce a good recycled material. I guess that's it on the recycling sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now if anybody have any question, because it's an open house discussion, otherwise we'll just proceed with the concluding remark and vote of thanks. Yes, please.
Well, I have a question to Professor Sinha.
Okay.
Yeah,
yes.
so
sir, now may I request Professor Sinha, Director General CIPIT, to kindly please come onto the dais, sir, so that you can also give the answer to the specific question which the gentlemen have. हमारे डायस पे आपकी फोटो की ना हेलो
Yes, please, बताइए.
R&D is the base for sustained evolvement of any sector as such, and for plastics too. Yes, we are in the era of Atmanirbhar, but to be Atmanirbhar, we need to focus on R&D, and there might be certain, aspects wherein our indigenous capabilities might have some limitation, and that's where we might require some collaborative research. So my question to you would be, what are the specific areas in which CIPIT thinks that there are needs for foreign collaborations in terms of know-how generation, IP generation, and that will lead us to the Atmanirbhar space in terms of IP generation and manufacturing and sustain the sector. So what are the areas, specific areas?
See, first I'd like to respond in a different manner. One is that when we talk about the R&D sector, there is a difference between the fundamental R&D and the practical R&D or applied R&D. See, I am an alumnus of IIT Kanpur and then continuously working for last 16 years at one of the premier IIT Roorkee in chemical engineering department. Now, sometimes those people, those who are studying there at different IITs, they are misleading the concept of research. I mean, they thought that this is the publication, this is the something like this to complete the degree aspect, but it is not true. See, almost you can say 90% of the research being carried out at IIT, I am giving the example of IIT, it is kept on the shelf. Only 10% comes out to be in terms of the practical aspect. So first thing, we must think in this aspect. We cannot rely upon the fundamental research, and that is the need of time. So when we talk about the applied research, then definitely we should look another aspect, that आवश्यकता खोज की जननी है, right? So when we go for a need-based system, we cannot say in a different, I'm sorry for this, I may be a little bit blunt, that people used to say that in United States people are doing like this, they are having the collaborative research like this is, but it is the need, whether it is required by the Indian context or not. One of the gentlemen from Ministry of Education came to, I mean, he's a top boss, he came to IIT Roorkee a couple of years back. He told that MIT is doing like this, Stanford is like this, and why not IIT is like this? See, at MIT or in IIT, there is a difference. Here you can, I mean, grassroots people can study, but they are not. So first thing is that. Now second thing is that what you asked, that is rightly, that we need to find out the area in question, and that will purely based on the need of the Indian context, not to the US context, not to the developed countries context, etc. They may be the role model, and I am very much impressed with the thoughts given by Mr. Tushar. That you just, I mean, CPET can help with respect to the indigenization of the various machinery part, right? So let's think in terms of a beginning. And in this aspect, the industry people can help that, okay, in US we saw this particular machine, can we have this one? And if you see my presentation, I was giving the major emphasis in the tinkering, because we are having the young aspect. I mean, it is not necessary that if you are having the research aptitude, you must have a PhD degree. It's not. Anybody can do, right? So first thing is that with respect to CPET, we need to find out the area in which country is demanding, and that's why we are organizing such kind of thing, that industry people can give us an idea that this is the demand, this is the thing. We are having very strong workforce, but they are having certain limitations, right?
Need-based research, and I referred specifically to you about bioplastics.
Yeah, we
so
are.
I mean, so I'm coming to an example. So for bioplastics, as you referred, that most of the researches are kept on the stacks, but I'm referring research to IP to commercialization,
exactly,
and then commercialization to scalability and sustainability. Those 2 points are not looked after.
Yeah.
We're simply looking how many researchers have actually hit the ground. Now I'm referring that thing only. Need-based research. I'm not referring to those.
See, that is why I used to. I mean, some of the colleagues are there in this hall. I used to say, okay, we are having the 54-year legacy, but can you see that we are having only 8 patents, and that too in the name of CPET we are having only 2.
This is patents.
This
not
is commercialization.
patent.
This is the patent. I'm telling you about the patent. For last, I don't know, almost for 10-15 years, we are running 3 different R&D centers, but still we are lacking behind in the IP value. So we must give, I mean, trust me, as an individual, we must give a brainstorming in this particular aspect, that we spend a lot of money, but where we stand.
So there's the need for market-oriented research.
Yes, that is why we are here.
That's why we are correct.
That is why, see, we always say that we are having a strong industry connect. But suppose you come to my place, I need to build a mold. This is not the industry connect. Yes. Because you are having the regular design. Only thing is that we are performing some mechanical aspect. We are not applying our this thing. That we need to.
Yes. Thank you. So thank you very much. If there is no any other further question, so now I can request Professor Shishir Sinha, Director General CPET, to propose the concluding remark and vote of thanks.
So thank you, Manoj ji, and it was a day-long exercise, and I hope that it is a very fruitful exercise, and I am very much impressed about the industry participation, that people come from across country and they participated, and it was a live discussion, and some of the eye-opening with respect to the CPET, that we need to change our methodology, we need to change our floor for building a new building, and that will definitely, trust me, we will do, and we will accordingly, we are proceeding to that particular direction. And moreover, with respect to the CPET point of view, I request all the industry people that come forward, share the things, because CPET is having fantastic human resource, CPET is having fantastic infrastructure, a pan-India presence. Nowhere in the world, I guess, that any country is having such kind of a presence. So by mutual consideration, by mutual talk, etc., we can create a spark, and that is the logo of our industry connect, and we can develop a new DNA that may be beneficial for the Indian context. Thank you very much. And I mean, concluding remark after this, it's my humble duty to propose a vote of thanks. So Honorable Minister Sir, both the ministers, MOS, Secretary, DCPC, all the officials of DCPC, all the officials of the different industries, FICCI, all are, I mean, they are the major stakeholder in this particular event, and trust me, we will regularly organize such kind of event in future. And in the next event, definitely we will take you can say the active support of our proud alumni, and it was a pleasant moment when Mr. Tushar was here. It's a proud alumnus of CPET. With these words, thank you and see you again in future.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. With this, we conclude today's summit, and we request all of you to kindly please join us for a cup of tea outside. Thank you.
अभी हम लोगों को वो टूलिंग और ये सबसे चीज